What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, November 18th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, poor little piggy. The Texas Longhorns go on the road and knock off the Arkansas Razorbacks. We will recap Texas's victory and talk about what it means for the rest of the 2024 Longhorns season. Plus, we'll go around college football and the NFL and recap the biggest games and moments from the football weekend. We've got a little Texas basketball to get into, a little Texas volleyball and Texas soccer to discuss, and so much more on a Victory Monday edition of Bucky and BK on Texas Sports Unfiltered. What's going on, my man? How are you?
I'm doing fine, man. A little rainy day out here in Dripping Springs, where it's kind of been raining through the night, drizzling through the night, and the rain that we desperately need to fill up some of these wells out here. Maybe the lake will look different. Probably not. We need feet of rain, but it's a nice morning. I'm fine with it. A good weekend, pleasant weekend. Longhorns win. They didn't win emphatically, but you know what I'm saying? Just win. That's what it is now. Just win the games. You know, that's all you have to do. And it was a game that, watching the BK, it looked like it was going to be Texas having their way any way they wanted to, but a lot of miscues and execution wise, but the defense was solid as usual. So worked out well. I got to see Kansas City get their first loss and push the Bills quarterback into the MVP race as the leading contender now, I believe. He did it with a lot of guys missing. That's a real MVP. Patrick Mahomes has been doing it with guys not on his team. He's just got great experience and Super Bowl experience. But for the Bills, they did it without a lot of players playing, and he still got it done. So that was a good weekend watching some NFL football too.
Those two teams could play 17 times a season and I wouldn't get tired of it, right? I mean, it feels like every time the Chiefs and Bills get together, you're going to get an incredible game. And we got one of those yesterday afternoon in Orchard Park. And yeah, Buffalo found a way to get it done, handing the Chiefs their first loss of the season. Hopefully we get a rematch of those two teams in January, because once again, special things happen when those two quarterbacks are on the same field together. That was fun.
It's close. It just comes down to a field goal or a touchdown or whatever. There's just some great defensive plays. So, and the same happened this weekend. It really did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it did. It did. Felt like a playoff game. One more NFL game tonight. It involves both of the Texas teams. The Houston Texans in Arlington taking on the Dallas Cowboys for a little Monday Night Football. We'll see if the Buck has a gold star lock for that one, but that will wrap up this week in the NFL. So we'll preview that matchup a little bit later in today's show as well. Buck, before we dive into Texas, Arkansas, how about a shout out to the soldiers?
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the job that you do, to your families, and do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. Well said, as always.
I the Georgia game too, by the way, Georgia-Tennessee, which Georgia got well in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, that was an interesting game, right? It was tied at halftime. Tennessee was hanging in, and it was 24-17 with like 4 minutes left. So you look on the scoreboard and see a 31-17 final. You were thinking maybe Tennessee was never in it, but it was a one-possession contest until the very, very end. So, look, Tennessee's a very good football team, but you're right. I mean, you should never count out Georgia. I don't think any Texas fan is going to ever count out this Georgia team. But Georgia was playing with some desperation going into that game with 2 losses, and they did what they needed to do. And now their last 2 games are against UMass and Georgia Tech, both at home. So Georgia's done with its SEC schedule. They need a lot of help to get to the SEC title game, but if they finish the year 10-2, they're not going to be left out of the college football playoff.
No, they're not. They've been crying the blues the entire last couple of weeks, and Kirby gives that one big speech in the one big game. I mean, he's had 2 big games, and he's taken care of both of them so far after the loss to Alabama. So what can you do?
Yeah.
I mean, still, I wouldn't want to play him ever.
No, I'm good on that. Like, I was kind of rooting for Tennessee the other night just to eliminate Georgia once and for all.
But you kind of knew what you were going to get there. You could just feel it.
Yeah.
They were one play away from turning the whole momentum. And, you know, the young quarterback from Tennessee is going to be good. It just, against Kirby on that given night, it wasn't going to happen.
And Carson Beck decided to throw to his team for the first time in a while. That helps. I mean, he showed you why.
These guys were catching the ball when they threw it to him.
That helps too. And he showed you why he was expected to be a first-round pick when this season started. Hasn't been a great year by any stretch for Carson Beck, but he was very good against a very good Volunteer defense. So, yeah, Georgia gets the win.
There's nobody in the country, including Oregon, that wants to play against them. Everybody wants to play against somebody besides them. You know?
Mm-hmm.
It's just when they really crank that defense up, that's a problem.
Yeah. Georgia's in a good spot, and obviously there will be ample discussion about the SEC and how many SEC teams make it to the college football playoff. Of course, we'll get a new set of CFP rankings tomorrow night. You've got 5 2-loss teams in the SEC right now, and I don't know if all of them can get in. Oh, by the way, Texas only has 1 loss, and they're in the SEC as well. So we're talking about 6 SEC teams having a case to make it to the college football playoff. As good as this league is, and as biased as sometimes it seems like this sport could be towards the Southeastern Conference, they ain't getting 6 in. So it's going to be chaotic to see what happens tomorrow night, and obviously to see what happens over the last 2 weeks of the regular season. Still a lot left to figure out. But hey, Tennessee lost, which means there are 2 teams left with just 1 loss in the SEC. It's Texas, and it's Texas A&M. There's your tie for first place in the conference right now after the Longhorns picked up a 20-10 victory in Fayetteville over Arkansas. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't a cover, but a win is a win is a win, Buck.
No doubt. There's no doubt about it. I thought Sark dialed up a couple open guys where they were wide open that they couldn't miss. I don't think Quinn Ewers, once again, I don't think he was at his best. I mean, he was just okay. I don't think they executed like they wanted to. They still get pressure. People are still getting pressure on the quarterback and sacking the quarterback and getting after him. The run game was fine. It was 140 yards. I said, if they get 140 yards from this point on, they'll win every one of those games. That's all they need to get total, 140. They have 139 again, and that's fine as a group. Not looking for 100-yard rushers. They're not going to have that unless it's this week. And they're playing a pretty salty defense this week. So thinking you're going to get a 100-yard rusher, just give me 140 on average, and they should win the game. They should throw the ball enough, throw it well enough, even on a bad day, to win the rest of these football games. If you get 140 yards against the Aggies and Kentucky, you should win the football game.
Yeah, well,
Texas really should.
Texas should be able to get 0 yards rushing and still find a way to beat Kentucky. I mean, that's not a good football team. And the Longhorns opened up as a 20.5-point favorite yesterday when the Vegas line came out. And that's very similar to what the line against Florida was when it opened. Yes. So just to tell you kind of what you're getting with Big Blue Nation coming to town on Senior Day this Saturday. This hopefully is a game that looks more like the Florida game than a game that looks like the Arkansas game we saw 2 days ago.
Well, yeah, you would expect Texas defense to hold them at bay to, maybe 7 to 10 points, and Texas offense to score 3 touchdowns in the air and maybe 1 on the ground. But it's just, I mean, that Kentucky defense is still pretty good. Sure. You're gonna have to execute. You're gonna have to be the one with the least amount of penalties. How about only 2 penalties in the game?
That was great to see.
I mean, that's how you win games. You rush for 140 yards. You have 2 penalties on the road. You should win that game, whether it's by 10 or 20. You win the game, and you win, and you have no problems in winning the game. I thought Arkansas didn't run the ball as well as they really wanted to, and they were letting their quarterback drop back and go ahead, keep letting that dude drop back and pass. And when he's a little limped up with a bad knee, that was not a good recipe for trying to win that football game. But it ended up being your only recipe because you couldn't run the ball.
Yeah, the Texas defense is the story once again for the
Yeah.
Longhorns, right? I mean, they were magnificent. They gave up 10 points. Arkansas came into that game averaging 33 per game this season. Arkansas was top 10 in the country in total offense, averaging 483 yards per game. Texas held them to 231. That's 250 yards less than their season average. Texas held Arkansas to 82 rushing yards on just 2.9 yards a carry. To your point, Buck, the Hogs came in averaging 180 rush yards per game,
Yeah.
so kept them basically 100 yards fewer than their season average. The Longhorns had 2 takeaways on defense, 6 sacks by 5 different players. They had 9 TFLs. They had a PBU in there. I mean, the defense was the story for Texas. The best defense in the country showed up and carried Texas to a tough road
No
victory.
doubt. No doubt. They had a lot of great individual plays too. I mean, Michael Taft once again got that fumble recovery I said he would get. He was fantastic around the ball. Baron Sorrell was excellent around the ball. The big guy, Collins has come to play, each and every game so far this season, and they were stout against the run. A run game that I thought Arkansas was going to continue to try to do, and they didn't. They kind of gave up on it really early, and I was like, wow, good. Let this quarterback throw, because as good as the quarterback is with his feet, you could still knew he had some residuals from that knee. He wasn't as explosive when it was time for him to take off, and that played right into Texas' hands. He didn't do anything where he escaped for big yardage, and they thought that he could drop back in the pocket, which once again, no time because of this Texas rush.
Yeah, Arkansas's right tackle had a
Oh my goodness,
devil of a time trying to stop the Texas defensive front, and they were talking about that guy on the TV broadcast all game long. I mean, that O-line just didn't stand a chance against
no.
Texas's defensive front. And Arkansas, their receivers were dropping passes.
Yeah, it wasn't a great game plan. It just didn't seem like it. When it came to the drop back pass, I thought they would sprint him out a little bit, give him at least an opportunity to if you said, even if he would throw it, that guy had an arm, man. That ball was going right through those dudes' hands.
Well, I think that's just a testament to how good the Texas defense is, right? Because Bobby Petrino, I mean, Arkansas, once again, was a top 10 offense in the country going into
Yeah.
Saturday. Playing in the SEC, honestly, playing a tougher schedule than the schedule Texas has played this year. And they still had a top 10 offense in the country. They were also top 10 in explosive plays. And with 2 weeks to prepare, that's all that they could do.
Yeah. Well, he thought that they could protect that dude in the pocket, that he could become a pocket passer.
Yeah, even when they tried to run him, when they tried to roll him out, it didn't matter much. I mean,
No.
Texas kept him in check, and Arkansas. The dumbest thing the Hogs did on Saturday was thinking that right tackle could hold up against Colin Simmons or Trey Moore or Baron Sorrell without any extra help. Right? I couldn't believe. I was very happy. You see what shirt I'm wearing. You see who I was rooting for. I couldn't believe that Arkansas didn't give that right tackle some extra help.
No,
because every time that guy was
the
one-on-one
running back
against
was as big
anybody,
as the tackle. They should have just helped him with that guy.
honestly, they just should have put the running back there instead of the tackle. It might have been better if Jaquindon Jackson was there for the Hogs. But yeah, I mean, that's a great offense with 2 weeks to prepare in a rivalry game that basically was their Super Bowl. And this Texas defense is so damn good that none of that mattered at all.
Yeah, there was no votes of confidence for their head coach after that game plan, I don't believe.
No.
Petrino trying to get the gig himself.
Oof. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with Sam Pittman, right? I mean, Arkansas's got 2 games left. They only need 1 to make a bowl, and they play Louisiana Tech at home this week.
Yeah,
So
they'll be mauling that group.
Yeah, they should get to 6 wins. Then they end at Mizzou, I guess with a chance to get to 7. But
that could be a toss-up game.
Yeah, Sam Pittman. Well, we talked about it during our pregame show on Saturday, right? Someone just outside of Fayetteville bought an electronic billboard and typed up a sign that said, "Thanks for 5 years, Sam, but for us to compete in the SEC, we need to make a change." So that was before losing to your biggest.
And I thought
rival.
they liked the guy. Wow.
I know. Yeah, I think they want him to succeed. I think he's a very likable guy, right?
I mean, it was it was a nice hateful message. It really was.
Yeah, it was about us.
Yeah, it said thank you.
You're right. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. I mean, it was about as nice of a, hey, we want you to leave message Like I've never seen a, hey, we want you fired note
Yeah,
like this. Here it is. Thank you for 5 great years, Sam. A change is needed in order to compete in the SEC.
we need to
That's
get
it.
that billboard. That couldn't have cost that much. It's out in the middle of no ass where. Plus, everything there is in no ass where. So somebody
No
took the time
assware.
to pay some money to stick that up there. But how about Sam probably driving into work to see that, or the bus coming down there?
Mm.
I was like your team bus to come through there seeing that.
Tint the windows next time, coach.
Yeah, that it was. I mean, to me, I think that's with the way the quarterback was, and still, once again, as I said, this time of year, if you're coming off a knee and it happens to you that time of the year, if it's in the beginning of the season, the first 2 games, yeah. But if you comes in game 4 or 5, that's going to be lingering around. And he just wasn't the same guy that he generally is, taking off and running with the ball. But he wasn't going to outrun these dudes anyway.
No, there's only
He
like
would have
one
made
or
a
two
couple more
instances.
plays. That would have been it. But who knows? A couple more plays, you only won by 10. So a couple more plays, maybe a guy catching the ball here and there. But Texas didn't execute all that well either.
Now, Texas offensively had some issues, and we'll get to that in a second. But yeah, look, I don't know. I didn't think Talon Green looked that banged up. I mean, there was one play where I can't remember who it was, maybe Baron Sorrell, but or Anthony Hill. Somebody got him low on a hit, and he
Yeah,
was
well,
like
somebody was high
limping.
on him, and somebody came down late and got him low.
Yeah, and he was limping for, a few moments after that. But outside of that, I mean, Talon Green, I don't know. He looked like he was fine. He wasn't like pointing at that knee. He wasn't limping. He wasn't hobbled. I just think it was Texas being really, really good defensively. And you brought up Alfred Collins, right? He deserves a lot of credit. Had a big sack early. Obviously, the huge punch out to force that fumble in the 4th quarter when Arkansas was trying to make it a 1-possession game again. That was a mammoth play
Yeah, they had some
for the Texas
individual plays
defense.
from Alfred Collins. Andrew Makuba coming up to get the quarterback on the I think it was the quarterback run when he was taking off, and Andrew Makuba came out of nowhere and made a play on that. That was fantastic. That stopped the drive right there. There were some individuals that played really well, I thought, and at the linebacker and secondary for University of Texas. I thought it was fantastic by them.
Well, the guy who deserves the most love is Jahdae Barron.
Oh
And
yeah,
our guy Jordan Scruggs has been calling him Ja Thorpe Barron for like 2 months now. And that guy, look, Travis Hunter plays defensive back, so Travis Hunter's going to get a lot of love for that award, and he should. He's a stud. But what Jahdae Barron is doing defensively is ridiculous. Here are the numbers for him. 19 yards allowed passing on 5 targets. He had the interception. He had a PBU. He had a sack. He had 3 quarterback pressures, and he had a 28.3 passer rating allowed. And that guy was amazing. Also had a huge play on a 3rd down early to shed a block and blow up a quick screen in the
oh yeah,
backfield. Where if Arkansas, I mean, if he stays blocked, that's a 20, 30-yard play. That wide receiver had a lot of green grass to run. Jahdae Barron, dude, that guy is a stud. We were all excited when he announced that he was coming back for one more season in the offseason.
absolutely.
That guy has been everything and more for this Longhorn defense. He deserves all the praise.
Yeah, that was quite the individual effort he had on Saturday. Like I said, there were a lot of guys that really played well on that defense.
Yeah,
And
he's been getting done all year.
no illegal procedures. We're not counting that field goal.
Man, they had a false start.
Wait a minute, that was on a special. That's called special teams.
You said no false starts for Texas. They had a false start, and it was on an offensive lineman. Maybe if it was on just a random jabroni who's on special teams,
Wow.
we wouldn't count it. But no, only one false start for Texas. It was on a field goal. Didn't matter because Bert Auburn still made that field goal even after it was pushed back 5 yards. But a much cleaner game for Texas. Look, we'll get to the offense here in a second after some sponsor shout-outs. But the good news is, just 2 penalties for Texas and 0 turnovers for Texas. So some things to question, if you will, on the offensive side of the ball. But the 2 things that we talked about that could really cost Texas against Arkansas.
Yes.
They didn't do. They didn't shoot themselves in the foot as often as they've had or they've done in previous games. So that was nice to see, at least. All right, before we get to the Texas offense, Buck, because we've got to talk about Quinn Ewers and we've got to talk about some of the reasons why this was a 13-10 game early in the fourth quarter. Let's give our first round of sponsor shout-outs.
Say good morning to Jay over at Sue Patrick's, because, folks, they've got all the items that you're looking for. Holiday items are awaiting you right now. Get ready, because that Kentucky game, it's not until 2:30, so they'll be open on Saturday morning for you. We'll probably be there on Wednesday, so we're looking forward, and they're looking forward to you coming on and getting all those wonderful gifts that they have. Women's and men's clothing, of course. They offer free shipping on online orders over $49. Free curbside pickup, of course, and plenty of room to park over at 5222 Burnett Road. Get your holiday gifts ready now at Sue Patrick's. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com. We'll be there Wednesday, I think, BK.
Yeah, I got to text Jay to confirm, but I can't imagine we won't be.
And Jay, of course, will have a gift card he'll have some obscure, random, he'll give you something easy so that you can pick up a $50 gift card. But it hasn't been that easy lately.
No.
I mean, his giveaways have been, people come in and they say something to us. I say, how about telling that guy over there? He's the one giving away the card, not us.
Hey, Sue Patrick, it's good stuff, man. You got to earn your $50 gift card.
Yeah, man.
Can't
earn your jelly cat.
Yeah,
jelly cat giveaway.
Ooh. Now that would be popular right there. We'd have about 100 people in the store if we're giving away jelly cats. Now we're talking right there. Shout out to Sue Patrick. Also, shout out to CentexTickets.com. Hey, speaking of Texas, Kentucky, if you want to be in the building this Saturday when the Longhorns play their final home game of the 2024 regular season, only one place to go to get your tickets. That is CentexTickets.com. It's senior day. Could be Quinn Ewers' last home game. Could be Jahdae Barron's last home game. Could be a lot of guys' last home games on the 40 acres. If you want to send them off in style and be in the building, CentexTickets.com. Don't forget the promo code CENTEX10. You're going to get 10% off your purchase from CentexTickets.com.
Nice.
And a quick shout out. We've got a new partner that we're working with here. This is really cool. We're gonna show you a video. It's gonna let them explain what they have going on, but it's called Longhorn Fan Box, and here's a little bit about what you can get with them.
I'm happy to announce that I'm partnering with you.
Partnering with you.
I'm partnering with you, our most valuable fans.
With the Longhorn Fan Box, powered by Texas One.
For the first time ever, you can capture the magic of the season with the personalized box. With autographed prints, posters, training cards, and more from your favorite Texas athletes like me, Anthony Hill,
Madison Booker,
DeAndre Moore.
Delivered direct from my hands to your doorstep.
It's time to show the fans some love, because we are united in this, and we can't do it without you, our most valuable fans.
Click the link below to get your box today, and a free gift valued at $99.
But don't wait, because it's only 1,500 boxes available for this season.
United
we fans.
Put that in your room, huh?
Yeah, check it out, longhornfanbox.com. This is really cool. It's through the Texas One Fund, and some of the top UT athletes have partnered with Fanbox to give you exclusive memorabilia, autographed items, pictures, behind-the-scenes content. This is legit, Buck. You talk about holiday gifts.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
looking for the perfect holiday gift for the Longhorn fan in your life. longhornfanbox.com, and like they said, only 1,500 of these available. So get in on this quick. They're promoting this like crazy. longhornfanbox.com if you want to get one of these for yourself. It's a really, really cool concept and another benefit of NIL. You're supporting the players, you're supporting the school, and you're supporting yourself as well.
Yeah, that's good for if you got an office in your house or your kid's room, they want to put up little posters and stuff from Longhorns of all the different athletic programs. That is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Buck, back to Texas, Arkansas. So look, we're both happy with the win. This Texas team is 9-1. They're ranked in the top 3 in the country. They're tied for first place in the best conference in the sport. They control their own destiny to win the league. It's all good. Everything's good. So I want to get that out before we start talking about some of the from Saturday. Because a lot of folks I know are going to be like, why are you guys complaining so much? They won. Well, there's plenty to clean up from Saturday's game. And, well, everything that needs to be cleaned up is on the offensive side of the football.
Yes.
It was a less than stellar performance there. Buck, it felt like Texas was in control of this game, right? They were clearly the better team in the first half. They were up 10-0 at halftime. They pushed it to 13-0. And it felt like the Longhorns should have been up by more. And all of a sudden, Arkansas puts together one good drive, and they score a touchdown. And just like that, it's a one-possession game.
It felt like 21 points was missing from somewhere.
Yeah. Just missed opportunities from the offense, right? They left a lot of points on the board. They couldn't execute in certain spots. And instead of 21-0, it's 13-0. Arkansas scores. It's a one-score game. They get the ball back. They kick a field goal, and all of a sudden it's 13-10. That crowd's going crazy. It seems like the Hogs have all of the momentum, and you're wondering, how the hell we're so much better than them. How the hell are we in this situation? Now, thankfully, when Texas needed it most, their offense put together some really, really good drives in that fourth quarter. But, Buck, a lot of meat left on the bone, allowing the Hogs to stick around for a lot longer than I think any of us wanted.
Yeah, I mean, there just comes a point when you just have to win the games. And I think that's, this time of the season, you get to game 10, 11, you just win them. There are going to be some hard-fought games in this conference. This is where the conference and the strength of the conference really, really shows, because that's an Arkansas team that, went to overtime, with Tennessee?
Yep.
I mean, this is not a scrubby group. So I know, you're a number 3 team in the nation. It's not every week that you cover or win by 30 or 40 points. I think sometimes you have to win ugly games. Arkansas wanted to make it an ugly game. Well, Texas helped make it an ugly game, but they still won the game. It wasn't all that Arkansas did. It was what Texas did to themselves that time. I thought Sark, dialed a couple plays where guys were wide open, a couple touchdowns, guys were open. It didn't have to look pretty, but it was clean. Guys wide open, just catch the ball for the touchdown. But there were plays that needed to be made. Once again, you tell me you're going to rush for 140 yards from this point on against everybody that you play, then Texas is going to score a couple touchdowns in the air. They may not be pretty, but I'm expecting the coach who makes $10 million a year to scheme them open. This is where he makes his money, and I think he did that Saturday. I know there was some still out there, but what he also did was he made his team understand that if you turn the ball over on the road and you have a bunch of penalties, you're going to lose that type of game. And what did they do? They had 2 penalties, and they had no turnovers. And they did some of the things that they needed to do. Yeah, you left some out there, but they won those games. And if they can win by 10 points from this point on, so be it.
Arkansas beat Tennessee earlier in the season.
Yeah, so we talk about how weak the schedule is. Well, that same team, ended up beating a good Tennessee team and playing other teams tough. You win by 10, you win the game. You do the things like you talk about and not have a bunch of penalties on the road in a hostile environment. 2 penalties, that's kind of championship play.
Well, I mean, here's the reality of the situation, Buck. Arkansas had the 3rd worst total defense and the 3rd worst scoring defense and the worst passing defense in the SEC going into Saturday. And you scored 20 points and you threw for 176 yards. So It should have been like, this is a Texas offense that averages close to 40 points per game. You and I both thought Texas was going to eclipse 40 points on Saturday.
I did, but I'll tell you what, the offensive line still has some struggles against.
I don't know. I thought they played pretty well. Like, Quinn was sacked twice. One of them, he tripped over his own lineman's foot, and the other one, he just held the ball for too long instead of throwing it to somebody who was wide open.
Yeah, I think he had a couple pressures in his face still too, but they just didn't execute like they could. They should have been in the 250s or more passing the ball down the field. But once again, I thought Sark did a good job scheming that banged up secondary into some things where guys were wide open. So I'm okay. I think they'll play a much better game offensively. I thought they were up early and ready to go, BK. I never thought of Arkansas coming back even in a 1-score game, against that defense. It's now team football. The punter can average more than 39 yards a punt, I believe. I hope.
That'd be nice.
That's they're not fantastic in the special teams game right now. There's nothing special about their special teams. I still love the punt returner because I know he's going to take a chance and change field positions because he'll just take that chance. That's just the way he plays the game. So you're going to love him sometimes, you're going to hate him sometimes, but I love his thoughts of what he does with that. They don't do anything to me when it comes to the punting game that should, hey, give me 46 yards, 44 yards, but 39,
Yeah, that's not ideal. All right, let's let you
No,
hear
it's
from
not.
let's let you hear from Sark, and then I want to get back into the offense. Here's the opening statement from Steve Sarkeesian's post-game presser after the win on Saturday.
Okay, man, it's always great to go on the road and win in this conference, Southeastern Conference for sure. Tough environment, hard-fought game. Just so proud of our defense. You know, I think one thing when you go on the road, it's always great when your defense travels, and ours traveled today. Fantastic game. Jade, another great performance for him. I think he had 7 tackles, a sack, 2 TFLs, an interception. Alfred Collins, another monster game with, I think, 7 tackles, a sack, TFL, and then the forced fumble there late was a huge play. Baron Sorrell, great game. Colin Simmons, a couple sacks. So defensively, against a really good offense, that was a heck of a performance. I thought offensively, we actually found our rhythm a little bit better here in the second half. It was just minimal possessions. You know, I think we only had 4 possessions in the second half, the way the game went. And we had, a field goal drive down there inside the 10. We had a touchdown drive. We had a punt. And then to get the ball with just under 7 minutes to go in the game and to close the game out with the ball in our possession was really good execution by the guys in the second half. So all in all, really proud of our guys. Great performance for these guys on the road, and the mission continues.
You know, BK, I thought he could have done a better job of getting Jaden Blue on the outside, getting him going. You know, I mean, he ended up with the most carries by a couple, but I thought he needed to touch the ball more. Once again, speed-wise, they're letting some of these carries are going to waste, I think, on a guy who's got incredible speed. Well, get him outside somehow, but I'm not going to complain about 140 yards of rushing. That's just they're not going to have a guy who's 150 yards on the ground. They don't have the same guy that Boise State has. They just don't have that type of runner, or he's not going to get it that many times, you know?
No.
So.
Yeah, and I think, look, Jaden Blue led the team in rushing yards. Trey Wisner actually led the team in carries with 17, but Jaden Blue led the team in rushing yards with 83. If you take out the kneel downs, Texas 142 yards, average close to 4 yards a carry. So you'll take that. But I think, we'll get to Quinn in a second because there's a lot to dive into from Quinn's performance, and I think Quinn is what he is at this point, and it's very frustrating. And
he doesn't throw a great deep ball. I don't care what they say about throw the ball down the field, throw it down the field. He had a chance to throw the deep ball and drop it in the bucket. That's not one of his strong suits.
You're being nice when you say he doesn't throw a great deep ball. He doesn't throw an average deep ball.
Yeah,
it's terrible. It's terrible. There were a couple of Arkansas played with 6 DBs the entire game. They had 3 high safeties pretty much on every single snap. So they
still got behind them.
Yeah, and there were only a couple of plays where Texas could have thrown the ball deep. It would have been reckless for Quinn to try, 10 times to chunk it 30, 40 yards down the field because Arkansas was literally defending you against that. Oh, by the way, they didn't cut the grass either. A little gamesmanship there. They didn't want Texas's.
They left it high. What is this, Notre Dame?
Yeah, they didn't want Texas's speed to cost them. That was a little gamesmanship by the Hogs there. Nice work, idiots. It didn't work, and your field looked like shit. But when Quinn Ewers did try to throw it down the field, Buck, it's not like they were misses. They weren't even close, dude. Quinn is not the biggest problem with the Texas offense. We'll get to the biggest problem with the Texas offense in a second. But the Quinn Ewers' ability to look like an NFL quarterback on one play and then to look like your uncle throwing in the front yard on Thanksgiving on the next is incredibly frustrating.
I'd like for my uncle to give me an opportunity to get to the ball, not overthrow me by 10 yards.
Right. And that's it's just, I think we just have to accept this, right? This is the end of Quinn Ewers' 3rd year at Texas, and this is the end of his 4th year as a college football quarterback, and he's still this inconsistent. That's not going to change. Quinn Ewers probably against Kentucky, people are going to be he was bad. People are going to be questioning if he's the guy. He'll probably go out against a good Kentucky defense and throw for 300 yards and 4 touchdowns on Saturday. It's the box of chocolates metaphor that I've been making all season long. You just never know what you're going to get. And it wasn't just the deep passes. He's usually elite in the short and intermediate game. Yeah. He's lowballing Gunnar Helm on the left sideline.
Oh, yeah.
He's missing passes over the middle of the field. The stuff that Quinn is usually good at, he wasn't good at times on Saturday. So it's amazing and not just game to game, but in the span of play to play. Once again, he could go from, oh, that's why people think he's a first-round pick to, dude, I don't want this guy near my NFL franchise.
Yeah, I mean, Moore only caught one pass in the game. I mean, that guy's been the standout guy. Against that secondary, how comes that guy only got one catch? I was like, come on, that guy's been open all year long. You talked about him. He's shown how good he could be. I'm like, that guy ended up with one catch in that football game against that secondary.
One catch for -8 yards too. That was a disaster.
Another quick screen or something.
Yeah, and here's some numbers to back up the inconsistent Quinn. And I'm sorry to do this because I'm doing something that I hate, but people do it all the time. They nitpick and pick and choose numbers to back up a story. Here's what we're doing. So Quinn Ewers, Buck, he's played 5 games since coming back from that oblique injury. It's 20 quarters. If you pick the best 10 quarters out of those 20, Quinn Ewers in those 10 quarters, 77% completion percentage, 837 passing yards, 13 touchdowns, 1 interception. That's a passer rating of 209.77, which would be number 1 in the country. If you look at the other 10 quarters, so the other half of football that Quinn Ewers has played since coming back, 64% completion, 368 yards, 0 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Ooh. That rating is 101.34, which would have Quinn Ewers 117th amongst qualified quarterbacks in the country. So when Quinn Ewers is on, he's elite. He's one of the best in college football. When he's off, it's not just average, like you feel like it should be at the end of year 3 with this talent around him. When he's off, it's bad. His peaks are amazing. His valleys are too low.
Because there's guys, it's not that when he's really bad is when the guys are open. I mean, these are, like you said, your uncle could make some of these throws in the backyard. It's like, dude, he's open by 8 yards. How can you overshoot him by 10? Give him a chance. They're not all Bob Hayes. I know they're fast dudes, but give them a chance so it at least hits them in the helmet and not throw a ball that hits the 10-yard line when the guy's at the 30. I mean, give him an opportunity. He doesn't give them opportunities.
No, you're right. Like 50-50 balls are 0-0 balls. Like it's not 0-100 because the defense doesn't have a chance.
Is the guy in the first row in the stands in the end zone.
Right. I mean, some of these aren't even close. And you talk about DeAndre Moore only getting 1 catch. Yeah, there was a play, I think in the first quarter.
Yes, it was. It was early.
Yeah, DeAndre Moore had gotten past the defense. It was kind of a deep post route, and Quinn missed him by 5 yards. Like there was no chance there. And if Quinn
he didn't have pressure on him, he was there. He was in the pocket. It was nice. The timing was good on it. And that's why I'm telling you. That's why these 140-yard game totals will have to mean something, because you got to be able to at least threaten with the run as a group that one of these guys can break it on you, or for a total keep the drives going, because him just dropping back and passing, Sark's 15, play script, and he had to throw it 13 times. Look out. That's scary.
He ran it a good amount early on Saturday. I don't know.
But if you have to throw it, if it's all about the throwing game, you got to be careful.
Well, it's just, it blows my mind that, look, Florida just beat LSU on Saturday, okay? With basically same team. That same team. Yeah, you lost 5,000 units on that one.
Yeah, by the way, that's not Florida team is not the worst team in the SEC. The team that they beat is the worst team in the SEC.
Well, Mississippi State.
Yeah, they're better. Mississippi State's better than LSU.
Who else still exists? Oklahoma still exists. Buck.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about them. And LSU's right down there with the rest of them now.
Well, we'll learn, because LSU hosts Oklahoma to end the year. Not this week, but next weekend, the same day Texas plays A&M.
I'm taking the Sooners.
But look, Florida, like Quinn Ewers against that same Florida team that just beat LSU and held them to 17 points, threw for 5 touchdowns in 2.5 quarters. And then against an Arkansas team that gave up 63 points to Jackson Dart and Ole Miss in their last game, that was holding open tryouts in the secondary because they sucked so bad. Quinn Ewers averages 5 yards a pass attempt and looks like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to ask the question, why isn't the ball's not going to Wingo? Why isn't that guy getting a bunch of catches? I mean, that guy is a stud and Sark is scheming people open. That guy needs to be the guy that he schemes to get the ball somehow. Give that dude a reverse. Pretend he's on your team.
Well, Ryan Wingo's huge because that wide open Matthew Golden touchdown, like even though Wingo didn't get a touch on Saturday, they faked a screen to him. So him being out there clearly does something to the defense because a couple of defenders bit on the Wingo fake screen, and then Golden was wide open for that first touchdown of the game. They did that same thing last week against Florida.
Yeah, and they fell for it, yeah.
Yeah, even though he's not, I agree with you. He should be getting the ball more. He had one target. He dropped it over the middle. Now, it would have been like a 3-yard pass, and you feel like he should be getting it more than that. But he's still out there and still making an impact in some way. But you're right. Like, it feels like he could be doing more with this team.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt to me. I mean, that guy's a stud. I mean, that's one of the things I admire about Sark is he knows the guys who to get the ball to. It just seems like they've forgotten about this kid. They every once in a while, here's a reverse, but he's a guy that needs to be big in your game plans through and through now. It's not like you're throwing to some freshman who doesn't have any ability. You're just trying to give him some experience. That guy's more than an experienced player. He should be touching the football more. Yeah. And if you're going to have to go intermediate balls, find him in there, let him catch and shake off a guy or whatever. But it just doesn't seem like he's part of the game plan.
Yeah, well, it's hard to argue against that with the 0 touches he had on Saturday. So,
wow.
Yeah, here's Sark talking about Quinn's day. And look, for all the dunking and criticizing I'm doing of Quinn Ewers right now, like what he was able to do on that 8-play, 75-yard touchdown drive in the fourth quarter to put Texas back up 2 scores after Arkansas had scored 10 straight to make it a 13-10 game. I mean, Quinn had a great ball to Isaiah Bond to start that drive. Obviously, yes. It ended with that 1-yard touchdown pass to Matthew Golden. It was a great, out route at the goal line. That's become a great play for this Texas offense. The quick out for Matthew Golden. He's been money at those. Yes. So Quinn did some great things, and that 4th and 2 conversion on that final drive to put the game on ice. Good. A lot of good stuff from Quinn. Here's the head coach talking about Quinn Ewers' day.
I thought he played pretty efficiently. They just, they were going to play it in a manner and a style where they were going to try to keep the ball in front of them and make us, work the ball down the field. And when you get into games like this, the possessions start to matter. They start to count because the clock starts working in each team's favor when they do it that way. They were running the ball really effectively too, especially in that third quarter. So when you just don't have as many opportunities, you got to try to maximize them when you get them. But again, taking care of the football, converting on third downs, and what a play for him there on the 4th down to kind of seal the game. So I was proud of him for that.
Yeah, that was a piss poor secondary, by the way.
I know that's and look, Arkansas's game plan was let's not give up the deep shot. They had 6 defensive backs on the field the entire game. So they wanted Texas to have to dink and dunk and nickel and dime their way down the field, which I'm sure is frustrating for Sark and frustrating for Quinn. But, they've tried that against other teams. Like they did that against LSU. LSU had 34 points and Garrett Nussmeier had a much better performance than Quinn Ewers did. So it's box of chocolates, man. Like Quinn did enough down the stretch. He deserves some credit for the way he played in the fourth quarter, but some of the mistakes he made early on in the game, just why Arkansas was in that fourth quarter. And it's why you're worried because this is a national championship defense. This is a roster that you feel like, Buck, is good enough to get to January 20th. But when you don't know exactly what you're going to get from your quarterback, it's scary. It's scary. And we talked about that last week. Like when Arkansas's defense was good, it was when they were playing inexperienced quarterbacks who couldn't figure out what to do, right? Like their SEC wins. Nico, first-year starter. Hank Brown at Auburn, first-year starter. Van Buren at Mississippi State, first-year player. Like their SEC wins that they have all came against first-year starters at quarterback. They had struggled against Jackson Dart and Garrett Nussmeier and quarterbacks who have actually played football in the past. You're thinking because of Quinn's experience, like he'd find a way to do more, and he looked more like a young, inexperienced quarterback at times than the experienced guy.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like there's things that are confusing out there. It's just make the throws, will you? Let it loose, drop it in the bucket. your players have to make – some of those guys have to make some plays on catches. Like last year, he had a guy, Mitchell, he would go to, and even if he throw it behind him, that dude would make the catch. They don't have these guys that are like this. Now, Golden is that guy. I think he's a guy who can make some real difficult catches and has to, but he's also been a guy who's been wide-ass open for scores too. Those aren't hard catches. Those are, that's catchy catch play that some of the plays that he's making right now. There's nobody around him. But I just think that you got, once again, it's now become a team effort now because, as you said, you don't know what you're going to get from your quarterback. You're going to get your head coach that's going to scheme up some touchdowns. But when is your quarterback going to make some real live plays to just make it so the game is easier for everybody, offense and defense? But you're still going to have to still find a way to run the football because he's not going to be your drop back guy and make it happen 50 times in a game. You're not going to win some of these games that way with him. Get to the playoffs, that guy's going to have to play well. You know what you're going to get. Your running backs are going to have to do some things out of the backfield. And as I said, you're going to have a semblance of run game. It's all about totals for them. Individuals aren't running for 150 yards. They don't have the offensive line that an individual is going to run for 130, 140. I'm seeing that. That's just not there. It hadn't been there all year.
So that's a perfect segue, Buck, because, look, Quinn Ewers has been inconsistent, and unfortunately that's likely to continue. He made some good throws. Yes, Texas Squatch, we mentioned a few of them. He did a lot of good things. He deserves a lot of credit, especially for what he did in the fourth quarter. But you can't argue that Quinn has been too inconsistent this season. And I just, once again, end of year 3 at Texas, end of year 4 in college. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going away. The footwork issues, the happy feet in the pocket, the inability to throw the deep ball, that stuff, it's probably going to stay for the rest of the year. That's not the biggest. Quinn is not the biggest problem with the Texas offense right now.
No.
The biggest problem is the run game, Buck. Like, I think every team is going to play that 3 high look against Texas now because it's clearly giving Quinn Ewers some problems. Arkansas was begging Texas to run. They had 6 DBs on the field the entire game, and Texas just can't consistently run the football. Like the Longhorns too.
They don't run downhill. They run that outside zone, which lends to guys holding. They've got guys that can go downhill, make a cut, and then be into your secondary. And when they outflank you, they're fantastic. They've settled in on 2 guys running the ball, and I'm fine with that now. But there's certain times when you need Jaden Blue, need to get him outside to really push the perimeter because they've been able to get outside on teams. I mean, they don't have problems getting to the perimeter. I don't believe what they have problems is that off tackle deal where they give their guys a couple different cuts, which that
is the perimeter though, right? Outside zone is running to the outside, isn't it?
They don't ever get to the outside to me on that zone. They get more off tackle, and it goes sideways and then cuts up in there. It doesn't just come straight downhill off tackle.
Yeah. I don't know.
Type of plays, counter type of plays where you give a guy a 2-way go. They don't hold up long enough on their offensive line to do a lot of zone stuff. They'll end up holding guys if they continue to do that. But every once in a while, I'd rather see them turn around and toss the ball and let them get to the flank. Because as I said, once again, Jaden Blue, once he's outside to you, that's automatic 6.
Yeah.
When he gets outside, he's got 6 yards before a guy pushes him out of bounds. He's that fast.
Just hold on to the football, Jaden Blue.
Yeah, I mean, I think they trust him enough. They don't make him the leading carrier. They make the other guy the leading carrier, but there's still something about them not trusting him.
Yeah, Jaden Blue is. Well, no, they trust him. They trust him. Well,
they trust him enough to throw it to him.
He got 14 carries on Saturday. Like, I don't know. I think they trust him. I think he's the best running back on the team. I didn't love the fumble in the fourth quarter. Thank God that ball went out of bounds because we might be talking about something completely different here. But look, the best 2 drives of the game for Texas, I thought, were the last 2 drives of the game. Right, the 8-play, 75-yard touchdown to push the lead back to 2 scores. And then the icing drive where Texas got the ball back with 6:55 on the clock.
Yeah.
You talk about a culture drive. They got the ball back with 6 minutes and 55 seconds left, and they ended it in victory formation. Like, the difference on those 2 drives versus the drives that weren't very good, they were able to run it effectively. So that's like when they're able to run, and this is any team. If you're able to run the football, it makes life a whole hell of a lot easier for the rest of your offense. But this Texas run game, some of it's on the O-line, some of it's on the running back, some of it's on the scheme, but you can't rely on it as much as you would like. And, last couple of years, and you look at Steve Sarkeesian's history, like that's been the staple of his offenses is the ability to run the ball consistently. It's with Texas, you're not getting enough consistency, I think, in the ground game.
Well, it's consistent enough with me. If it goes for 140 or 130, that's on the rest of them to get it done. That's on Sark to get the other stuff done, the reverses, the screens. They ran an inside screen in this game where they threw it to the running back inside, not quick screen, not swing screen, but they let the guys come in and dumped it inside, which was a great call.
Yeah.
You haven't seen a lot of that all year long. You saw it one in this game. Those are things that you do 3 times in a game, BK, not, in your 10th game. Those are like when teams are, doing things to your offensive line, twisting and all that stuff, and they get out of their lanes and you drop it off to a running back inside. You got to see more of that. And I think you will. I think it was successful. You're going to see it again now that you saw it once in that game and it was completed for a big play. Those are things that Quinn, because of his arm angle, can get off inside to guys. You don't have to throw it over the top. He can throw it sidearm and get it to the running back. They catch the ball well. You need to see more of those things. Need to see them get out wide where they just, out of that split black look where they're not just running zone, just we're getting outside. We're taking the tight end, putting him in motion, and we're running this running back wide and see if they can get to the perimeter, see if they can catch us before they get to us. It's 7-6 yards. So, every once in a while you got to do some of those things too. But I think the running game, if you told me they're going to average 130, 140 from this point on, I'm fine.
That's my thing. They got to that number, but it happened because of the last 2 drives. And I wish they did more. Yeah, you take it. That's the number. That is what it is. My point is, if they could run like that in their first 8 possessions that they had, this game's not nearly as close as it is.
Yeah, some of it on the pass game has this team is a passing group. So we know what the run game, we went into the year knowing what the run game was going to be like. Yeah, we were expecting more out of individuals and having more out of this offensive line. But once again, you know what the offensive line is now. That's not changing. They're not going to become these road graders, downhill guys in the next 3 or 4 weeks. They are what they are. They're going to have some finesse runs that your backs are going to have to do something. And as a group, they're going to have to don't hold, don't get a bunch of penalties. Give me that 130, 135-yard game, and you should be fine. The pass game will have to be better.
Yeah, I think it's all offensively got to be better because 131, 140 is great, but 3.4 yards a carry, I don't. And
you can't miss out on guys that you have that are explosive players like Wingo. You can't have Moore, who's been fantastic all year, end up catching one ball against a secondary. He's been good against good defenses. Why against a group like this did he catch one ball? I don't know. They got to win. No, they watch that. They'll go back. It's not like they don't see it. They're going to go back and say, wait a minute. This guy's been catching balls all year long. Why against one of the worst secondaries do we only get one throw at him? Or not just one throw. We missed him that we should have had a ball to him. But, we've got to at least attempt to do that a little bit more often. And why this stud Wingo doesn't get any attempts that's just bizarre. You can have him in motion and have him line up as a decoy all you want, but that guy needs to catch about 4 or 5 balls in a game too. Or I don't care, give it to him on a reverse. We've seen what he does on reverses. Make him a part of your game plan.
Sure. Yeah, they've look, I think Steve Sarkeesian and this Texas offense has to start preparing more for 3 high looks and teams that are going to play with 6 defensive backs.
Well, no less than 2, that's for sure.
Yeah, like you saw Vanderbilt do a lot of that, and they gave the Texas offense some problems. Obviously, Arkansas did that. It gave the Texas offense some problems. So talk about putting stuff on.
NFL players on their defensive line. So
yeah, you put stuff on film and you see that it works, and other teams are going to replicate that. So that's something that Texas has to figure out because I fully expect Kentucky to do something very similar when they come to town on Saturday. Hopefully it won't matter, but Texas has to find ways, I think, to be more productive running the football when teams are only going to put 5 guys in the box and they're going to have 6 DBs on the field.
Oh, you got to make them pay for that.
You can't average 3.4 yards a carry. You have to average more than that as a team. And once again, you got some sacks in there, you got some kneel downs in there, so it's probably closer to 4, but you still feel like you could get more than 4 when you've got your offensive line, your coach, your running backs, and they're only putting, 3 down linemen and 2 linebackers on the field. Feel like you could do more than that.
Well, you can't, and you can't miss those opportunities. Your quarterback can't miss on opportunities on throws when they do get behind him. That's been a problem all year. He's got to be better than that. I mean, he's healthy enough now. This is not about health. This is about his inconsistent play throwing the ball down the field. That's all it is. There's nothing wrong with his health anymore. That's all gone.
It's all gone. It's stuff we've seen the last 2 years when Quinn was healthy. So when he's on, once again, he is elite. We ran down the numbers. But when he's off, once again, you feel like every quarterback is off. Every quarterback has off quarters, off halves, off games.
Sure.
It happens. But you feel like Quinn's offs should not be as off as they are, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but don't get any tip balls and don't get any picks and don't get a bunch of penalties. Your team is good enough to be in there.
Yeah, and that happened on Saturday.
And that's two penalties in a game. That's just great play right there. That's what you want to be. That's the kind of team you want to be in a blowout or in a tight ball game. Those are the things that get you wins. That's what gets you wins right there. No holding penalties, with the 2 penalties, an illegal procedure penalty. Yeah, that's gonna happen with this team. But you don't get like 3 holding penalties. You don't let the officials over officiate a game on the road. You don't let them beat you, and you play maybe not championship ball, but you play winning football. And that was winning football on Saturday, to go on the road and get a 10-point win at that place, because I thought they were going to get the hose job. And so they did some things where guys weren't holding, where the other team that was ranked 104 in the nation in penalties, they didn't get a bunch on them too. The officials let them play in this football game.
They did. And I prefer that versus the opposite.
I do too.
Now, I would have preferred that pass interference to be called on Matt Golden in the end zone.
Oh my goodness. That was a mugging. How did that not get called?
I don't know.
Even their fans were looking like, wow. They're like, ooh, really?
That should have been a 1st and goal from the 2, and instead Texas settled for a field goal. So, yeah, that the whole game could have changed if Texas gets into the end zone on that drive. You never know.
That was a flat-out mugging. Like I said, when their fans see it on their replay and they're going, ooh, we got away with one, that's bad.
I think Texas – the refs maybe gave Texas one a little bit later, not nearly as big of a play, but Jahdae Barron, they threw a flag on it. They ended up picking it up. That should have been a pass interference, but that was, not a touchdown changing, or a play that basically took a touchdown off the board, like the Matt Golden one was. So I don't know. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. You're getting some love for the Bullet Bob Hayes reference, but someone also asks if anybody under the age of 50 knows who that is.
No.
I know who that is. I'm under 50, but
because he's the Dallas Cowboys. That you never would forget that guy. That guy was the fastest man in the world. That guy was track star, Olympian. He could absolutely fly. Florida A&M. That's where he went.
FAMU.
Oh, he could go, man. That guy could absolutely fly. When he caught it, he could go.
Yeah, he was a stud. The Cowboys drafted him the same year.
He's in the Ring of Honor in Dallas. He is, isn't he? I think he is.
Huh, he should be. They drafted him the same year they drafted Staubach and Mel Renfro. You talk about a pretty good draft the Cowboys had. Yeah, that was well done. All right, before we get back more into this game, we'll let you hear more from Steve Sarkeesian. We got to go around the conference, around the country, and talk about some of the other big headlines from the college football world. But first, Buck, some sponsor shout-outs.
Say hello to our friends over at Relax the Back, folks. Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. I didn't sit in the big taco. I said I was, but I did not. I sat in my Relax the Back chair. My back feels great. This rain, this barometric pressure with the temperatures and stuff right now, the humidity makes my back just hum. When I get into this chair, it feels great. Almost for the 2 hours that I've been here right now, I can feel the change in my back with the support I get in my lumbar area. I had thoracic back surgery. They'll help you with that, your shoulders, your neck, the whole works. They've got everything that you want at Relax the Back. All the chairs that you want, zero gravity recliners, mattress sets, Tempur-Pedic pillows, As I said, all the accessories. I've got the vibrating ball that I use on my back and my hand. And you can find this, folks, because they've got 2 wonderful locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back. And Relax the Back, folks, get ready for some of their specials for the holidays. Take somebody that you love over there. Get them the chair that they're wanting. Get Dad the recliner that he's looking for at his home. You can get that at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Speaking of great holiday gifts, how about making a call to AV Consultations?
Yeah.
It's a holiday gift the whole family can agree on. Here's a word from our man Tom McKay and the crew at AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
And folks, Leaf Landscaping and Supply Services, I saw one of our listeners over at Leaf. He was there getting some shrubs to put in. And he said, well, he was going to do it himself, but he did ask Jeff about a contractor that's going to come in and dig the holes and put them in for him. I said, yeah, you don't want to do this because you have to dig the holes. You have to make sure that the right fertilizer is in there to make these shrubs work. And hopefully he got them in over there out south at Monterey Oaks and up north at Pond Springs Road, because this is a great time to get them in with this kind of rain that we have right here. This consistent rainfall that we're having over the course of last night and today is the perfect time. So head over to Leaf Landscape and Supply Services. If you want to put in roses now, get them in. As a matter of fact, I'm about to dig up some of my bad roses that I've brought with at my other house to here. It's that time. They've had 2 summers that have been really difficult on them. They're not going to make it. It's not going to be pretty this spring. I'm going to make it pretty. From Leaf Landscape and Supply Service. Just mention us. You get 10% off of your order.
I like that. LeafLandscapeSupply.com for more information. And some love to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Y'all see the TSU hat I'm rocking today. If you were watching our pregame show at Shoal Creek Saloon on Saturday, you saw that ginormous step and repeat sign that was behind us. All made by Waterloo Printing and Graphics. They're based right here in South Austin. They provide great customer service with phenomenal turnaround time. They can do the same for your business. Hats, shirts, signs, posters, stickers, car magnets. You see where I'm going with this. Waterloo Printing and Graphics can do it all. Just reach out to our buddy Adam. You can give him a call. You can shoot him a text, 512-300-9641, or find them on Instagram. You can DM them there at Waterloo Printing.
Very nice.
We got an Arkansas fan in the chat this morning, Buck. Didn't hear a lot of Woo Pig Suey chants on Saturday, did we?
No, I didn't get to hear that. You know, watching it on TV, there wasn't a lot of that going on. They already felt in that game that they were in just survival mode. They knew how many guys were hurt. They knew they were banged up. But I didn't hear them get totally crazy in that game.
You know what I had for
they were expecting, BK? They were expecting more from the officiating. That's what they were expecting. They didn't get it. Texas didn't get an opportunity to get that, I believed, in the game. And that's why I said how important, Sark will be talking at some time about about only the 2 penalties, because that's how you keep the officials out of it right there.
Yeah, don't commit penalties and they won't call them. Or don't breathe on guys and they won't call them, I guess. That's what it's felt like at times this year. Arkansas fan says, I want y'all to know how lucky you got, because it was Jackson's first game back and he didn't start. Only had
Tell him don't get hurt. Tell him don't get hurt then. I can't help that. I didn't do it. I didn't hit him.
Yeah, he played most of the game. He led the team in carries. I just go ahead and cope, Jeremiah. It's all right. It's all right. You lost to your biggest rival. You lost to your 2 biggest rivals this season. And your coach, who's not very good, is probably going to get brought back. So you're going to be this bad next year.
First of all, they couldn't run the ball.
Oh, by the way, Arkansas this year, remember, they got LSU, Tennessee, Ole Miss, and Texas all at home this season, which means next year they get LSU, Tennessee, Ole Miss, and Texas on the road. So this was, I'm not going to say it was an easy schedule. There's some hard opponents, but they got all their hard games at home this year, and they only won 1 of them, and now they got to go on the road to all 4 of those places next year.
Talking about physical play with his offensive line. It's not my fault they didn't give the ball to the running back 10 more times.
Yeah,
They couldn't run against that front of Texas. That front has come to play for the last 2 years, and they came to play again. I don't care if the guy just got back. He was healthy. Hey, he wasn't probable. He was full go. He got in the game. I don't know. It wasn't my fault. I wouldn't call him plays. Maybe talk to the play caller.
Yeah, I don't know if that's us getting lucky. I think that's Bobby Petrino maybe getting on the back of a motorcycle again. Who knows?
Yeah, not our fault.
Hey, you know what I didn't mention this. You know what I had for a little late lunch on Saturday after this game went final?
Yeah.
I had bacon and sausage with the little eggs. I was eating pig.
Did you get pig meal?
Oh, yeah. After Texas beat the Pigs, I was like the president with dogs.
They're eating the dogs.
Wow, you were a pig man. Way to go.
Sorry about that, Rabbi. I was eating the pigs.
Nice.
After Texas went on the road and ate the Pigs in Fayetteville. Oh, and you know what? To make it better, you know where I bought that bacon and sausage?
Where?
Walmart, Arkansas's own.
You went into Walmart and bought food?
Yeah, and I guess it's like, well, you're supporting Arkansas. No, I wanted to rub it in. I wanted to eat Walmart's own product and eat pork while doing so.
You eat food in that grocery section at Walmart?
Yeah, it's prepackaged. I'm not like buying produce from Walmart.
Didn't I get the pig and slaughtered at the house?
No, I don't. Are you doing that at your place?
On occasions, yes. Why not?
I don't know.
That's
I feel
how
like
you really get your opponent right there. You actually take the pig, slaughter it, do the whole thing at the house.
Oh, like a roasted pig, have it over a fire, one of those things?
Yeah, now you're talking.
Yeah, I don't trust myself with that, and I'm also kind of grossed out at the thought of that too. Look,
that pig.
Pig's good, so I see why people do that, roasting full pig over a fire bit, but I don't need to see that.
Off of it.
Yeah, just somebody else make it and put it on a plate in front of me, please, or put it in a package, please.
Exactly right. Now you made me that's what I need to have today. I need to go get me some bacon.
Yeah, eat some hog after Texas did that on Saturday. That's how you rub it into your to one of your rivals.
I can't believe dude is saying that we're lucky that they didn't run. I don't call the plays there.
Hey, you know what? We are lucky that your team is ass. So we're fortunate. We're fortunate that you guys just aren't as good as us, I guess.
Tryouts for the secondary. Great.
We're lucky that we're the number 3 team in the country, and you're fighting for a bowl game this year, Hogs. That's all luck right there, Buck. Don't forget about that.
Man,
about that. All right, let's go around the SEC.
No, you're lucky that our quarterback can't throw it in the ocean standing at the end of the dock.
Yeah, it could have been worse. It could have been worse. But, hey, congrats to Arkansas. You covered. Maybe that's all you care about nowadays. Who knows?
No, I was excited. I'm just saying this team, if the quarterback's not on, this is how Texas has to win. They have to win with defense, not creating penalties, and not having turnovers. And they still are good enough to win the games.
Sure. Well, that's like this Texas defense is going to give them a chance against anybody, right? Because Arkansas's offense was not ass before Saturday.
No.
They had 3 games this season where they've gone for 600 yards or more. Once again, top 10 in the country in yards per game, top 10 in the country in explosive plays. Texas held them to 10 points. They held them to 250 yards less than their season average. So this defense gives them a chance against anybody. And it's just the offense. We've seen the offense play incredibly well. So when Texas plays complimentary football, it's when they beat Michigan basically by 30 in their house. It's when they beat Florida by 32, and really it was name your score last week. Like, if the offense plays with the defense, then this is a national championship winning team. That's the thing. But, like, we're looking for that one dominant team in college football, right? That's been the storyline all season long, is it doesn't feel like there is that, number 1 Oregon barely beat Wisconsin this week. You almost called that one, by the way. You called the upset. Damn near had it. Well done
I got
there.
The coordinator fired, though.
You did get Phil Longo fired up in Madison. Like, there's not that dominant team, right? It feels like it's kind of an open year, which is why so many folks are excited for the 12-team playoff to see what's going to happen. But if Texas's offense was a little bit more consistent, the Longhorns would be that team. They just, because the defense is that level, and special teams is good enough. If the offense was just Florida and Michigan more often instead of, Arkansas and Vanderbilt, and why are we letting these teams hang around, then Texas would be that team, but we're not quite there yet.
They're gonna get Sark is gonna be on their asses this week offensively. I mean, with the last home game, he's going to be on this with a good Kentucky defense. He's going to be on this offense. It's all going to be, the defense will play the way they always do. But Sark, the head coach, is going to be fired up on his offensive staff and his offensive players to get themselves in gear here. I mean, now you're definitely in a stretch run now over the next couple of weeks, and he's going to be on them because that's not good enough for him. He's too good of a coach offensively to have this group look like this and to have his quarterback look this way when he's got skilled players that are open.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And they'll figure it out. I got faith that they'll figure it out. I mean, Texas can win a national championship the way the team is currently constructed. But because that defense is going to give them a shot, if the offense is there, they'll be there. They'll win the SEC, and they'll have a shot to make a deep playoff run this season. All right.
Yeah, I hope Matthew Golden continues on his path. He's playing really well, and I hope he comes back for another year.
He won't.
He won't?
He won't. No. I mean, he only 2 catches on Saturday, but they were both touchdowns, and he is tied with the SEC lead, 8 touchdowns. Tied for the SEC lead.
So somebody's telling him he can go in the second round?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he runs great routes, too. Those quick outs at the goal line. Which, look, the first route you or me could have run, like Arkansas, it was a coverage bust. They bid on a little swing screen fake, and Golden was wide open. He just went. But that quick out, man, he gets so much separation near the goal line on those plays. And that guy's a returner too. Texas hasn't needed him because Silas Golden's been the guy, but that guy provides a lot of value to a team. And yeah, I think I'd love for him to come back. It'd be great. I think he could get better and improve his draft stock if he returns. But
I do too.
The way, once again, you're tied for the conference lead in touchdown catches, and this ain't just any conference.
You're right.
I think that guy's probably headed to the league after this season. All right, you want to go around the conference a little bit?
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, by the way, we got to get your Gold Star locks. A little recap for the people. Another losing week. No, wasn't that bad, but it is another losing week for the Buck. You were 3-5-1 with your picks, but you only lost 15,000 units.
Oh, that's like a win.
Ooh, is that how bad things are?
Yes, Hog fan. That's how bad hey, if our running back would have had more, if he'd have been healthier and had more carries.
You're going full Aggie here. You're hanging a banner for only losing 15,000 units?
Dude, you put that, I should have 20,000. That illegal procedure was not an offensive play.
I have it written down. It's 5,000 units on no Texas false start, and there unfortunately was a Texas false start.
How do you do that? It's a field goal, dude. Just stay still.
I know. It was almost there, too. It was almost
there. Is it one of the regulars who do it anyway?
Yeah, it was. It was, I think it was DJ Campbell, who played a great game. There are a couple of – I went back and rewatched this game yesterday, and there are some clips floating around Twitter of just DJ dominance. I mean, that guy, he's had some up and down moments this year, but Saturday he was ridiculously good. He was the road grader that we've wanted to see all season long.
Right.
When he was pulling, he was crushing dudes. He was getting to the second level. It was DJ Campbell's best game of the year, I thought, at right guard, which was cool to see. But nope, you had 50,000 units on LSU.
Oh my God. They're the worst team in the conference. They're right there with Mississippi State. And Brian Kelly, hot seat next year, brother.
No kidding.
That thing is warming up.
How do you lose to Florida? Like that? It was 7 days after. I know DJ Lagway didn't play in Austin. I get it. But he wouldn't have mattered here.
No, he wouldn't have. No.
How do you lose to that? By double digits.
With allegedly that quarterback at LSU and those receivers, you got to be kidding me.
Double digits, too. They lost by double digits to Florida. Oh, my God. You did have 50,000 units on Iowa State, -7.5. They covered against Cincy. You had a push on James Madison. They were -3. They won by 3.
I didn't like that. That push sucks.
Yeah, you had Marshall -9. Congrats. McConaughey got you a win.
Marshall.
You had North Carolina minus 11.5.
Come on, Mac. They were winning
cover.
they were winning to it at the end. Towards the end, they gave up a late touchdown.
Yeah, they won, but didn't cover. You had SMU against Boston College. That was a very close game. SMU won by 10 at the end, but it was like tied late in the third.
Thanks, Bill O'Brien, for running off the Boston College quarterback.
Well, the backup played pretty damn well.
He did.
They just couldn't stop SMU. You had 25,000 on the Lions yesterday.
That was easy. Anything 20 or less, take the Lions every week now. They're going to break the scoreboard. They're trying to bust the scoreboards at the stadiums.
For what, 52 yesterday against Jacksonville?
52.
I don't know why Doug Peterson still has a job.
Or no matter who they play, take the over because they're scoring at least in the 40s.
Yeah, they do that a lot. And then you had the Chiefs +2 yesterday. Only 10,000 units on that, but close game for a while. Buffalo, the 4th down, Josh Allen run for the touchdown. What a play, what a moment. Jim Nantz called it the moment of the year in the NFL, and
yeah, that's going to push him right into the MVP.
Yeah,
that's the play that'll do it. But once again, hey, it's a regular season. Congratulations to the Miami Dolphins. You've got your undefeated. You can keep drinking.
Pop the champagne, baby.
Popped it yesterday. Larry Zonka did, so that's cool. But that's all right. They'll see you in the playoffs. They'll be there.
Yeah, for any Chiefs fan who's worrying, I don't think any Chiefs fan ever worries before January. The last 2 times the Chiefs lost to the Bills in the regular season, they won the Super Bowl. So
yeah,
they'll be okay. They will be okay. They're still the 1 seed in the AFC, but what a
and
game.
Pacheco will be coming back here. Pacheco in the next 2 weeks will be back. That's a big deal for them.
Yeah, what a God, it felt like a playoff game, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Like I try to avoid doing that because I feel like people they say that too much, where a regular season game feels like a playoff game just because it's close. That game had the intensity, the hitting, like the tense moments that you get in a January game in the National Football League. That was sensational to watch.
Did San Fran end up beating Seattle?
No, Geno Smith rushing touchdown with like 12 seconds left to beat them. The Niners are not good.
They don't have that same type of hitting on defense.
They're 5-5. They're 5-5, and they're healthy now. Like, some guys aren't coming back, but they've got McCaffrey, they've got Debo, Purdy's fine, Bosa's fine, and they're losing to the Hawks at home.
Yeah,
that division. The Arizona's in first, and they're 6-4. The other 3 teams are all 5-5. So San Francisco can still turn it on, make the playoffs, and do what they usually do. But that team is just right now.
No doubt about it. What did you see in college football that you liked or didn't like, besides the Wisconsin game?
Yeah. Look, and that's we can get into some of the big storylines in college football. I mean, Oregon survives, right? That's why if you're Texas, you're happy to win. You saw 2 top 10 teams go down. BYU lost to Kansas. I thought that was a big surprise, right?
That's what Vegas knows because Kansas was favored.
They weren't favored, but BYU was only favored by like 2.5.
Was it BYU was favored by 2.5? I thought Kansas ended up being the favorite in that game.
BYU was favored, but it was in Provo. No, Kansas was 3-6. BYU was undefeated. Like 2.5 felt like why? Why are they only 2.5-point favorites? Yeah. Turns out, I guess Kansas should have been favored in that game. So that was a big surprise. Look, BYU is still in first place in the Big 12. They'll still be a top 4 seed in the playoff rankings tomorrow because, once again, they're the top team in that league. But that was a surprise.
Was the A&M game, I know they crunched New Mexico, but did they do anything special in that game? I mean, that game is supposed to be in the 50s. I know it was a high 30s. And New Mexico ended up scoring, 1 touchdown maybe or 2 field goals?
38-3 was the final. I'd be lying if I told you I spent much of my Saturday watching that game. A&M won. They did what they were supposed to do. They were 38.5-point favorites. They won by 35, so they didn't cover technically, but I don't know. No trash we could talk about A&M except for the fact that they played.
They're just trying to stay healthy.
Sure, and they get to play the cupcake.
They've got Auburn this week, I believe.
Yeah, at Auburn. And speaking of lines that make you scratch your head a little bit, the opening line for A&M at Auburn, Aggies -2.5.
Yeah, not enough, Auburn. You don't have it. That's not going to be enough for you. So You know how I'm an Aggie rooter, so.
You know, that's the same as LSU Florida to me, that line.
Yeah, but believe me, I'll be taking my brethren from College Station on that one. If it stays at 3, I'll be just fine.
Well, no, Auburn will be just fine considering how bad your picks have been. If you put a bunch of units on the Aggies, then Auburn's going to win.
They're not going to win. They're not going to beat Texas A&M. They're going to stuff Auburn's offense.
I thought A&M was going to win, but now if you're telling me you're going to put 50,000 units on the Ags.
There's about to be a showdown in College Station. Not a hoedown, a showdown.
You're right. It'll be 8-3 Texas A&M against 10-1 Texas.
Wow.
After the Longhorns win and the Aggies lose to the Auburn Tigers and Hugh
You wouldn't
Freeze.
wish that. You got to wish them well for that big game.
No, I don't wish him well ever.
You wish them health. You wish them well. Can't wait to see you and screw up your whole year.
Oh yeah, we can do that anyways. They could be 0-11 and we can hand them a 12th loss, and that would screw up their year. Yeah, that would screw up their year. Didn't win a game that season. That'll mess with you a little bit. But no, I'm not rooting for them. Other storylines, yeah. I mean, Georgia. I know we talked about it earlier, but it's bad news if you're a college football fan that roots for anybody besides Georgia, right? Because Georgia's going to make the playoff. They've got UMass and Georgia Tech left. They're going to win those games. They're not getting left out with 2 losses because of what they've done in the past. They'll get the benefit of the doubt. They've played a brutal schedule also. They've got one of the best wins in the country coming to Austin and beating Texas. Like, if you just – Georgia's clearly not as good as they've been, but they're still good enough in a wide open year like this to make a deep run in the playoff. That's bad news, I think, if you once again like anybody else.
No, don't want to play them ever.
No.
Not even next year on the road.
No. And yeah, shoot. At Ohio State and at Georgia next year. Woo! That'll be fun. And I'm sure people will still say Texas hasn't played anybody next year too. That's how it works. South Carolina over Mizzou. Like I am not bought into. So many people have been like, South Carolina is not a team you want to play right now. I would have zero problem playing South Carolina. Are they good? Sure. They did beat Mizzou, but they needed a last-minute touchdown to beat.
Yes, they did.
A very average Missouri team at home. Look, South Carolina's fine. They're a great story, but people who are like, oh, they should be in the playoff hunt. No, they shouldn't. They lost to LSU. We know what LSU is now. And, Missouri's not good. They barely beat them. I'd be perfectly fine. Look, I'd rather play Kentucky, but I'd be perfectly fine playing a team like South Carolina.
Well, what we see in the SEC is there's some good young quarterbacks that are on the rise in this conference. Wow. Tennessee, South Carolina, Texas will soon have a young guy in there. I mean, it's that the ones that are going to struggle is, A&M has a young quarterback. Teams like LSU, Auburn can't figure out what they're going to do anyway. Florida's got another young. There's some young quarterbacks in this conference that are they're going to be fantastic over the next couple of years. It'll be fun to watch.
Yeah.
But there's some blue bloods like LSU. I don't know where the hell they go. How they can't buy a quarterback. They can't, Michigan's buying $10 million quarterbacks. And
no, that kid's staying committed to LSU, at least as of right now. So I don't know. LSU, Nussmeier's had a pretty solid season, and he's looked great at times, but he's also really bad.
It's their defense.
It's all. I mean, they got issues everywhere right now. But yeah, no, you're right. To your point, I mean, Lenore Sellers at South Carolina had 5 passing touchdowns in that game. He's gotten better.
Is he a true freshman?
No, he played some last year.
Redshirt freshman.
Redshirt freshman, yeah.
Man,
but he's gotten better as the year has progressed, and I can't remember who else. Oh, Nico at Tennessee obviously is going to be a problem. There are some DJ Lagway, a true freshman at Florida.
Yeah.
Big performance by him. So you're right. Yeah, there is some good young quarterback talent in this conference, and I don't think that's going to change in the SEC anytime soon. This league's going to have quarterbacks who could play all the time.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to see Indiana get theirs this week at the shoe.
What do you mean by get theirs?
They'll get beat.
Okay, they'll get their assing.
Yeah, that may be an assing too. Hey, because they're like us. They don't play anybody.
Indiana, no, they have not played a ranked team this year, and their first ranked team will be number 2 in their house.
Wow.
That's a 12.5 point line right now. So most people agree with you. They're thinking that Indiana's got a little something coming this Saturday, big noon kickoff on Fox.
Yeah, that's a big game for Ohio State right there. That's one you can't let it get away.
No, you can't, because they want another shot at Oregon in the Big Ten championship, and if you lose this one, then you don't get that opportunity.
Yeah, and Indiana's already beat Michigan, so they're not going to be. There's not enough luck in the world for them to beat Michigan and Ohio State in the same year at Indiana. They're having a great year, but it ain't going to be this year.
No. I mean, this is the best year they've ever had in program history, and a loss to Ohio State at the shoe is not going to change that. They've never won 10 games in a season ever.
Yeah, this is special.
They're 10-0 right now, so they're gonna.
Do they stay in the hunt if they lose to Ohio State?
Yeah, I think they should. I think an 11-1 team in the Big Ten should make the playoff. Even though they haven't.
It's going to be so interesting how they do this now.
Yeah, it will be. It will be a lot to figure out over these last few weeks. Someone's going to get pissed. Hell, a few people are going to be pissed.
Because as I see it, Notre Dame's getting in.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Even with that lousy loss, if they don't lose, if they win out, they're in.
Yeah, and I know they play USC to end the year. So if you hate Notre Dame, then you got to root for Lincoln Riley and company. But Notre Dame's got Army and at USC as their last 2 games.
Yeah, an undefeated Army team. I feel for them because they're going to get the same. They're going to get the same drubbing that an undefeated Navy got to Notre Dame. They're just too little. They're too little.
I think you're right. All right, we'll take your thoughts. 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter live chats are open as well. By the way, we've got a listener survey out there. So for those of you who are tuned in this morning, if you want to help us by filling out that TSU listener survey, we'd really appreciate it. If you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, just click the link in the description below. If you're on the app, you can click Explore Our Socials on the homepage, and then there will be a link right there to that survey. Helps us learn a little bit more about you, and this is all about you. We want TSU to be for the people, so let us know how we can make your listening/viewing experience better.
Okay, how did you think Dylan Gabriel played in that game? They're missing their wide receiver. They really miss that dude, their number 1 guy. They miss him, I could tell.
Yeah, I thought Dylan Gabriel did a lot of good things. Oregon was kind of stuck in the mud. They couldn't run the ball as well as they wanted to.
They found it in the fourth quarter running the ball, though.
Yeah, they did. Gabriel was fine. I don't think he turned it over. He was pretty efficient. Not a great day passing the football, one of his worst games of the season.
Yeah.
But it's a hostile environment. It's a Luke Fickell coached defense. And they found a way to get it done when it mattered most. So I won't sit here and say it was an all-world performance by Dylan Gabriel. They scored 16 points, but like Quinn Ewers, right? Did enough when it mattered most to find a win. Yep. All right, hit us up. Before we get back into some Texas, we got some NFL to talk about. We need to preview this Cowboys-Texans game.
Yeah, baby.
As well, but before any of that, about a few more sponsor shout-outs.
Say hello to our good friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits. If you're ready for the big party now, getting ready for the holidays and want to start to stock up on your alcohol needs, 34 Wine and Spirits is the place. If you have a big office party coming up for the holidays, do call on the guys at 34 Wine and Spirits right there on the Southwest Parkway. They have all your needs, all your alcohol needs, all your mixing needs that you need to go with that alcohol. Do it. They're right there at the end of the Southwest Parkway, just before you hit Mopac there. That's 34 Wine and Spirits.
Yes, indeed. You can get your Altstadt beer there as well. It's the best place to get your Altstadt beer. And, of course, Altstadt's the best beer to drink. Hey, Monday Night Football tonight. You've got the 2 Texas teams squaring off. You only get this every 4 years in the NFL. Feels like a good reason to drink. If you're a Cowboys fan, you're going to be drinking in misery. If you're a Texans fan, you'll be drinking to celebrate. An easy win. But whatever the reason is, your good times are made better with the greatness that is Altstadt beer. Had a couple of Altstats out and about over the weekend. Love that stuff. They've got a number of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. Hey, you want to be the hero of your Thanksgiving dinner next week? show up to the party with some Altstat beer. Hell, you might need it to get through that family time. But Altstat is fantastic. Pick some up at 34 Wine and Spirits or wherever you buy your beer. It's the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstat beer. No impurities. No regrets.
And thanks to the folks over at Shoal Creek Saloon for having us there on Saturday. What a beautiful morning that was. Right by the river there. You know, with the river in the background.
Yes, the Nile River, I believe, flows right behind Shoal Creek Saloon.
It was nice, not windy. It was a beautiful morning. I know it's early for folks, and we're having our away games there, but thanks to the folks that come out in the mornings that early in the morning. So I know you came there later on and had some of that gumbo. Gumbo's good there, brother.
Good stuff.
It's almost getting towards gumbo time, although it's raining and it's humid again outside.
I mean, Saturday was gorgeous day. And Sunday was 85 degrees.
Again.
So we can't get a consistent fall around here, but whatever.
It'll dry out by tomorrow again for me, and I'll be playing golf. But you know what I'll have? When I go play golf, it's time for some Olipop for me.
There you go.
I need something that tastes like soda, but doesn't have all the junk and the sugar that'll wear me down at about hole number 4. Drink that Olipop, throw that over some ice, and I'm going to have a fantastic day because, generally I get breakfast and I get to eat some of that pig suey. My wife gets me pig suey and eggs when I have a golf date on Tuesday. So I get to eat the pig tomorrow, get the Olipop while I'm on the golf course, brother.
What flavor are you going with tomorrow?
Tomorrow's grape ape.
The grape.
Absolutely.
God, it's good stuff. Yeah, I got to go to the store today, and there will be more Olipop purchased today.
Yes, indeed.
I drank my last one yesterday watching some football at the place. Love Olipop. As the Buck said, it's great tasting soda. They got 19 new flavors, and it's all good for you. That's the difference between Olipop and the soda you grew up drinking. This stuff tastes like the soda you grew up drinking, which we all love, but it's also good for you and supports good digestive health. Check it out wherever you buy your groceries. It is Olipop. Nice. And a quick word now from our great friends over at Real Truck.
Building a home for the people who are worth it. Stepping out, throwing in a line, and dropping the tailgate for a picnic. And finding far-off campsites with the people you're closest to. Upgrade your truck, Jeep, or Bronco with over 1 million parts and accessories. And bring your truck to life. Real Truck.
Truck. Yes, sir.
Yeah, baby. Love Real Truck. RealTruck.com for truck accessories, Jeep accessories, Bronco accessories. Elevate your truck game to a new level with RealTruck.com. All right, Buck. Monday Night Football tonight. The Houston Texans taking on the Dallas Cowboys. Do we know if the curtains will be down for tonight's game?
Tonight game, be careful of the moon, though.
They had the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight at Jerry World on Friday.
Thank goodness I did not see one bit of that madness.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that during our pregame show on Saturday. Madness is a good word to describe it. A waste of time would be other good words to describe
Mike Tyson actually made it through the 8 rounds. They were 2-minute rounds. They weren't 3 minutes. Like generally sanctioned boxing, I believe, is a 3-minute round. They were 2-minute. Could that guy made 3-minute rounds? I don't think he'd have made it that far, would he?
No, I don't think so. He was wearing out. I'd like to say towards the end of the fight, he was really wearing out towards like the 3rd or 4th round on Saturday.
Yeah, if he didn't get a knockout, he wasn't going the distance to win.
No, and I don't think either party wanted to get a knockout. I think they wanted this thing to go the distance and
to try to put on a little bit of a show for people since they were yoking them for so much money.
Yeah, it's sad that this is kind of what boxing is nowadays. This was a money-making ploy, right? And I think Jake Paul made 40 mil from this fight. I think Mike Tyson made 20 mil from this fight. So it's like, hey, just stand up, throw some punches, stand in the ring for 16 minutes, and you're going to leave with tens of millions of dollars. So that's what it was. I think like Mike Tyson, I don't know, people are speculating that Mike Tyson maybe hasn't been great with his money, and hey, this is like a retirement bonus. Here you go, Mike.
Now go away for real.
Yeah, and Jake Paul, look, people, whether you love him or hate him, people follow him. The guy's an internet celebrity, and his fights always get a lot of people watching. So think this was like an agreement, like, hey, let's both get a lot of money out of this deal, and we won't beat each other up too hard because I'm not a boxer and you're old.
Is Jake Paul in the 220s, 215, 220? It's like 224 or something like that, wasn't he?
Yeah, I believe he's yoked. He looks
he's thick.
like a boxer. Yeah, I don't know the exact weight. They showed it before the fight. I don't have it in front of me, but
it's way too heavy to fight a guy like Canelo Alvarez, right? Canelo Alvarez, I think, I think he's a light heavyweight. He's either a middleweight or a light heavyweight. Jake Paul, he wouldn't Canelo would never fight a guy like that, I wouldn't believe.
Well, yeah, he would. Yeah, he would. Huh? Jake Paul would never fight anybody who could actually beat him. What do you mean?
You don't think so? You don't think if he had an opportunity to fight a guy like that, a real boxer, he'd do it?
The real boxers who are actually really good are the guys that Jake Paul will never schedule. And good for him. Like if that guy gets knocked out one time, then his run is like over.
Well, yeah, if you're telling me he's making $40 million to fight guys like Mike Tyson, hell yeah, I'd do that 10 more times.
Yeah, keep fighting 60-year-olds, dude. Like
58 years old.
What's George Foreman doing these days? He's still
like
alive, right? I think he's older than you. Big name.
Yeah, you're right.
Big name. They got a title sponsor already with those grills.
Wow.
Why not? So that's like, I don't know. You go watch like Mike Tyson's videos of him warming up, and it's like he looked like a guy who still had it. And then on Saturday, it was just like, it looked like he was taking it easy.
In that ring?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, it's why people think the whole thing was fixed or staged. It's like, well, how does he look like that in these practice videos and then look like that in the actual ring?
Have you ever been in the ring to mess around BK boxing like that for 3 minutes? I've done that twice. And dude, I thought I was going to have cardiac arrest for 3 minutes with gloves on, dance around, throwing punches. I did it twice. I did it once with a real boxer. I did it once with my friend. I hit my friend right in the stomach, and I could see the wind coming out of his face. Oof. And it was like an explosion. And then I got in there with a guy who just messed around, who was a real live boxer. I thought I was going to have a heart attack for the first. I went for 3 minutes in the first round. I said, "You mean there's more? There's like another round?" He goes, "Yeah, we're just going to do this for 2 rounds." I got to halfway through the second, and I took a knee. You know how the guys, they throw in the towel? I went down to a knee. I'm like, please don't hit me again. Don't even jab me like that.
And only, 2 minutes or 3 minutes doesn't sound like a lot, but
oh my God.
That's what I've heard. I obviously can't speak from my experience, but like anybody who's ever gotten into a ring or an octagon for UFC or MMA, they'll tell you
it's can't even run from your opponent for 2 minutes inside of that thing.
Dude, I'd be on a knee. Hell, I'd be passed out in the first round.
Oh yeah, just fall down straight backwards and put your hands out and hope the guy doesn't jump on you and start pounding you in the face.
Just like standing, like bouncing back and forth, holding my hands up would be tiring enough. And then also getting hit while that's going on.
And those punches really hurt. Those leather gloves, you might as well be getting hit in the face with somebody's fist.
Yeah. They do. All right, so there you go. That fight happened. I don't know how we got there. Oh, Jerry World. Oh, they had the curtains down. That's the whole point. The curtains were down for that fight on Friday.
What about the moon?
Well, they were blocking the moon.
Well, you can't just do that. You know where the moon's going to be a year in advance, don't you? Or not really, no?
That may be why they had the curtains down. They didn't want the moonlight going in there. Jerry Jones put the curtains down for a random-ass fight, but he won't put it down for a late afternoon game at AT&T Stadium.
Well, it won't matter tonight because the Texans are going to have their way tonight.
And the line's been going.
Why is it going down?
Line's going down.
What is this going to be like that fight? Are we going to make this look good in Jerry World? I don't think so. Texans need a win.
Yeah,
they really need a win. The Cowboys don't need a win because they're not going anywhere even if they get a win.
The Cowboys need to lose.
Yes.
I really think both fan bases should be rooting for the same thing tonight. Now, look, Dallas and Houston, they don't like losing to each other. So, it'd be hard to tell a diehard Cowboys fan to not only root for your team to lose, but root for your team to lose to an in-state rival. But yeah, the Texans need a win to make the playoffs. Their division sucks, but they still would like to keep the cushion that they have over Indianapolis right now in the AFC South. And the Cowboys need to lose so they could draft Travis Hunter. So that's what it is. Both teams should be rooting for the same thing tonight, and that is a Texans win. Because one team needs to win and one team needs to lose, and that's where they're at right now. But yeah, like at the start of the weekend, the Texans were 8-point favorites. Now they're down to just 7-point favorites. So somebody out there, even though the Cowboys, looked horrible with Cooper Rush under center against Philadelphia last Sunday, there are some folks out there who think the Cowboys can at least keep this game close tonight.
Yeah, I think Texans just have too much defense. I don't know. Offensively, they get their wide receiver back, and Joe Mixon should have a field day against this Dallas defense. So I think 7 points. I think Texans win by about 10.
You gonna put any units on this one tonight?
Yeah, I'm gonna put 25,000 unit play on the Texans.
Yeah, you only think they win by 10?
Yes.
I think it's more than that. Like the Cowboys are going to have a game where they are in it against a team that they shouldn't be in it against.
But you don't think it's this team?
I don't know. I can't pick it at home. They're never close in home games, Buck.
They've been down to the last 5 games. I know they've been by 20 or more.
Yeah, going back to the Packers game in the playoffs, like I know the Ravens game ended up close earlier in the season, but you look at the last 5 or 6 home games for Dallas, and they, at one point in the game, are down by like 20 or more every single time. So can they
protect? I mean, I know it's about being able to protect the young quarterback from the Texans, but I don't know if they can. I think he can get well in this game.
That's the thing. Like Micah Parsons will be playing. Still no DeMarcus Lawrence for the Cowboys, but that Texans O-line has been a problem. I mean, the Texans, they've got issues. They've got some issues. That offense is not doing what it should be doing.
Oh, no, that dude is going to get sacked tonight.
Yeah, and they got to get that figured out a little bit. I just don't think it's going to matter, right? I mean, no Will Anderson for the Texans. They are down a couple of bodies on that defense.
Will Anderson will not play again?
No, Will Anderson's out, but Nico Collins will be back, as you mentioned. And there's nothing the Cowboys do well enough to where I feel like they've got a chance against a playoff caliber team. And that's what the Texans are. So I don't know. Cooper Rush looked horrible against Philly. He got benched and then he came back in and then fumbled.
Texans tight end coming back home for a game.
Dalton Schultz, a revenge game for Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, how about Dalton Schultz player of the game? How about Dalton Schultz in this game catching like 8 balls for over 100? He could against this secondary, this defense.
Yeah, anybody could. I don't know. Dalton Schultz has been pretty average this year, but if the Cowboys are focused on Nico and Tank and Mechie and everybody else the Texans have,
you'll like this. This will be great. Yeah.
I think it's a big Joe Mixon game.
The play
for what?
Fantasy play tonight. Yeah.
You're doing player probes these days?
I'm thinking of that one right there. That sounds like a good one.
Yeah. I don't know. I think Joe Mixon's going to go off tonight, both on the ground and through the air. That guy's been the most consistent player on the Texans offense this season. And they got to get him the ball more. They got to find a way to get him the ball in space. And you saw what Saquon did against the Cowboys defense last week. Like Joe Mixon's not that good, but there are opportunities against the Cowboys right now. If you give a good running back touches, he's going to feast over 4 quarters. I think that happens tonight. So,
what do you think about Aaron Rodgers saying he's coming back next year and then performing, and then them losing yesterday
to the Colts at home?
Yeah.
The Jets suck. They always have, and they always will. So.
Whether he comes back or not.
Yeah, I don't think they want him back, right?
I was thinking of that. Why do they want him back next year?
Like he's under contract.
He's coming back the year after that. Isn't it time to go look for a quarterback and quit trying to buy one? I mean, an old dude like that, he's not going to make much of a difference the following year. Their defense can't stop anybody.
That whole team sucks. Yeah, and they tried. I mean, they've tried drafting quarterbacks. They've tried trading for quarterbacks. They've tried old guys, young guys, everything in between, and none of it's worked.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel Jones is done now.
Daniel Jones is done in the other New York. It's bad. Hard times.
Yeah.
hard time. I mean, both of those teams should draft a quarterback. Even if Rodgers does come back, you take somebody and you let him sit behind Rodgers for a year, half a year, whatever.
How long he stays healthy, you're right.
Yeah, you got to. Well, that's the problem. He stayed healthy this year. They probably wish he hadn't stayed healthy this season. The way he's been playing.
And Daniel Jones is going to be replaced by the kid from the Jersey sub shop again.
Yeah, Danny DeVito.
Yeah.
Danny DeVito from Taxi and from Always Sunny and Jersey Mike's fame.
Yes, he's coming in to save the Giants.
To save them, huh?
Wow. They're trying to save some money and not have to pay Daniel Jones if he gets hurt.
That's yeah, I don't know. If I'm the Giants, I'd leave Daniel Jones out there because he gives my team the best chance to lose, I think.
That's true.
That's what they should be
They're
doing.
going to be done. I think their head coach is going to be gone too.
I think so too. Yeah. Yep. Because he was a big advocate for re-signing Daniel Jones. And that thing has been a total disaster in New York.
And Bill Belichick will be the next head coach in New York.
You think so?
Yep.
For the Giants or for the Jets?
For the Giants.
Okay. Both teams.
Be hanging out with the Mara family.
That'd be something. Oh my God.
With my friend Susie Mara.
How can Bill Belichick do that? The one team that he couldn't beat. I guess if you can't beat him, join him. That's what he's going to do.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be sacrilegious right there. I feel like.
How about that in the division? Would you like that?
Yeah, sure. I'm not worried about Bill Belichick anymore.
You've seen him. He doesn't have Tom Brady. You're not worried about him.
No, and he's already won a Super Bowl with another team, so he's not going to win one with whatever new team he goes to. All right, there's some NFL randomness as we scattershoot around the league. Nice win for the Chargers last night on Sunday Night Football.
What do you think of them? What do you think of the way they're playing, the way their defense is playing?
Well, they choked a 3-touchdown lead, and if Cincy's kicker could make a field goal, they would have lost last night. I don't know if he stayed up for the end of that, but the Chargers were.
No, I had the Bengals with my cousin.
Yeah, the Chargers were in total control of that game, and they Chargers. Like they choked, but the Bengals out-chargered the Chargers. They
out-choked them. They out-choked them.
That's really what it was. And both teams were trying to lose last night, and the Bengals.
This was not an overtime game, was it?
No, it was tied up late, and the Chargers scored with like 18 seconds left to win. And the Bengals had a Hail Mary at the end. They couldn't connect, but they missed 2 field goals in the fourth quarter.
Field goal miss of 50 or more.
Yeah, the kicker missed 2. McPherson missed 2, and they were both around 50. But yeah, 2 fourth-quarter field goals that would have given Cincy the lead. And the Bengals they can't get out of their own way. Like Joe Burrow, look at Joe Burrow's numbers. I think he has 27 touchdowns to 4 picks. He is playing like an MVP, yet everybody around him sucks. The defense is terrible outside of Trey Hendrickson. The kicker can't make field goals when he needs to. Wow. The run game isn't there. Like, Joe Burrow has better stats than just about any other quarterback in football, but his team's 4-7, so he's not in the MVP race because his team's going to miss the playoffs. Can't win.
Nope.
Disaster for them. All right, we will end with some Texas football talk here.
Before we get to that, let me just say this: how about your Cleveland Cavaliers?
You're going to talk basketball instead of Texas football?
Let me just ask you this. Is that for real? Am I watching? Is that 15 straight games?
They're 15-0. They play Boston next.
Oh, okay. 14 and what are they? 15-1 coming up.
They're going to lose one of their wins. Boston's going to beat them so bad they're going to go from 15-0 to 14-1.
15, yeah. They're going to lose that one. 15-1.
Yeah. It's a great start. Great start for them. And it's the story of the NBA so far is what Cleveland is doing.
Man,
and, they made the playoffs last year, made the second round last year, so I don't think they're frauds. I still think Boston's the best team in the East, but Cleveland's good. Got to give them love. 15-0 is impressive.
Certainly is.
Very impressive. And nice win for the Mavs over the Thunder last night without Luka. Nice win for the Rockets. Rockets looking pretty good in the early going in the NBA season. They might be.
What's the deal with Luka? What does he got going on? A hammy?
Just back to back. They sat him. The Mavs played. They beat the Spurs on Saturday, and they played at Oklahoma City last night. So they wanted to, I guess, give him a day off, and didn't matter. They won without him against OKC in Oklahoma. Big win for Dallas last night.
Hell yeah.
There you go. All right. Some sponsor shout outs here, Buck, before we get back into some Texas Longhorn football. Got any more?
Yeah, no doubt about it. Let me tell you about our friends at Texas Orthopedics, folks. Contact the experts there for sure. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, of course. Dr. Christopher Danny and Dr. Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. Got any problems with those ankles, those hips, call on those guys for sure. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave as well, the best car dealership in all of Central Texas. 42 acres of new and pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs on the lot at Covert Bee Cave. It's really 3 dealerships in one. They've got 7 different brands. Their selection is unrivaled. The service is unmatched. And what do they say about those Covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. And we'll be back there this Friday for another Texas football pregame lunch and guest TBD. Hopefully we have an announcement on that tomorrow, but hope to see all of you there at Covert Bee Cave this Friday for lunch as we get set for the Kentucky
Get some of that pizza and that Smoky Mo's barbecue.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Shout out to them. Also, Woods Comfort Systems, Buck. Did the heater kick on this weekend?
No, it really didn't. It was still kind of mild. You know, as I said today, the air conditioning system is still pumping right now. And you got to have that. It's humid today after this rain. And I'm not expecting anything, but we'll get in the 70s later on this week. Hey, did I call for this rain, by the way? I don't recall. I said it was going to rain this week. I didn't give you a time last week, but I wasn't expecting it to rain on Sunday night. But folks, make sure that your heating system is ready, that your air conditioning is still going, because you can have these humid days like today. Because I would like to say we're into fall, but as we say here, hey, fall in the morning, summer in the afternoon still here in this Austin and surrounding area. Woods Comfort System, almost 70 years of service, and they also do plumbing. If you're like Wags and have problems with your plumbing that you do yourself, that you cause some plumbing accidents there, call on Woods Comfort Systems. As I said, almost 70 years of service in Central Texas.
Yes, sir. WoodsComfortSystems.com is the website, or you can give them a call, 512-842-5066. Love Woods Comfort Systems. Love our friends at McCall Custom Homes as well. If you're ready to upgrade your kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add a little more life to your outdoor space, call on our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They've been serving the Austin area for more than 40 years. They're custom home builders and they're renovators, and they can turn your home into something truly, truly special. It's a father-son business. Once again, they're local. They didn't start in California or Florida and then come to Austin like everybody else. No, they started here and they've stayed here. They care about this city. They love this city, and they care about you and your home as well. And they want to turn it once again into something truly, truly special. Just reach out to our buddy Mike. Give him a shout. 512-633-9580. It's 512-633-9580. You can send him an email, mike@mccallcustomhomes.com, and check out their Facebook and Instagram. See some of the work that they've done over the years. Just search McCall Custom Homes. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. All right, Buck, more from Steve Sarkeesian here. We talked a lot about the defense to open up the show. The defense is elite. It's the best in the country. What they're doing week in and week out is sensational. And just the pass defense in particular, I mean, it's night and day from what we saw last year. Remember how bad the Texas secondary was at times in 2023?
Oh, yeah.
And they ranked in the hundreds in pass defense. They rank in the top 1 in pass defense this year. Here's a little bit from Steve Sarkeesian post-game talking about why the defense is just so consistently good.
Well, I think, one, we're minimizing the explosive plays. You know, we're not giving up, yards in chunks. You know, I think we gave up the one deep ball down their sideline, but we're making people earn it. And you make people earn it by, one, being stout and having the ability to make your plays, but two, there's not a bunch of busts, right? Our coverages are sound. You know, we're gap sound in the run game and those types of things. And then it's having good players that make plays when you got to have it, and our guys are doing that right now.
Yeah, I think they've been so solid in their schemes. As we saw last year, guys running around loose all over the place, people pointing at each other, wondering if that's your guy or is that my guy. You don't see a lot of that. They seem to be very sound in the secondary right now, and nobody getting behind them. There are not a lot of deep throws being thrown against this group. The safeties are in the right spot. they don't let they're deeper than the deepest when it comes to that. And I think what they do is they really rally to the ball. They're around balls that if they ricochet off a guy, there's somebody there to pick them off too. You got to be aware. Their awareness is really good. Michael Taft is amazing to me. I said he's going to get a fumble recovery. He's right there. He just is around the ball. And when you're around the ball, you make plays like that. Things like that happen to you on defense. They got a number of guys that are like that right now that understand where they need to be. If the ball goes off a guy, I got to be there to make sure I make the play. And they make the plays. There's nothing worse, I think, in football to me still than the block punt and the missed interception, the opportunity to get an interception. And these guys take every opportunity. They don't miss many interceptions. If they're there, the ball doesn't hit the ground. There's always somebody from Texas in between the ground and that ball making the play. I love that.
Yeah, they're right. This is an opportunistic defense. They lead the conference in takeaways. They lead the conference in interceptions.
Yep.
And Sark talked about it last week, wanting to lead the country in turnover margin in the last month of the season. +2 against Florida last week, +2 against Arkansas this week. You'll take that. And you're right. Great call with Michael Taft. Led the team in tackles, but did have that fumble recovery on that Alfred Collins punch-out on a huge play in the fourth quarter. My God.
It was huge. That was a momentum changer there.
Arkansas, Texas had pushed it back up to 10, but Arkansas's offense had found a rhythm, and they were moving the football once again. They were in Texas territory, and then, boom, you get the punch-out, you get the ball back, and your offense bleeds the last 7 minutes off the clock.
And now their running back is walking around campus with a football under his arm. Yeah. With a pig's head.
Oh yeah, that wide receiver who dropped that little screen pass.
Oh,
he got punched out. I think that was that kid's first catch of the season. It might be his last.
Wow.
Yeah, tough spot there, but hell of a play by AC making it happen. One more from Sark talking about the Texas defense. He elaborated on the confidence that PK's group has been playing with.
The confidence continues to build, and it's one thing to the scheme be right, but it's another when guys play with that mentality that they're going to defend the end zone, and then they're going to try to take the ball off you, and they're going to try to get after the quarterback, and they're going to try to do those things mentally, and you could see guys attacking the football. We weren't knocking it out all the time, but I could see guys going after it, and then Alfred eventually gets the one. So I just think we're playing with the style now defensively that is one of, these guys take a lot of pride in the way we play defense. And that's the beauty of it being a great team. I think so many times with me, especially being an offensive head coach, I get asked about offense a lot. But we're trying to build a great team here, right? And do that consistently over time. And our defense has improved every single year that we've been here. And I think that's a credit to PK and the staff. I think it's a credit to the veteran players in that locker room who didn't ever lose belief as we continue to grow as a program. But to be a complete team and to try to win as many games as we're trying to win this year, we got to be really good in all three phases.
Over here, Brandon.
Yeah, I think they're good because they're really playing complementary football. They understand that, and I think they all understand the run game is not where they like for it to be. Sark's not used to this in his run game, so the defense has to be there. They're not going to get this group is not going to get that many series offensively, and they're not going to get these long drives because the running game is not going to be one of those teams that's just going to run it down the field, and they're going to have to throw the ball down the field. So there are going to be times when they get 3 and out, so the defense has to be there for the offense. So they're playing really good complementary football, especially the defense. The offense has just got to pick up the pace because I don't think it changes offensively. I don't think all of a sudden they become a good running team. I think they stay very average.
You want more complementary football is the thing, like that, because the defense every week is carrying its weight. The offense feels like half the weeks they're carrying their weight, and the other half not so much.
The defense has to do even more because I don't think offensively you're going to see a guy with a 150-yard game. It's just they're not going to get that from this offensive line or this running game.
I will say this:
so
complementary football.
The defense has to stay where they are, play better every week. The offense, you got to pick it up a little bit, but dude, I don't know.
Sark said the defense has gotten better every year since PK's been there, and that's right.
He's right.
How can they be better than this next year? It's impossible.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to get through this. I'm not even thinking about next
year.
I
know. Like this is, but it's the best defense in the country. Is my point. Like you can't get better than that.
How did they get on offense by the week from last week to this week? I mean, how did they go from Florida to playing like that against Arkansas? I'm like, wow. you're going to have at least that kind of game against Arkansas.
You were thinking, right? And that Arkansas defense statistically worse than Florida. And look, credit Travis Williams. I mean, they had 2 weeks to prepare. They came up with a good game plan. They did a lot of, disguising of blitzes and disguising of coverages. There was, one play in particular that Quinn thought he had one look. He audible to a screen pass on 3rd and long, but it was a completely different look from Arkansas. I remember Jesse Palmer on the, telestrator was kind of breaking down that play.
Yeah, by the way, that dude hates Texas. They all hate Texas. Your guy, Joe Tessitore, they don't like Texas football.
Thought it was like a biased announcing crew on Saturday?
It was all about Hog Suey and Sam Pittman, and we love it, and they love football here in Arkansas. Yeah, it's all about Texas' bad schedule. I thought they sucked on Saturday.
Yeah. I don't know. I think there are a lot of fans out there who think every broadcaster is against their team. I try to avoid thinking like that. I thought they were fine. I don't know. They called the Florida game. Did you like them against Florida or no?
No, I mean, they didn't have a choice. Florida's getting their asses mowed over. They were better. They were, I think they were a little towards to Arkansas's way in this game.
You know what? I'm not going to go to bat for Joe Tessitore because screw that guy because of the Texas is back call. Screw him.
Come on, Joe.
You know what? I'm sorry to you for even slightly disagreeing with that take.
Well, and then I was more towards Palmer than I was towards Joe Tessitore.
Oh, the Bachelor guy?
Yeah, that dude.
Rooms to go? Jesse Palmer?
Rooms to go.
That guy is everywhere, dude.
He is. He's making his cash, I'll tell you that.
From a bunch of different places. Yeah. But, hey, 10 games into the season, got 1 loss, ranked in the top 3, tied for first place in the best conference in the sport. You control your own destiny to win the league and make it to the college football playoff. We all want sexy, but a lot of the sexier teams in college football have multiple losses this year, and Texas doesn't. So we're in a very, very good spot, and hopefully they can find a win on Senior Day against Kentucky this Saturday and set up for one of the biggest, if not the biggest, Texas A&M games in rivalry history.
Keep winning, Aggies. Keep winning.
Lose, Aggies. Keep losing.
Come on, man.
Lose to Auburn this week, please. That'd be hilarious. Sign me up for that. All right. Before we bring on the fellas, quick shout out to Parallel Lending. Hey, the market's seemingly crazier than ever before, which means the need to diversify your investments is more prevalent than it's ever been. And right now, one of the most popular investment strategies is private credit. Stocks and bonds, those are great, but if you want to diversify that portfolio, check out our friends at Parallel Lending. They are a lender that provides short-term business purpose loans backed by single-family real estate here in Texas. They just launched their flagship fund, targeting an 11.5% return net of fees. And the best part is your money's only locked up for 1 year. So if you've got some money lying around and you want to turn it into a little bit more money, who doesn't? Check out our friends at parallellending.com/fund. It's parallellending.com/fund. They're raising capital over the next couple of months. They're already more than halfway to their goal. So the time to act is right now. Parallellending.com/fund. Accredited investors only. Returns not guaranteed. An investment in Parallel Fund involves risk. Please review all disclosures before investing. All right. Let's bring on the fellas. We've got Wags and we've got Cole Thompson from SEC Unfiltered filling in. Double R. What's going on, gentlemen?
There goes the neighborhood.
You got that right. Cole's in town.
When did we realize that Jesse Palmer is just the Ryan Seacrest of sports? Because if he's everywhere, I mean, honestly,
he is everywhere.
He is everywhere. He's on college. He's on College Football Live. He's on The Golden Bachelorette, which I have not seen the ending to, so no spoilers, ladies and gentlemen. I got to catch up on that. We also have him on ABC. We have him on College Football. Like he is literally just turned into Ryan Seacrest of the media for college football.
Now, did that dude actually win The Bachelor when he was? Did he take part? Was he chosen or is he just on the show?
I think he won.
Wait,
I think he won.
Was he on the show?
He was on the show.
Okay, he was
a
on the
Bachelor,
show?
and I think he won. I think he captured it.
Okay, because I know that Jordan Rogers was on the show.
Now I know he didn't marry the chick, obviously.
No,
he didn't. He didn't win because he was the Bachelor, guys. He was the guy.
Oh, he was the guy.
He was the Bachelor.
He was, yeah.
So
he was the guy.
That's right. That's right. He wasn't competing. He was Oh, so he definitely won. If he got to take,
he was a winner. He was a winner, all right.
I say, guys, he got Chris Harrison fired and took over. He won the ultimate gig. He's on every season now.
That's right. That dude is gone after that.
How does that work? If you're the host of that show, Cole, you watch this, I think, more than the rest of us. If you're the host, like Jesse Palmer, do you also get to bang all of the women who are there?
I think that you get to at least have sloppy seconds on their way out. Give them the opportunity. There you go. There you go. Just hey, listen, I know that you didn't go home with Andrew, but Palmer here is ready to go ahead and pork one. I'm all good. How we dealing?
There you go.
That's what you got to deal with sometimes. Listen, just because of you have to have the number 2 does not mean that you are not number 1 in your own mind. That's all.
That's right.
It's all about how you look at yourself. It's not about how society looks at you. No one cares about what's going on behind closed doors as long as you look like you're a champion.
Believe me, on that show, nobody cares about number 2. I'll take that.
I'll say gladly. Are you kidding?
I'll take 4.
I'll take the second girl to. I'll take the second girl to leave.
Yeah, I'll take the
first
second
girl to leave. That's
please.
me.
Thank you very much. I'll take 1,000 milligrams. Thank you very much.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I'm not going to complain about any of these things.
Yeah, girl's crying. She's so sad that she just got kicked off the island. That's probably a different show. But then you get to cheer her up. You're right there to comfort and console her.
Hey, I'm right here.
Yeah,
you don't have to go home sad.
Listen, there's a great movie by Adam Sandler called Just Go With It, where the hottest woman I've ever seen in my entire life, Brooklyn Decker, meets her new boyfriend on the way home. I will be on that flight for one of those ladies on the way home, and that's how our great love story begins.
You'll be the guy driving the limousine. You drive the limo and take him to the airport.
I'm picking her back up and go, here, let's get on out of here and get you a drink. Let's go ahead and warm yourself back up. I am the knight in shining armor that is second place in her mind, but first place in mine.
That is fantastic. Yeah, no spoilers for the Golden Bachelor for Cole, please.
The Bachelorette. She is a lovely individual that we need to figure out who she is going to be betrothed to for 6 weeks.
Buck, have you
Do you watch that show religiously?
No, God, no. My wife does.
Thank God.
No, Kirsten does. No, it's in the background, and I've been paying somewhat attention to it.
Buck, when you were back in your single days, you should have, if this show was around, this would have been so good for you. The Golden Bachelor and Bachelorette, that would have been amazing to put you on that show like 10 years ago. Oh.
So what is the Golden Bachelor? Is the Golden Bachelor where the kind of like a golden shower, or what the hell's up with the Golden Bachelor?
Like 60 and above or 55 and older.
Oh, no shit. Duh. Okay. Golden girls. Okay. Duh.
BK,
man, I'm
what
an idiot.
you signed me up for this week?
You're in trouble.
I say, this is what I'm going to do. Okay, great. This is off the rails within an hour.
No, Cole, so like one of my go-to sayings is like, it's golden like a shower, man. Golden like a shower. So like the first
what kind of showers are you taking?
Golden, I'm thinking you're either golden pony boy or you're golden like a shower. So I don't think of like the old age, like coming into geriatrics, like golden,
Adam Diddy Wags. All right, boys. Y'all have a good one. Y'all be safe.
Yeah, don't worry, Scott.
See you guys.
Later, bro. There they go. There they go. And here we are. Yeah, welcome to the chaotic crew there, Cole. It is Cole and myself for, I don't know, Cole, how long you on for?
How long
you sign on for this chaotic tour?
Well, the contract says I haven't signed it yet, so we're going to find out later today. But I'm on to today, tomorrow, Wednesday, and Friday. So you got me for 4 days, ladies and gentlemen, and then you also get me on SEC Unfiltered on Thursday. So I'm off every single day this week.
Yeah, we're about 10 minutes into our relationship here, and I'm already thinking where you've been all my life, buddy. So.
Oh, exactly, buddy. Come on, man.
Yeah, man. So he's going to be filling in for Rodney here for Double R. Double R is going to be on tour. Actually, we got. I don't know if we should be breaking this news to you or not, but Rodney got in a little bit of a trouble. We all know that Rodney is a gearhead, a motorhead, right? So he likes racing cars. So he got in a little bit of a trouble, hot rodding, and he's going to be going to jail for a couple of weeks. So
really,
So that's what happened with Rodney. So again, he's okay. He would enjoy your letters in prison if you could write to him, or you know what? I'm sure that they'll have a timeout card in prison now. You can probably just, tweet at him if you want in prison. And
is it still going to is it still going to be Rodney Rodriguez in prison, or is it going to be Sleepy Joe? I mean, like, what are we talking about? What's going to be his nickname there? Is it going to be butternut squash? Is it going to be Rodney racing? Is it going to be life in the fast rod? I mean, what are we doing here? That's all I'm wondering, because he's not going to be called Rodney. We know that.
He's not. He's definitely not going to be called. He might be called the double R.
Oh,
he might
God.
be called not double R, but the double R in the pen.
Oh God, rinse and recycle Rodney's ass.
Rinse and recycle. Oh, that's in the showers.
Oh God, please.
I'm kidding. We broke the news on Friday that Rodney was actually taking a tour. Going to be the spokesperson for O'Reilly Auto Parts. So he's going to be out there hitting the hardball, hitting the pavement, and selling some stuff for O'Reilly. He'll be back in about 3 weeks, and I don't know. We'll have the show continue after that. But other than that, I'm going to be cheating on my guy. So I got Cole first. It's going to be a nice little tour. Here. Where you want to go first? You want to Monday morning quarterback this thing, buddy?
Let's Monday morning quarterback this thing, buddy.
All right, my dude. Let's start with the collegiate. Oh, no, we'll go pro first. Actually, let's walk this back. Let's go 2 or 3 things the best things that you've seen from the weekend, my guy.
So the first thing that I saw this weekend, and I am somebody that is very involved in my community. Not really. I don't really give a crap about it whatsoever. But what I do care about is shelter dogs, because if I got my dog Max from a shelter, and after no, only one. Max is the first one I ever adopted, but now that's going to be a thing. Like, I grew up with Goldens. I grew up with, having the breeder, and I'm like, okay, well, that life's over. I got this dog shows me nothing but love and affection. Literally, I could kick him in the face and go, thank you. Can I have another, buddy? Like, that's level,
dude. It's about dogs too, bro. Real quick, it's like no matter how shitty your day has been, right? And no matter how no matter who you got in your life, as long as you got a dog in your life, man, no matter how awful your day is, as long as you come back to the home and your pup just shows up on your lap and then rests his head up there on your leg or whatever, and then looks up at you and then sighs, letting you know that he's there for you, man. As long as you got a dog, bro, you just got somebody, man. That's
well, it's always great, because if Kirsten will tell me, it's like, why do you never show me that type of affection? Well, you aren't shaking your ass at me when I say that your mother's being a bitch. Like, I mean, there's a giant difference between that. Max doesn't care. But the story is Dingo, who has been in the shelter that we got Max from for the he's been in the cycle as part of the rescue program, has been there for 2 years. Finally got adopted. Actually got adopted. And for me, that's the best thing possible,
right?
Because finally a dog gets to go home after feeling like I never belonged anywhere. So that is the best thing that happened this weekend for me, is seeing Dingo, the guy who's been there for years in the cycle. He gets to go somewhere. This is not sports related, but it's
that's the best thing about Chaos Theory, is it doesn't have to be sports related. So was he? Or I guess, was he fostered for a couple?
He was fostered with 4 different families.
That sucks. So he fostered Rocky at first, and it's like, dude, if you bring a dog into your home, one, for me, I can't go to the shelter. Like, my wife has to go to the shelter when we pick out our dog, because I'll bring every one of them home. Like, I'll just I break very easily. You know what I mean? If I hear him whimpering, I'll be like, God, man, Katie, can't we just bring him? Can't we find a place? She's like, no, stay home.
Stop it. So, go. Adam, you're not coming this time. It's like she throws up the first name. It's like, nope. All right, it's serious.
You're staying home. No, and so when this dude, when he comes back, or when Rocky comes in the house, man, I'm sitting here thinking, my God, dude, how were you fostered 3 or 4 times without being adopted? And that's what this guy was. This guy was toured for about, he took 3 tours in a house, 3 tours in people's houses, and they didn't want him because he was a little rowdy. Cole, he's 1 year old. He's a 1-year-old dog. He's gonna run around, all right. And he's also a pit bull, so you got to run. And he's gonna have a little bit of energy with him, right? So you got to run. You might want to take the dog for a walk too.
Yeah,
just saying. You might want to exercise the dog, man. But anyways, man, if I foster a dog, or if I bring a dog into my home, I've already taken on the responsibility. I can't push it aside or give it up for somebody else's care, right? Like, I brought it in, I'm going to take on the responsibility. And one, I can't crush that dog. Like, I can't bring the dog into my home and be like, hey, nice try, buddy. Nice try. I'll train the dog, man. We'll get together, dude. This fucking dog's amazing, dude. Rocky, well, he's already asleep in the other room, so he didn't even come in. The other one's more dependent. The 9-year-old's more dependent than the 1-year-old. So it's great. I love it.
No, Max, when we got him, he was an 18-month-old border collie mix. And I'm like, and he got fostered by 2 different people, and they're like, he's got such high energy. He's a border collie. What did you think? His job is to herd sheep for miles away and not lose any interest.
He's supposed to run all damn day. Yeah, he's got energy.
What's really funny is that whenever I go, because I live in a 1-bedroom apartment right now, but whenever we go to my dad's house and he just goes to the woods, it's like, oh, now I see where the border collie shit comes in. Because if I have to call you back and you're 15 miles down the road running into another dog, and I'm like, oh, great, this is going to be a really fun conversation with you. Going to be a really good chit chat on why my dog that you've never seen before, because we live an hour and 15 minutes away, why they're in the woods off the leash and why you shouldn't shoot them. Yeah, Max. He's so and the worst part is rescue dogs are too damn smart for their good because of
they've had to survive. They've had to survive all on their own. So
there was one time when I was living in my other apartment in downtown Houston where he locked me out of the apartment. He was able to deadbolt the apartment door when I was out. Great time. That was a really fun phone call.
So my dog's open the door, but he's not like he can only open it when the door's unlocked, right? Just because of I guess the luck of just him his paw coming down and putting all the weight, and then I guess him being able to pull the door open, or a gust of wind blows the door open. But if it's locked, he can't get out. So that's one hell of a smart ass dog, man.
Yeah, no, congratulations to Dingo.
Go ahead, Max. Yeah, go ahead, Max.
Dingo, you got a forever home, buddy. You no longer have to go on tours to Dog Rack or whatever you want to call the place that is a foster area. You get a forever home. Your services have been complete. Congratulations on finally getting out of there. That's the number one thing of the week for me.
Congrats. Number one thing of the week for me. Well, I'm going to go with 2 things of the week for me. Cool. One, the Chiefs losing finally. That's one. And I'm not a Chiefs hater, but I do like to see the elites go down. And right now, the elites are the Chiefs and being perfection, right? I'm not a big Bills fan. I'm not a big Josh Allen fan, but I do like that rivalry between Mahomes and Allen. I think whenever that's on, it's a marquee matchup. That's the best. That's not the best thing. The best thing that I saw was probably the ring girl from the Jake Paul and Mike Tyson scripted match, and which segues us into that real quick. Your thoughts first and foremost from the Tyson and Jake Paul bout.
Congratulations to Jake Paul on getting a win and saying that you were able to beat up on a former world champion at the age of 58 who hasn't trained in the last 2 decades, and you've trained every single day in the ring for the last 2 years. If that's what it needs to stroke your ego or your little tiny pecker, by all means, I'm all for it, buddy. You want to what? When you want to get in the ring with Canelo, when you want to get in the ring with John Bones Jones, when you want to get in the ring with, I don't know, anyone other than somebody over the age of 40, maybe then we'll take you seriously as a fighter. But congratulations. You can say that you landed punches and that you didn't knock out the champion because you want to go easy on him. Well, I hope
what he said?
I want to go easy on him. I didn't want to knock him out. I wanted to show respect. Well, how about show respect by not fighting a dude who hasn't had a last actual boxing match since 2005, Wags. 20 years since his last professional fight. And we're going to act like that this was actually a good fight.
Well, I mean, and here's the first thing that I took away when I watched it at first, right? I'm sitting here thinking, my God, like Tyson, maybe we're seeing old man age or whatever, never lose, or father time, never lose, right? And then I started thinking, man, I've seen clips of Tyson recently with his footwork looking way better. And I get it. Like, I know fatigue is a real thing and it sets in a real bout. I understand that completely, right? But even in round 1, his footwork was nothing like we saw. And I'm not sitting here saying that he pulled every one of his punches, because he hit Jake Paul flushed once and he never hit him like that again. I will say that. Like, there's a few times where I thought that Tyson could have just whooped up on Jake Paul and let him sit there and dance in front of Tyson, which Tyson usually doesn't do that. The Tyson that we usually see is an attack dog and goes after the opponent, right? And ferocious speed. Of course, I knew that the hand speed would be down with Tyson a little bit, but I expected more of a velocity of blows or a barrage of blows that he was throwing, right? The output that he was given wasn't enough that I thought. And I watched him in the corner. He was spent a little bit, but I thought that we could have seen a little bit more going from Tyson. I get it. It's a Netflix bout. Each of these guys made their money, and for me, at the end of the fight, with Logan Paul looking at Tyson and saying that I would kill you, absolutely solidified these two punks being bullshit boxing fighters or bullshit boxing contenders in this world of boxing that they're trying to be in. And I get it. They're trying to bring more eyes to amateur sports, to amateur boxing, rather. Jake Paul has made mention that he wants to fight in the Olympics. But my question to you is, and I've had questions to a lot of people, if your hands are registered professionally, how in the hell can you switch over and become an amateur boxer again and fight in the Olympic sports? Because to my knowledge, you cannot fight as I
you can't. Why would you?
mean, I don't the Olympic. Well, I don't know what the Olympic Committee will allow now, but I mean, the Olympic Committee for years has not allowed professional boxing or professional hands inside, an amateur squared circle.
At the same time, though, how about before you go ahead and try to fight inside of an amateur circle or fight for an Olympic battle, you fight somebody your own age? I don't know. How about let's start there. Let's start out with the fact that you can go toe to toe with somebody and maybe not have to wonder about getting paid for it. How about just have a regular match, 12 rounds, 3 minutes per round, and actually show what you can do? Because last I checked, your last fights have been either against fake fighters or against old asses that no longer are able to go in the ring. So that's all I'm saying. If you really want to earn my respect, Jake Paul, you really want me to say, okay, well, you're going to fight a former boxer that's no longer in the ring. And I get it. You fought Fury's brother. Congratulations. Whatever. It was a showboat shit anyways.
I think that dude could fight.
Go fight.
I think that was a real fight. I'm not sitting here saying that Jake Paul can't. Like, the leaps and bounds that this dude has taken in his progression with boxing has been astronomical. Like, he is putting himself on. I would say that he's making himself a seat at the table in terms of a fight. But I agree with you. Like, he hasn't fought a real fighter yet. Like, Tyson's it's a marquee name, but he's 58, sure. Man. He's 58.
No. But Tyson's brother, Tyson Fury's brother.
Oh, Tyson, no, I know what you're talking about, Tyson Fury's brother. But and one more thing too, like, this kind of sucks for Jake Paul. Like, and I'm not trying to give Jake Paul the out, right? I'm not. But like, this was a lose-lose for Jake Paul, in my opinion, right? You're fighting a 58-year-old man. Like, nobody's going to give you credit. And even if you were to beat Mike Tyson or knock him out, which we know that a knockout wasn't going to happen if it is a exhibition or these guys are just taking it easy. Even if it is a 58-year-old man and you knocked him out, that's exactly what you're going to say is it's a 58-year-old man. And if he falls to Mike Tyson, if he loses to Mike Tyson, of course he was going to lose to Mike Tyson. It's Mike Tyson. So to me, it was a lose-lose for Jake Paul. They both got their money. It's great. But to solidify things at the end of the bout, Logan Paul sitting here saying that I would kill you, get the hell out, man. Look, you've already seen a couple of people chirping, right? There's a few fighters, hell, even Evander Kane. That's probably the best thing that I saw all weekend, honestly, is Evander Kane chirping out to Jake Paul saying, hey, let's fight something real, man. Meet me. He even gave him a time where he could meet in Vegas, dude. Said, come meet me here, buddy. Let's get it going.
Fight Deontay Wilder. Do it for me. Do it for me. I want to see it.
But I mean, we got to take weight class into consideration now. Like, Wilder is absolutely out of his league, right? Like, Wilder.
Wilder lose 40 pounds and still keep that speed to this day. I want to see that fight. Number 2 for me, best thing I saw this weekend. Wags, are you a big hockey guy?
I am a big hockey guy.
I love me some hockey. In fact, I will say that the number one sport that you can see at a live event is hockey. And if you get the opportunity to, do it 10 times out of 10. The Stanley Cup, that's my backbone. I think it's the best playoff in all professional sports. The atmosphere, what are those matchups going in, how you watch them play on the ice, the physicality of that, to go for as many weeks as you do, the mustaches, the beards, it's fantastic. Alex Ovechkin getting closer to the record. 3 goals this past weekend and a 5-2 victory over.
Now, look, this is a first date, and if on our first date you're sitting here giving me, my favorite desserts here for my main course, what's going on, buddy? Somebody tipped that to you?
What do you mean?
I'm a Capitals fan.
I didn't know that. I swear I didn't know that. But
I'm an East Coast dude, bud. Yeah.
Ovi getting closer to the record set by Jágr. Three goals this past weekend. The hat trick against the Golden Knights. I'm excited. Listen, for somebody that when I was growing up in the state of Texas, and I didn't have a lot of people to talk hockey with, that was the thing that me and my dad did, was we would watch hockey when the Houston Aeros were still here. We'd go to the Toyota Center, we pay $6 to go watch the Minnesota Wild minor leaguers, and it would be a show, and it was awesome. But I started to fall in love with hockey that way, and one of the first players that I remember really falling in love with was Jaromir Jagr. I had him on Backyard Hockey. That was the guy that I always scored all the goals with. I'd average like 68 points per season with him.
He's still playing, by the way.
Which is mind-boggling, the fact that he's still technically, legally has not retired from the NHL. He's legally still able to come play, and Ovi's close to beating the record. I think that's just a major testament to the stars of this sport and how, number one, for Washington, the fact that they only have one title to show for it with his name attached to it, that's going to bother the crap out of me. And number two, as much as we want to talk about Sidney Crosby being one of the greatest hockey players of the generation, Ovi stands still tall above the rest. And I don't think that's even a debate anymore.
So I think, and it's taken me a while to swallow this and admit this, I think Crosby does more for his team. All right. This is like the Messi and Ronaldo comparison.
Yeah.
Right? And like Ovechkin is Ronaldo and Sidney Crosby is Lionel Messi in my opinion here. I love Ovi, but it's great to see, a Mad Hatter come out and being able to look like the old scoring MVP of old or leading scorer of old, right? But it's too few and far between right now, Cole, and I think that is actually doing more detriment to the Caps. Now, it's hard to say that with the Caps record being it is what it is, and they're kind of skating so hot that they're melting the ice. But this is it's a blended team. There's some youth to it, but there is a lot of old legs on this team, and they're playing well because it's the early part of the season. And towards the mid-season, and we get into the latter parts of the year, these legs are going to get feeling like Jello, and the Caps are going to start to fall to the bottom of the bet. And it's just my opinion, or what I kind of think is going to happen here. But as for Ovi being able to pot the nets, it's fantastic showing, and he's getting close to Wayne's record here. Almost. He's within 15. So
he's 3 within Jagr, and then he's 15 within 16 within Gretzky.
Within Gretzky?
Yeah.
But I mean, hell, and that was what I was kind of alluding to. Even when he gets to Gretzky with the goals, I mean, can you even see the assists, right? Are you able to even see the point record?
No.
No, not at all, man. Yeah, I don't know if this record still stands out there or if this stat still holds water. But I think if you take all of Gretzky's goals, right? So if Ovechkin even catches him, I think he's still going to lead in points if you just take away all
by
of
a significant margin.
Yeah,
by a significant margin.
Just by taking his assist, right, and leaving the goals away, Gretzky still is head and shoulders in points above everyone else. Which
Jake Baez in the comment section, I'm ignoring you because I don't have much else to root for out in Chicago with the Blackhawks right now.
Are you a Blackhawks fan?
That's my dad's from Chicago. And so since we didn't have hockey, that was what I grew up on, was Blackhawks hockey. So Patty Kane, Johnny Tays.
You guys had a good run.
It was a fantastic 6 years.
I was going to say, I don't know why I'm hearing any complaints from y'all. I mean, hell, that top line y'all had, man, with Hossa, Taves, and Kane, that's probably one of the best lines I've seen of the decade, dude.
Patrick Shark, Duncan Keith, Corey Crawford in the goal.
And Keith, too. That team was loaded, man.
Brent Seabrook, Brandon Saad. I mean, it was a juggernaut of a roster. And we had Q, who before all the allegations came out, really, really, really good coach, one of the best coaches in 2010.
Who was in the net for y'all?
Corey Crawford. Freaking stud. I still have his jersey. I still wear it whenever I'm watching the game. But no, he wants to piss me off because I have to watch Blackhawks hockey right now, which is a dumpster fire, and it's not going to get any better anytime soon. At least I understand. See, Wags, for you, the problem is that a team like Washington, they don't know what they want to be just yet. Do they want to go young? Do they want to be old?
They're going to find themselves in purgatory. At least you guys have embraced it, right?
I say I've been able to embrace the fact that we suck. We are awful. we are 100% going to be a dumpster fire of an organization.
It only gets better from here.
Oh, I'm not sure. See, my dad has unfortunately having to deal with the fact that he's an IU grad. So he finally gets a little bit of love with Indiana, who may break his heart if they find a way to lose out and not make the college football playoff.
Big week.
He's a White Sox fan, so he hates Jerry Reinsdorf with all freaking power beyond belief. He's a Bulls fan, so hates Jerry Reinsdorf for all power beyond belief. He's a Blackhawks fan. There is not a lot of joy going around his life. Oh, and by the way, his son is still like, hey, I talk about sports for a living. Yeah, I didn't go into the family business about want to be an airline pilot. Instead, I tell jokes and hopefully give opinions that people want to pay me for. Like, yeah. I'm great time, Dad. It's a great time to be alive right now. Shut up.
Those were our best things from the weekend. We'd love to hear from what you guys saw during the weekend. Go ahead and write it down in the chat channel here on this YouTube little chat line, or fire us off on that Coda text line 512-222-9328. Make sure you give us a follow on our socials as well. Cole, Cole's at I don't know.
Mr. Cole Thompson.
You got a number in there, right?
At Mr. Cole Thompson.
At Mr. Cole Thompson. Thank you very much.
It's just my name with my title.
I gotta learn that one. At Mr. Cole Thompson, that's an easy one to learn. And then I'm at Not the Fake Wags. Are you universal there? You Mr. Cole Thompson everywhere on every social?
I try to. The only one I'm not right now is the Instagram one. It's Cole _
face.
Instant notice. One more great thing I saw this weekend. John Bones Jones looks awesome.
Welcome back.
Can we all agree at this point the GOAT exists in UFC and his name is Mr. Bones? And if that's not enough, also the way that he took time out for a cancer patient during the pregame to then make sure that Dana White got him a great seat and then embraced him after the fight. Once again, it's a new era of John Bones Jones. It's one that I think if it's sustainable, he's going to set records. And he remains the most deadliest man inside of an octagon.
But that's like how long can this run of Jones go? Because when he's like this, man, and he can stay clean and just stay focused on fighting. I agree with you. I don't think he can be beat. I just don't.
He can't be beat. It's stupid.
He's so lethal. He's so long. He's so the speed that he has with the power combined, there's just nobody that in his ruthless elbows. I mean, he's nasty. I used to think the same thing about Silva, but like Silva never had the physicality that this dude has, right? Like you just and he's in shape too for as big as he is. He's in shape.
Silva would just beat you just because he would tire you out and he was a pesky fighter and he would not stop. He was unrelenting. Just Bones has the size, he has the frame, he's got the arm length. I mean, he's got the wingspan that is killer to you.
Brutality.
The endurance that this motherfucker has right now is fantastic. Like, oh my God. It's to me, whenever I watch mixed martial arts and especially boxing more than mixed MMA, because I'm more into boxing than I am the other one, but still, I think it's an art form, especially if you land as clean punches as you do. And my God, the fact that he was just landing strike after strike and wasn't missing a beat, he was toying in the final round. I mean, like that's when you know that you are still one of the best, if not the best in the sport.
So I used to watch UFC pretty religiously back with when Matt Hughes was at the top of his game and Matt Serra held back. Take it 20 years ago. I was pretty into UFC. I grew up watching prize fighting. I grew up watching boxing with my dad, HBO boxing. I figured it felt like we were watching a boxing match every Friday night. But yeah, it's like what you just said. So I was really into the technical aspect of boxing, right? To where, people were sparring and you're not, when somebody's throwing, a straight, somebody's throwing a punch, not to just hit them, but actually throwing a punch to knock their punch off to parry and then come back and, hit them with a cross, after they're straight. So again, I grew up watching boxing. I thought it was, very fun being able to watch it with my granddad and dad. And then the competition just kind of fell apart, right? Or maybe I just kind of grew out of it. And now you're starting to see fighting, I guess, come back to the table. I guess some of the better
it's
players
alive.
back
It's
to
not.
the
I would
table.
say back's not the right word, but it's gaining steam. It's
To me,
certainly
there's there's too many belts right now, right? The belts are just too spread out. There needs to be a solidified champion, and right now we have too many people, or we have too many fighters with too many different belts. I think you got to bring it all in.
Sure, but at the same time, I'm very excited that I can say that McGregor is still the only 2-belt champion. The double champ does what he wants. I can say that. Pride of Ireland.
Besides Jones, who's your favorite fighter?
Yeah. Ooh, I did love George St. Pierre when he was fighting.
Okay.
I was a big GSP guy.
That dude was lethal.
Michael Bisping too. What was really funny was when I was doing a show with my buddy Jake Asman, we went to Radio Row for Super Bowl out in Las Vegas, and Bisping came on and he was previewing a fight that he was promoting that week. One of the nicest individuals I have ever met. Michael Bisping is a sweetheart. Like, this is a man that I would feel like you would say, oh, dude, I'm baking everyone cookies here at the event. Like, he's that level.
You'd let him marry your daughter. I
would let him produce all the spawns of little Bispings and Thompsons.
He's that nice of a gentleman, huh?
He is that nice of a gentleman. Thanked every single one of us that were.
You don't think he's more of a showman instead of a gentleman?
I think he's both. I think he's a showman and he shows up in the right times, and he's a gentleman behind closed doors. He is somebody that will open the car door for your daughter and then kick the shit out of her boyfriend her ex-boyfriend if he texts her one too many times. That is a man that you fear, and that is a man that you love to fear. It is literally the epitome of a godsend in the MMA world. I will say that 100%.
I would love to have Michael Bisping in my corner. I will. He's one of those dudes that just looks like he could wreck your chin for sure. Matter of fact, he has one of the better chins too.
Yeah,
I was never really a fan of Bisping, but I always respected his fighting style. All right, let's move into a little bit of the collegiate landscape here for college football, my dude. All right, biggest shocks, biggest takeaways from this weekend.
Can we finally all agree that the SEC is the one conference that's getting the most teams, if there is going to be that conversation? My God, like, I am so sick and tired of hearing this argument all damn year. Well, Texas, when you look at the SEC, they only play 8 conference games. We need to raise the level of competition between the two conferences. Okay, so let me give you a scenario, Wags, here. You're outside and you got to fight a dude. And you got to fight a dude who is 6'4" and on steroids. But you can either fight a dude with both hands, or you can fight a dude with one leg, one arm tied behind your back, one eye blind. But it's a little bit more of a tougher challenge because if it's a little bit more of a fight. And no matter what, if you win, you're idolized that way. Which pathway are you taking? You going to use your whole body, or you're going to use the eye, half an eye, one arm tied behind your back, you have a stroke in the middle of the fight, and yet you still find a way to win? Which pathway are you taking?
I'm going to take the harder approach.
You want to take the harder
approach. Me having a stroke, me being hindered down, and you
want to take the hardest approach.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I want to solidify how bad of an ass I am.
Oh, okay, cool.
Are you kidding? I'm gonna solidify my victory any chance that I get. There's no moral victories, Cole. I'm trying to survive the weekend. I don't give a shit.
So
one hand's tied behind my back. I'm gonna beat you down if I can. Yeah.
So again, I'm using both of my hands. I'm using both of my legs. I am easily wheeling and dealing, slicing, dicing this bastard up. And another guy who has one arm tied behind his back, one leg that is completely broken, one eye, has a stroke, beats up a 5-year-old. But the 5-year-old is yoked. He's like the same size as the Rizzler. Like, it's that level of like functionality. Like, that's the thing. And then we say, well, this guy had a stroke in the middle of his fight. I fought the 6'4" son of a bitch. I'm the better fighter here. That's the SEC week in and week out compared to the Big Ten. Every single week is a juggernaut. Every single game is a showdown. And if you don't give yourself 4 quarters of consistent action, you are the one bet over a barrel, screw records, screw numbers, screw strength of schedule, screw what your moral victories are. You will lose.
Yep.
Texas A&M learned that the hard way. Alabama learned that the hard way. LSU learned that the hard way this past week. Ole Miss learned that the hard way against Kentucky. And now we're having a conversation. Are we really going to allow 5 10-2 SEC teams in when they play 8 conference schedules, you're gosh darn right we're going to allow 5 SEC teams.
When they're the best team, like you can't lie to the eye in the sky, right? And I get it. Like, I understand that there's some one-loss teams out there, man, but you got to consider the opposition. Like, we really do need to consider strength of conferences or prestige of conferences. I'm not trying to do backhanded slaps to, the Big Ten or the ACC. Like, I love what the Ponies are doing, and I think the Ponies deserve a shot. I do, but again, you've seen how difficult it is just to put up points in the SEC. Look at the Longhorns struggling, right? Like, you sit here and say, "Oh, it's Vandy." Look at what they're doing against Vandy. Look at what they got Kentucky coming up this week, and it's going to be about. Like, yeah. I don't think that it's just going to be a little walk in the park, man. When an SEC school comes to town, or you're going into their backyard, you better be ready for a fight. It's not just going to be a party, man.
Well, Wags, here's my favorite thing that I hear all the time from people is that, we didn't think that Michigan was going to be this bad this year. Okay, well, when they played against Texas, they were top 15 in the country. So that's top 15 win. Well, is it really a top 15 win? No, it's a top 15 win because they showed up on the schedule as a top 15 team.
In Ann Arbor, too.
Yeah, so again, hate to be the bearer of bad news. That's a top 15 win. But they haven't really panned out the way that we think. Okay, doesn't really matter. Not my fault that they didn't hold up their end of the bargain. And then we have to have these conversations of like the perfect example. I love Indiana. I do. I think they're a great story. I think they're the best story in college football, maybe
right
outside
now, but
outside of Colorado and what they've done with Dion this year, which again, it's a more national story. I think Indiana is the best story. You can't convince me that right now a 10-2 Tennessee roster with its one loss being to Arkansas and then Georgia on the road with a win over Alabama should be left out if Indiana is skull dragged by Ohio State. Now, if it's a close battle, and I made this about
then we got a different conversation, right?
If it's a 10-point swing,
if it's a 10-point game or a one-score game, we got a different conversation. But if
it's 40 points and that's the one ranked matchup you have, it's like going right back to the conversation that I have right now with Notre Dame. Notre Dame, the win against here's the deal. The win against Texas A&M is looking much, much, much better week by week because Texas A&M is in the hunt for a 9-3, 10-2 finish. But now
Riley Leonard's also playing very well. Like you could argue he's a different quarterback right now than what he was in the first 3 weeks of football. So,
and they've also been able to make up a lot of ground for what they've lost defensively because Benjamin Morrison, their star cornerback, is out for the year. Right. But
good point.
The win against Navy is looking worse because Navy is looking worse. The win against Boston College is looking worse because they're looking worse. The win against Louisville,
didn't their quarterback just bow out too?
Yeah, he said, "Peace out, I'm done." Yeah, Castellanos. He said, "I'm done. If I'm going to be benched."
Is that just because he was butting heads with Bill O'Brien?
That was because he got benched, and he's like, "All right, well, if you're going to bench me after me starting last year, peace out. I'm not going to waste my time." But then again, the Louisville game, that's the other game that they've been using is like, well, Louisville's a contender in the ACC. We can use that as motivation. They just lost to freaking Stanford.
Yeah.
Stanford beat them. Stanford beat them. So now that's a worse loss. And so now we're talking about, well, they have a one good win, and their losses to an NIU squad that at this point is in the middle of the MAC. On top of that, they're not guaranteed a bowl game right now. That's your worst loss, but we're going to put you in the playoff. Like, we're having that conversation. Meanwhile, a team like Texas, I'm not saying it's going to happen. But what I am saying is if they go 10-2 because they lose to either Kentucky or they lose to Texas A&M, there are going to be people out there that say, well, Texas really doesn't belong in the playoff. You lost to NIU. You lost to NIU at home. You do not get to speak. Listen, if you want to talk about Texas, by all means, go talk about Texas. I have no problem. People want to bring that up when it comes to the record, when it comes to the strength of schedule. If you're a Notre Dame fan talking about Texas getting in over you, you shut your little Irish mouth and go find a pot of gold because we don't need your conversations right now from the peanut gallery. You lost to NIU. That is already a bad loss. It's the end of argument. The other thing that's really mind-boggling, Wags, is like the college football playoff, the 12-team model was built for one damn team. Everyone knows which one damn team I'm talking about. What has Penn State shown you to where they are truly a 10-2 roster that belongs in it?
They had a chance to play against the Buckeyes there, and they still showed. I'll say that they showed up, but they still showed their ass. They showed that they can't compete. Franklin showed that he can't compete with a top 10 team.
It's the same story every year. But if we're going to give out participation trophies, then just admit that the reason we created a 12-team playoff was because people were tired of hearing about Penn State underachieving, and it's a big-time program, and you want to throw them into the playoff.
I thought you were alluding to Clemson trying to get back in with Dabo trying to get back into the
playoff. No, I'm talking about Penn State. Because you know what? Because again, if you win the ACC, if somehow SMU drops a game or Miami drops a game and Clemson goes all the way and they finish the year with 10 wins or 11 wins and they win the ACC, okay, well, one representative is going for the ACC. What have you seen in the last 7 years from Penn State that justifiably every offseason warrants a top 5 finish, a top 7 ranking? They always lose the big one.
I was going to say maybe they have a decent defense.
And again, cool. Okay.
And Alar, Drew Alar might be a Sunday quarterback, but again, it's peaks and valleys between the talent that's on a team, in my opinion.
But you're really okay. But do me a favor. You're really going to sell me right now that the way South Carolina is playing, at potentially finishing 9-3, with that defense, with the way the offense has come on, with the win that they got last week against Mizzou, you're really going to sell me that Penn State is miles ahead of them.
Yeah, I can't. They're playing Beamer ball. They're playing Beamer
ball. So if you can't sell me on South Carolina, then you probably can't sell me that Penn State's a better team than Texas. You probably can't tell me that Penn State's a better team than Tennessee. You can't tell me that a team is better than Ole Miss. You can't tell me that team is better than Georgia.
Can we have a real conversation about Ole Miss?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a real conversation.
Because
this may get dirty really fast.
And I don't know. I know you're an SEC guy, but you're a Bama guy.
I am a graduate of the University of Alabama, but show no favoritism.
Okay.
If they suck, I'll say that they suck ass.
Okay.
My mom hates it too.
I really kind of flirted with this at the beginning of the season. I kind of feel like this is Ole Miss's year.
You're speaking my language. Oh, love language spoken.
So there may be 2 or 3 plays away from perfection. All right. And I know they've had a couple of lulls in their season where they've struggled to score. And again, they're a different team when Harris is in there. I understand that, but you can't deny where Joey Freshwater has his team. They returned, I think they returned 20 starters, I believe, on both sides of the ball. I think they only lost 2, one on offense and one on defense, if I'm correct. So they were in a really good position to set up and make a run into this SEC at the beginning of the season. With the chaos that's basically all around the SEC week in and week out, you could argue that maybe this could be Ole Miss's year to go forth and actually not just take down the SEC, but also capture a national championship. I don't want to sit here and act like I'm speaking sacrilegious stuff against the Longhorns and the Burnt Orange faithful here, but when I'm watching the Longhorns, it's time for the Longhorns to flex their size, right? And in some of the bouts, at least the past couple of weeks, some of the matches that I've seen with Texas, they have been the biggest team on the field. And yet they refuse to flex their size and push teams around, right? Have you seen Game of Thrones? Are you a fan of Game of Thrones?
I am a giant fan of Game of Thrones.
Remember the episode, The Snake in the Mountain?
Nope, we're not doing this. I had to stop watching after that for a year. Okay. I could not get. I kid you not, Wags. When I saw the ending of that, I literally said, "I'm done with the show." I did not watch season 5 until literally right before season 6 came out. I couldn't. I was so angry. I was so angry.
It feels like the Longhorns are Oberlin Martell, right? Like, got the speed, got all the skill, but they're just toying with it's like they're just toying and flirting and playing with them and just seeing what all can work. All right. And this has only been the past couple of weeks. It hadn't been all season. They've played efficient football in the first portions of the season, and kind of went through a little bit of a lull and some hardship, and now they're kind of trying to refine their strides coming out of the bye, right? But it feels like they're toying and playing with some of their food or with their opponent. Could come back and bite them in their ass. All right. I thought it was going to come back and bite them in the ass against Arkansas. But again, the defensive line, Alfred Collins, get them. They're being able to make some excellent plays here. But against this Kentucky team, which we know Stoops can get the defense, pretty fired up against, I don't think they'll struggle considerably, but they could, if you play with the food too much or you play with your target too much, they could come back and crush your eyes or crush your skull, buddy.
Why do you have to bring it up, man? Why do you have to bring up Owen Martell?
I just go with what I talk about my fears, Cole.
It's a fear, but you know what? You're right. But like now I have to relive that moment of me just screaming at the television, kill him.
Stop messing with it.
Stop playing with your food. Stop
exactly.
it.
Stop playing with your food.
He is dead. All you got to do is get the final blow. Stop it.
Step on the throat and get over with it. Damn it.
But you mentioned Ole Miss. I'm getting so much flack right now on social media from people because I have Ole Miss as the number 5 team in the country.
Well, are you known as an Ole Miss hater?
No, I'm known as they're saying I'm giving too much credit to Ole Miss.
I don't think so. I'm with you. I wouldn't call myself an Ole Miss apologist, but I think they're right where they need to be.
They have trailed this entire year, 10 games in, for 2 minutes and 22 seconds. And one of those games that they lost, they never trailed. They just lost the football game because they got a touchdown in Death Valley.
They just ran out of time. Yeah.
In overtime.
They're
after playing
3 plays away from perfection. They are arguably 3 plays away.
There's the missed field goal from Caden Davis in the Kentucky game. There's the 4th and 5. There's a 4th and 5 conversion that was for a touchdown by LSU with 16 seconds left. There's the Kyron Lace touchdown. That's it. And we're gonna sit here and act like right now. And here's where. And I know there was things that we had that we hate. Here's what I hate, and I've made this abundantly clear. The AP poll is a joke. It is an absolute comedic casualty of jokes. And honestly, they should do stand-up because they're better at that than they are cutting the right 10 teams. If only, Wax. If only we had a scenario to find out if Georgia and Ole Miss were on the same playing field. If Georgia truly is better than Ole Miss at that number 8 ranking versus the number 9 ranking, if only we had factual evidence of these two teams playing against each other and seeing which one would come out on top. Oh, wait a minute. Do we ever? So much so, it wasn't a game. You know what's really funny is that we talk about Georgia and how they dominate against Tennessee. And I'm not saying that there weren't some calls that certainly factored into that because of when you go on a 31-7 run, apples be oranges, your mom's your aunt because of now she goes by Sally. We can go whatever you want with on that. But the same plan that we had when we're talking about Tennessee versus Georgia, flip it. Right. And now that's Ole Miss versus Georgia. But because of one team has a logo that isn't known for its rich history of college football, we judge them differently.
Of course.
And that is crap. If you tell me right now I'm getting the best version of Ole Miss currently in the country, the top version of the Rebels on a game day, which means I'm getting consistent plays, deep shots downfield to Trey Harris.
I was going to say Harris is playing, yeah.
I'm getting Caden Lee involved. I'm getting Juice Walls involved, Caden Priestcorn, Daquan Wright. I'm making sure the defensive line is playing up to par. I'm getting a good rushing attack. And Jackson Dart, who I've retired Dart NATO. I don't know if you know this, but I was on the campaign of Dart NATO because he is just delivering a Category 5 storm every single week. And I've changed his name now to Darth Vader because he has embraced his inner Anakin Skywalker and he has turned to the dark side and the revenge of the Rebs is alive and well. You're telling me I get them against the field. There is a very, 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 very sick part of me that is saying I am easily taking Lane Kiffin against the field. That's how good they're playing this year.
Where do you have their defense at? How do you feel about Ole Miss's defense, though?
So
we know their offense can score, right? We know they can put up the points.
So if you told me right now which defense do I want from the SEC to build a team around, I would take Texas first because I think Texas is the most mature defense in the SEC. Okay, perfect example. You brought up the Alfred Collins, big time fumble, big time forced fumble. Michael Taft made the smarter play.
He's got a nose for the fucking ball. He's just always around the ball.
But Wax, think about this for a minute. What do we know about safeties and defensive backs? What do we know about this? We know that they want to get that highlight play. They want to be the ones to go, oh, I'm going to scoop and score for a 48-yard touchdown, flex my muscles. And especially when you're a white safety, you really want to flex your muscles the way Michael Taft. What does Michael Taft do? He falls on the football and says, get away. Get away.
Covers it up, secures it.
Everybody out. Get away. Because you want to know why? He realizes if I give the ball back to my offense, the way that it's been playing, they may not have to score. They may just have to play keep away the rest of the game, and I won the football game that way. What happened? They kept keep away for the rest of the game. They didn't allow them to score. Game over. Michael Taft said that. That's a mature defense. Sometimes you'll watch those explosive plays be given up if you're Ole Miss's secondary, where you won't see it with Texas. So it's like, I think that the pass rush, consistently, I would take Ole Miss. If you're talking about the linebackers, I would take Ant Hill. If you're talking about the secondary, I would take Texas. So overall, and by the way, the decision-making, give me Pete Kwiatkowski and Johnny Nansen over Pete Golding. Like, so it leans Texas. But I would say that it's very close neck and neck when it comes to Ole Miss. They're right behind them. And their defense really has been the story at times this year that isn't being talked about enough, which also leads me to another point, Wags. The defense at Texas, people are always talking about when it comes down to, well, what about the offense? It's not as explosive as we once thought. It's not doing this. It's like, okay, tired. Offense, Arch Manning versus Quinn Ewers. Wired. Holy freaking elite defense. Holy crap, what a damn good defense. A defense that you know for a fact is going to win you a football game. I don't think enough people are paying attention.
Defense that usually gets 2 takeaways a game, right?
Yeah. I don't think that people understand how well this defense is playing this year. I think that it's so lost because of Quinn Ewers and what he can't do that we're not realizing what this defense can do.
So you speak of the can'ts, right? There are some things that has kind of raised my eyebrow a few times here over the past couple of weeks, right? I don't think that we can consistently find a ground and pound, or maybe we go away from our ground and pound too much. And of course, this could be Sark just breaking tendency for all I know. But it does feel like there's some things that we're trying to figure out, or we're working on in game instead of doing it in a practice, right? Or maybe, we're just missing assignments, or a few blocking assignments that would usually spring, Wisner or Blue for a 7-yard gain, where they're only getting, a 2-yard gain, or getting, hit behind the line of scrimmage and then have to tack on or hopefully, find themselves another 5 yards after the first contact just to get a positive outcome of the run. Right. I think those are too few and far between. And when we start to stutter or sputter rather on offense with the ground and pound, I think we've started to go away from it a little bit faster than we should, instead of just kind of sticking with it and kind of wearing the defense down. I know that there's a lot of speed on this field, and Sarkeesian wants to utilize that, and we'd be kind of stupid and foolish if we didn't take advantage of all the speed that the Longhorns have, right? But this goes back to me seeing the Longhorns as the biggest team on the field and not weighing on the smaller, not weighing down, or not flexing your weight on the smaller team, right? I think that takes I think it builds into your advantage towards the latter portions of the game, where, takes down the endurance of the opposition. And also, it allows you to maintain ball control and maintain control of the clock too. I think when you consider to try and throw the damn ball all around and try and be quick with it and too cute with it, like the Longhorns have done over the past 2 weeks. And again, it's just my opinion. I think you have a tendency, or you have a chance to kind of allow yourself to get got. And in the last 2 games of the season, or the last 2 games of the regular season, man, I just want to play conservative football and just get the damn win, man. I don't care how ugly it is or how sexy it is. Just come away with the damn dub. It's kind of what you were saying, man. I don't care if my one hand's tied behind my back and I got one eye patch over me. I just want to come away with the victory, man. I don't care who it is.
Well, at this point, here's the good news. You're Texas. Like, right. I think a lot of people don't understand that when we're talking about the at-large bids, which is the deal. And trust me, this is why I don't believe in the 12-team college football playoff, and why I always hated it, because of now we're opening up doors for unfavoritism. logos are going to play a pretty big weight. Logos and branding and rating numbers are going to play a pretty big weight when it comes to who are going to be the teams in. Because perfect example,
popularity, baby, right?
Because perfect example. I've tried to bring up this point before. Wags, if the ACC wants 2 teams to get in, what's an easier sell? Just humor me real fast. What's an easier sell? An 11-2 Rhett Lashlee-led roster that lost to BYU and looked like crap and needed a late touchdown against Nevada at the start of the year, being an at-large team, or an 11-2 Miami roster with Cam Ward as a Heisman caliber quarterback with a roster that is going to have a ton of fans wanting to tune in and people that will just love to watch Miami because they hate Miami so much and it's a hate watch. So when people are talking about, well, Cole, why do you think that SMU has to win the ACC? Because I know the ratings game. Because the ratings will say we're not leaving out a 10-2 Texas for an 11-2 SMU. We're not leaving out a 10-2 Tennessee for an 11-2 SMU. But you can't leave them out when they win the conference and then get to have a real conversation. Well, Miami, there are fans that literally just hate watch Miami. There are fans that literally just hate watch Notre Dame. We're putting them in because of it's going to do numbers for our ratings. I don't care that South Carolina's good.
I'm not trying to call the national fan base, ignorant or whatever, but how many sports goers or how many novice sports goers outside of Texas actually know where SMU's at?
Exactly.
Like,
well, that's the other point is that like when you're talking about,
it's been a while since the 80s, man. You know what I mean?
It's like you're looking at the market audience too. It's like, okay, University Park. All right, so that's I thought they were in Dallas. No, that is in Dallas. But what do you mean it's in Dallas? I thought that Dallas was Dallas. No, it's a small suburb out in Dallas. But hold up, it's in Dallas. We're in Coral Gables, and we know that we're in Coral Gables, which is part of Miami. But people don't care about that because they just say the U at SMU. South Mississippi University. No, Southern Methodist University. Why is it called Southern Methodist University? Why is it just not called Dallas University? Like that's what it is. And so because of that, it factors in. I disagree with it. I completely disagree with it. I think the best team in the ACC should go, but people don't view it that way. People view it as what is. So
you think the Ponies are the best team right now in the ACC?
If you ask me right now if I could take the Ponies or the Hurricanes, I would take Cam Ward, and that would be about it. That would be about it. So unfortunately, because of that, I think Miami would win the football game. But I think that for everyone's sake, like with the ACC, like this is the argument I have with Big 12 people. You needed BYU to win out. And then you also needed Colorado or Arizona State or whoever it was to win the conference to get 2 in. Because if you're not going to leave 2 things out, but now with BYU losing, which by the way, shout out to Kansas. This is again why you don't believe what your record says you are. It is the biggest crock of lies in all of college football. I stand on that business. Now you're getting 1 in for the Big 12. And right now it feels like you're getting 1 in from the ACC. That's it. And so if you want to win, you got to hope that somehow both these teams continue to win and SMU wins the conference championship because there'll be an argument to at least find a way to put in a Miami at the 11th spot.
Like, don't get me wrong. I love what Jennings does, but I think I'm with the rest of the national pundits. To me, it's like the eye candy, and I guess it's the sexy. It's the sexy logo for me, right? Like the logo test, and it's Cam Ward being a Heisman candidate that kind of solidifies, I guess, Miami getting the nod, or also the fact that Miami was down and out for almost a decade, and all of a sudden they've just come roaring back in the past 2 or 3 years. And Florida football is down in general, and they're probably the only saving grace. So of course I think I'm with you, man. I think the committee kind of gives a tip of the hat to the logo here and kind of leaves SMU out, unfortunately.
I mean think about this before we got to get on out of here. Tulane played 2 games against a Kansas State roster and an Oklahoma roster, Power 4 programs, and is probably going to finish 11-2. Boise State has had struggles at times this year to close out games. And the reason why that we're probably giving them a little bit more flack is because of Ashton Genty is in the running for the Heisman Trophy. There is no running in the Heisman Trophy for Tulane. Tulane's a better group of 5 school right now. If you ask anybody that watches college football, John Summerall and what he has done in 1 year replacing a legend in Willie Fritz, what he was able to do, it's a night and day difference in terms of personality. It's the same standard. But one team, because they had 2 losses in the conference, in matchups against teams that they played against, on their turf, by the way. I might add in one in Norman, Oklahoma, and they barely lost to Kansas State. They're going to be penalized for it. It's unfair, but logos and storylines. That's always going to have a factor in for the at-larges.
We'll have a couple of days to talk about this moving forward here, but I'm just kind of intrigued or curious to get your thoughts on this. If the Hoosiers actually do pull this win off against the Buckeyes this week,
you're not
sure
leaving out
they're legit, but where do they jump? Are they in the top 4? Are they dancing?
They're locked in.
Locked in? Okay.
They have to be, because if at that point,
and with only 2 weeks after
they have one more game, and it's the Oak and Bucket against Purdue. They'll win that one, or they should win that one, because the way Purdue's look.
The Big Ten.
Then they're in the Big Ten championship. So if we're going to make the argument that a Penn State or an Oregon or an Ohio State, they can't be left out as the runner-up, you have to use that same logic to an Indiana team that beat the Ohio State team. You have to use the exact same logic. That's the rule for me.
No, I agree with you, man. All right, real quick, man, before we get out of here, let's hear from our friends out of Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, they are. Right outside of Austin, you will find that Covert Palace, that Covert Kingdom, the castle out there with all the chariots of vehicles that you can find on 71. Make sure you get on out there and say hi to our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Yeah, I kind of missed all my sponsors, so I got to run through them real quick. AV Consultations, 512-255-8678. For the past 35 years, been setting the standard in audiovisual automation. Whether you want hockey, basketball, football, baseball, it's all deadly, man. You get it done with audiovisual consultations. Again, that's 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. And again, our friends at Real Truck. Right now, you want all the best tailgate accessories that you want for the cars that you're getting out there at Covert Bee Cave. You got to do it with our friends at Real Truck. And right now, if you make a purchase of over $100, you're going to throw in a nice little hat, man. You like fishing? It's the perfect hat for fishing, too. You can put all your bait right there on the cap there. It's a nice little soft, keeps the sun off your face, too. It's great. It's a nice little hat that they throw in there. It's Real Truck. Make sure you see our friends from Real Truck. Right now, here's a quick little 30-second spot from our friends.
Building a home for the people who are worth it. Stepping out, throwing in a line, and dropping the tailgate for a picnic. And finding far-off campsites with the people you're closest to. Upgrade your truck, Jeep, or Bronco with over 1 million parts and accessories. And bring your truck to life. Real Truck.
Bring your truck to life. There you go with Real Truck. All right. Thank you guys so much for having patience and sitting through those ads. And I'm chopping up with Cole so much there, I forgot to hit my sponsors, man. What happens when you're having fun?
We'll do it tomorrow. We'll make up for it tomorrow. It's all good.
That's what I'm talking about, brother. Hey, man, great show. Good to chop it up with you, man. Always a fun. I wish, you know what? I've been doing myself a disservice. I wish I would have met you 10 years earlier, my dude. I probably would have got married to you instead of my wife.
Oh, please. I would have been 21 instead of you too old for me.
I'm messing with you, man. Let's bring on Jeff. I see him in the background. What's up, Jeffrey? How you doing, sir?
What's going on? I'm good. I feel like I'm turning into an apologist for Texas quarterbacks. I did it with, go back all the way to David Ash. I did it with Gerard Hurd. I kind of started to do it with Tyrone Swoops, Bouchel, Sam, and I'm doing it with Quinn now.
Why do you feel like you're an apologist?
It's not so much being an apologist, if I'm being real. It's just trying to help this fan base understand, stop trying. Everybody that's whining and complaining about Quinn, that Quinn's holding this team back. They're not good because of Quinn. Look, he struggled against Arkansas. You can't sugarcoat that. But everybody wanting Sark to bench Quinn or saying, oh, man, you may need to go to Arch. Why does everybody have this confidence that Arch is just going to magically be better in a high leverage situation? There's no guarantee.
The only thing that I see that Arch has over Quinn right now, maybe deep ball accuracy and mobility.
Deep ball accuracy.
That's it. That's it. Quinn goes on stretches of 17 completions in a row, and we're complaining about this.
Jeff, let me just kind of help out when it comes to the Texas audience.
Go for it, Cole.
It's week 13. He is who he is at this point. What more do you want to see? It's not like overnight we're going to watch as Quinn Ewers wakes up and hits 17 deep balls of 20-plus yards down the field. He is who he is. This is who you got to do quarterback.
Is he not a Sunday quarterback?
No. To me, I mean to cut you off, Cole, but I think the oblique injury is a much bigger deal than anybody's let on. That's the only thing that makes sense. You can't tell me that a guy's development can go from, hey, man, you're a first-round guy, and you look all-world. Against the Michigan defenses, let's say Michigan's got their problems. Their defense isn't one of them. All right? They've got first-round guys on that defense. You can't go from that to the inconsistent product we've seen just because. I just refuse to believe that it just happened, that his development just fell off a cliff. I think of his talent more than that. I think more of Sark as a developer, the position than that. I think it's the injury. If you look at the types of throws he's having trouble with, I think it all goes back to the oblique injury.
I think it's a factor. I definitely thought it was a factor in the Vanderbilt game. When people started to complain about the Vanderbilt, I was like, get him to the bye week. Let's see what he looks like after the bye. Yeah. I thought the oblique injury was massively underplayed.
Yeah. Yeah. And, like Cole, I think you said it, like we can't expecting him to be the Quinn Ewers. Now, I talked about this going into the Arkansas game. If we saw the Quinn that we saw against Florida show up in Fayetteville, then okay, then he's good. We didn't. So not to say that we don't know which version of Quinn Ewers is going to show up every week. I think we know which version of Quinn Ewers is going to show up every week. Is that version good enough to win Texas the SEC and win Texas a national championship?
Yeah.
I tend to think not, but we'll see.
I still think that defense is one of the best. I think the defense far and away is the best storyline that's not getting enough praise in college football from a national perspective. I think that there's so many people that are just paying too much attention to what Quinn isn't doing and not what the defense is doing.
Right. That's low hanging fruit.
Like, does anybody realize that Alfred Collins might be playing his way into the first round?
No.
Jeff, do you now see why I was so adamant when you made the announcement that he was coming back? Right? Like, you can't teach size, right? And we've been waiting for 4 years for this dude to step into his size, and he's finally becoming a man amongst boys. Well, I can't say that. He looks pretty damn good. He's for a while he was making plays that didn't show up on the stat sheet, and now he's making plays that don't just show up on the stat sheet, but show up on a Sunday as well, on Sunday game film. So, yeah, big shout out to Alfred Collins being able to split double teams and taking on the play.
By the way, to anybody out there that's saying how Arch is already a massive upgrade over from what we see from Quinn Ewers, Nico Iamaleava would like a word for the preseason hype that never lived up to expectations.
Just like Quinn was a massive upgrade over Hudson Card, and Hudson Card was a massive upgrade over Casey Thompson, and there were a lot of people that thought Casey Thompson was a massive upgrade over Sam. Like, I don't know, it's frustrating for me, but I guess I just need to deal with it.
That's how it's going to be, Jeff.
It's not going to change at this point either.
Yep.
It never will.
All right, gents, I'm going to bid you all adieu. Cole, thank you so much for the conversation, my guy. I'll see you tomorrow, brother. Be good.
Take care.
Thanks, fellas. There goes Cole. There goes Wags. Cole is part of the Chaos Theory crew this week, but he is Jordan Scruggs. I'm Jeff Howe. It's only an hour. Jake Bayless, I imagine if there is such a thing as hell on social media, that would have been it if the Twitter machine had existed during the Chris Sims Major Applewhite quarterback controversy. Jordan, how was the trip to and fro Fayetteville over the weekend?
Want to start there?
Yeah, we do have a couple of awards. I'll just get these out of the way. Your co-Senior Bowl Defensive Players of the Week are Janae Barron and Alfred Collins. So good for those guys. Alfred Collins, SEC Defensive Lineman of the Week. I think that was co-defensive lineman of the week. Hayden Connor, SEC co-offensive lineman of the week. And the SEC hands out these weekly awards like nickel candy.
Yeah. I was the one on CFP 25.
Which I think that makes DJ Campbell the only starter on the offensive line that hasn't been named SEC Offensive Lineman of the Week at some point this year.
Yeah. Sorry,
No, you're good. Rob, I'll address this while Jordan gets ready. He said Florida just got a big win. This is BS that if a team is playing Texas, they suck, but otherwise they could be good. Hey, as of this point, Texas and Texas A&M have the same amount of ranked wins.
Yep.
And I know that fan base was most vocal about the Texas schedule. Well, they look pretty damn equal right now.
Yeah. Yep. But no, the trip to Fayetteville, I guess we'll just start there. I left Friday a little bit after my show. Man, I am never driving any of that route ever in my life. I don't go to Oklahoma to see any prospects, so I'm never, driving through Sherman or Denison.
Right.
And I don't really go to Arkansas either. So, went the speed limit the whole time is what I'm trying to say. But man, the drivers in Oklahoma, I mean, holy hell. Like, seriously, I saw 3 people when I was in the state of Oklahoma, 3 people use the shoulder to pass someone. And
you notice how once you cross that state line, how bad the roads in Oklahoma get?
Yes, that too.
Yeah.
That too. But also I'm on the highway all the time. I see people that ride someone's ass in the left lane. They flash their brights so they move over. I see that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But literally every single person was doing that in Oklahoma. So I was just like, I don't know what their driving culture is up here. But
I didn't even ask you. Did you go to Tulsa and then cut over?
No, I went through, I guess, kind of Fort Smith or whatever. I did not go through Tulsa at all.
Gotcha.
But, I got to Fayetteville, check into my hotel. I walk in. What's your name? Jordan Scruggs checking in. Oh, you're not on here. I'm like, what? I got the email right here.
Ruh-roh.
Let me pull this up. I pull up the email. I'm like, see, look. Oh, shit. I booked the hotel Thursday and Friday. My dumbass. I have never done that once in my life. Not once in my life.
Yikes, man.
And I was like, shit. And I'm like, okay, do y'all have any rooms? They're like, no, we're full because the game tomorrow. And I was like, damn, all right. Well, time to figure something out. And I chose that specific hotel, that extended stay, because it was the cheapest out of any of the hotels in the area. They're price gauging with the game in town. That's about, the only thing that I guess fills up that town population-wise outside of, like, graduation. But literally Google hotels near me, call the closest one. Hey, you got rooms available? Yeah, we have 2. All right, cool. I'm less than 5 minutes away. Save one of them for me. And then I drove over and got it at the Days Inn that was in the same parking lot as the extended stay. So that's how we started. Didn't start off too hot. The parking situation for media was a crapshoot. I wasn't even given a parking pass credential or parking pass, but Eric and Chip were supposed to receive them. They never came in the mail. So we had to park miles away and get shuttled on a bus with a bunch of Arkansas fans to the game.
Yeah, that happened to me. That happened to me 3 years ago. I parked in some rando garage. Like, I was supposed to get basically Arkansas was late sending the FedEx, and they're like, we can't get your parking pass, but you can pick up your credential at the stadium. And Saturday morning, my wife calls me when I'm driving from Tulsa to Fayetteville. She's like, guess what just showed up? I'm like, don't tell me that FedEx envelope just showed up Saturday morning. She's like, yeah. So that was fun.
Yeah. Got to the game. Was on the field the whole time. I've never sat through an entire Texas press conference. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do that. So I went into the press room after the game, was in the back, had some interesting observations from that. I did go to the Sark presser when they played TCU last year in the bellies of Amon G. Carter. There wasn't even a press room for that.
Just kind of in just some random hallway by the locker room. Yeah.
But I didn't stay for the players. I just left and went back to Austin. But today or yesterday, or not yesterday, on Saturday, I stayed through all the players and heard them all and everything, and then went back up to the box with Chip and Eric after. But Ubered from the stadium after, got in my car, and then I got home at about like 10:15 Saturday night. Okay. So wasn't horrible. But driving in Arkansas is a trip because it's super hilly, super windy.
Yeah.
And the speed limit is like 65, 70, or 75. But everyone goes like 10 under because it's so hilly and windy. To where if you're going the speed limit, you feel like you're speeding, but you're not. But yeah, anyways, as far as the game goes, I guess we can just get straight into it. My view of that game is going to be different than everyone else's. I'm on the field sitting on my butt in the back of the end zone, the large majority of it, and looking through a small viewfinder on my camera. I've gone back. I've not watched the entire game tape, but I've watched the most extensive version of highlights I could find. I think it was like 20 minutes where it had a decent amount of plays in there. And it kind of fact-checked a lot of the thoughts that I had regarding Quinn Ewers. I know the stat sheet wasn't horrible by any means. No turnovers, not too many really turnover-worthy plays. But that I came away with the thought process. If Quinn Ewers plays like he did on Saturday for the rest of the games on Texas' schedule, Texas is not winning a national championship. They're not.
That's fair.
So that's kind of how I feel. I just think he wasn't seeing it. He still continued at times to sack himself with his poor pocket presence. And he had receivers open. And a lot of times, I'm zoomed way the F in on his face. I'm watching his eyes watch someone run across, and then they move to someone else, and you kind of see the panic on his face. He's having problems reading and picking it up. And a lot of it comes from the 3-high safety look, I think. But the frustrating thing, what's so frustrating for Texas fans, yes, the 3-high safety look is tough. It's difficult for anyone to beat. But it's year 3 of Quinn Ewers being in the Sarkeesian system. It's year 4 of him being in college. And people will always say the argument, he reclassed. He's a year ahead of where he should be. No, he's not. He was held back growing up. He's in the grade he was always supposed to be in. He was supposed to be on this super talented team that Texas has assembled with multiple high-round NFL draft picks on it, multiple players who will have long careers in the NFL on it. He was supposed to be the tip of the spear heading into this year. He was a Heisman hopeful on the cover of CFP 25. There's a lot of hype building around him. And if I'm being completely honest, he has not lived up to that hype. He just hasn't. And I kind of heard Cole and Wags talk about it a little bit. I think we just have to accept this is who he is. I know he was the number 1 prospect out of high school, number 1 QB. But at this point, if it's still year 3 and these same things are happening, there was in year 1. Yes, he's made a lot of improvements in different parts. But it's almost impossible for me to think if he continues playing the way he is, Texas is going to win a national championship. It's just not going to happen. So I don't know what the improvements could be from here besides him just playing better. I don't know how that'll work in practice or other things. But he had guys running open on Saturday, and he'd force it behind the line of scrimmage to DeAndre Moore for a loss of how many yards, or a screen for how many loss of this yards. And on the 3rd down play, when he got sacked by Lance Jackson's older brother, he kind of beat Kelvin Banks. The pocket presence is pretty bad, but 2, he stared down Gunnar Helm running across on mesh when there was 2 other receivers open on that play. Yes, kind of balls he has to fit into certain windows, but he has fit those balls into those certain windows plenty of times in the past. So I don't know what it is. It could be the injury. I don't know what it is, but he's not seeing it like a lot of people want him to. And it's, when you're on the field at the game, you can't not see that. So that's kind of how I felt about it.
There's another Quinn theory that I don't want to go there because I know opening this can of worms, this is the kind of thing that comes back to bite you in the ass when you say it out loud. I think back to when Washington, just take this ride with me. I think back to when Washington was, funny enough, it's a Pete Kwiatkowski defense. It was a great defense. Shaq Thompson and Buda Baker, like a lot of dudes that are still in the NFL off that Washington defense. They played Alabama in a CFP semifinal, and Jake Browning was our quarterback. And Jake Browning was looked at as an NFL prospect. Jake Browning went up against that Nick Saban defense, and he was never the same. And I know the injury isn't helping his situation. Part of me wonders, man, did the Georgia game just go so bad that Quinn still in a lot of ways hasn't mentally recovered from that?
I was thinking that too.
because like I said, I don't know if you were on, Jordan, when I told Cole and Wags this. I think more of Quinn in terms of his talent. I think more of Sark as a developer of the position than to think he suddenly just lost it and like he's regressed and it just, this is what he is. There's got to be an explanation for it. Like I just refuse to accept that it happened just because. So yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if he's just seeing ghosts now, if that Georgia game just destroyed his confidence, but he hasn't been the same since. And if you look at the game plan against Florida, I like the game plan against Florida. Those were low risk, high percentage throws he was making in that game. And as good as Texas was in space in that game, he didn't need to do anything else.
Yeah. Also, he had guys running wide ass open where all he had to do was throw an accurate ball. He didn't really have to read anything. Where, you know, the windows were much smaller versus Arkansas because you weren't playing a team that was down their three best corners and had a safety playing corner. So yeah, but man, with the thing about the Arkansas game that frustrated me so much, like they're clearly running three high safeties. Run the shit out of the ball. I know they ran a lot, but at times I think they should have run more on certain downs. But you know, it's hard. You don't have Baxter. That would have been a perfect game to have CJ Baxter on your team.
Yeah.
So with Quinn and the three high safeties, it's like, okay, they're not getting down the field like they want to in the passing game versus these three high safeties. How or why is that a problem? Think about why that's happening. Do you think it's Sark can't call three high safety beaters?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think it's on the execution or plays. I think it is on Quinn not making those reads, and that's what I'm trying to say. So I think a lot of people have picked that up too. But the sacking himself, and also there were just throws he missed. Like, how many guys have been first-round picks that Anthony Richardson is probably the only answer to this question that I can think of off the top of my head. How many guys have been first-round picks at the quarterback position? They went on I think it was 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4 in the red zone. They're throwing bounce passes to their tight end, who, if he catches it in the chest, he's walking into the end zone. Texas goes up 17 or has 17 on the board instead of, I think, going to 13 or 10. So you can't miss that in year 4 of being in college when you were the number 1 player out of high school. That's just, it's the truth. You can't miss that. Also, the pass into the end zone on Matt Golden, where it was defensive pass interference, but it wasn't called. Why wasn't that called? It wasn't a catchable pass because the ball was so off.
Even then, I mean, I think part of the reason it wasn't catchable is because the corner had Matt Golden's left arm pinned down to his side. Like there was no way he could even get an arm up to attempt to catch. So I think the flag should have been thrown regardless. But the fact that the official has to make a judgment call there on whether it's a catchable ball is, that's part of the problem.
Yeah, and also he had very, very, very few turnover-worthy plays. The main one I can think of, everyone always has been talking about Jaden Blue's fumble rolling out of bounds. What about the pass up the sideline where that Arkansas safety, for whatever reason, tried to make a one-handed catch where if he uses 2 hands, it's a pick and he's going the other way for 6? Like, that was a humongous play in the game. So, for me, that's a touchdown if he puts the ball in a better spot. It is. Golden slowed down and came back for it. So, he was late. There are a few different plays like that. There's also, it didn't help him. There was a few drops as well. The first one I can think of is Wingo on that in route when they were running mesh or whatever it was, and it bounced off his chest and his hands. That's not going to help him when it's clear he doesn't, or he's not playing with the confidence you'd like him to play with.
Yeah. So, and look, if it's a game by game deal where his confidence is going to be like this, where if it's like Florida, like I forget who mentioned it, by the way, CB, Naaman Roberts, David Keith Williams, Rex, JW Crunch, Daryl G, thank you for hanging out in the chat. Shadow Bearded also, everybody else that's with us today. You go back and look at the Florida game, like DeAndre Moore drops that ball. Like the issues if there were issues in the Florida game, they weren't on Quinn. But now you go to this week and it's like that, even more so than the ball to Matt Golden. Because to me, I don't know. catchable ball or not, that's defensive.
Yeah.
Defensive pass interference is defensive pass interference.
Yeah.
If you're, and I know you can face guard in college, but if you're face guarding a guy and you got his arm pinned down, that's a flag. 9 times out of 10, that's a flag.
Mhm.
The one to gun.
From the way I saw it, I was next to the goalpost in the back of that end zone. From the way I saw it, looking through my camera, it looked like an uncatchable ball. That's why I said that. But yeah, go ahead.
The one to Gunnar Helm though, that to me is the one that's inexcusable. That's a simple, hey, take the snap, rear up, throw it, and you got your guy for a touchdown. That's the kind of throws he completes in his sleep. So,
and also let's think about the positive plays, right? The 2 touchdowns to Matt Golden. One of them, you don't want to discredit someone for throwing a touchdown, but a bit of a gimmick play. It was a stunt screen or whatever where he's in the end zone, wide ass open. All he has to do is throw it to Matt Golden. Isn't even moving at that point.
Yeah, that's one of those calls. Sark has a couple of those a game where it's like, my God, how'd that guy get open? And then you see, 3 guys bit on the screen, and that's why the fade was open.
Yeah, and then the other touchdown pass was the opposite. That was his best throw of the day, in my opinion, where Matt Golden ran the comeback and caught it in the corner of the end zone. That was the best throw of the day, at least in my eyes, for being on the field. So, yeah, wasn't great. One thing that was very apparent.
Hey, Jordan, real quick, do you have anybody coming on? Who do you have coming on here right now?
I'm going to have Keenan.
Okay.
In a bit.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and dip out. If you guys got questions for Jordan, he'll answer them. Jordan, you're on a roll today, so I'm not going to step on your toes, man. I'm going to go ahead and bump out for the Sark press conference, and you can take it away. I'll get back to this Quinn stuff tomorrow because there's a lot more to unpack. But Jordan will take you the rest of the way. Keenan will be on at some point. I will be back tomorrow. Gonna go watch the Sark press conference and have more on it at Horns 24/7 this afternoon. Jordan, I'll holler at you, man.
All right, I'll see you. All right, we're gonna have Keenan in here sooner or later. But the pass in the corner of the end zone was phenomenal. That was great. Chip brought it up in him and Eric and Chip's post game instant reaction deal. Man, the play where Isaiah Bond catches a crossing route, why is that not? I mean, I know you can't run it 5 times every game, but why is that not utilized more? It's worked every time. I can't think of a time it hasn't. So the reason for me that all of this is so frustrating with Quinn Ewers is because he has games like the Michigan game. He has games like the Alabama game where he walked into Tuscaloosa and was the last quarterback to go to Bryant-Denny Stadium and slay Nick Saban at home. The last one to ever do it. He has had amazing moments in his career. And in my lifetime, he's the best Texas quarterback I have watched at Texas, not named Colt McCoy. But it's too rocky of a string of performances, So for him, sorry. All right, I'm getting text. For him, I think it's just best for Texas fans to accept this is who he is. He's going to be a different guy every week, depending on the opponent. And, it's going to cause you to be stressed a lot less if you just think about it that way. So I'm not, giving up on him completely yet. I do think if Texas is going to win a national championship, this season, it's because Quinn Ewers is going to turn it around and figure out a way to play with some consistency where he's not sacking himself and where he can read the defense and it's easier for him. Things will make that easier, running plays in the offensive line, playing better. It was a 3-odd front majority of the game. Sometimes they bring down a backer or they go 4. And, I think Texas their offensive line play on Saturday wasn't horrible. It could have been better. But it's hard to ask much of them when the quarterback is literally sacking himself on certain plays. So I don't really know how to, truly analyze the performance because they're so different each week with him. And I think at times the Texas offense is similar to San Francisco's offense under Brock Purdy, where, Kyle Shanahan is never going to come out and say this, but hey, Brock Purdy doesn't have the arm talent other guys have in this league, and we have aliens at receiver named Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle. We're going to throw the shit out of these screens and slants to them, and they're going to get yards after the catch. At times, I feel like the Texas offense is similar to that. But when you get to a certain point in college football, whether it's the college football playoffs or games in the SEC, you can't just win games off of scheming your best players open. You can't. Or scheming them to get yards after the catch. You can't win that way. Your quarterback is going to have to win you the game in the SEC or in the college football playoff, where he is balling and throwing guys open with his own arm, and he's hitting guys, and he's in a groove, and he's consistent. I think I remember it at the press conference, and I might have some really unique observations here because that is my first time sitting through a full, press conference, and I didn't ask any questions. I just sat in the back, the very back of the room, and I observed everyone's head was turned from me except for the interviewers, sitting at the table. And the way that they brought him in, it was Sark. He comes in, he talks, I don't know, 10-ish minutes. They bring him out. Bianco goes, okay, we're going to go get some more players. And they brought in Matt Golden, Trey Wisner, Jaden Blue, Quinn, Kelvin Banks, Alfred Collins, Jade, and Baron Sorrell. I don't think I missed anyone. And the way they would do it, they'd have two of them sitting at the table, and they'd have one mic. And whatever kid had the mic in front of them, that's who the media would ask questions to. When he was done, they'd move the guy sitting next to him over in front of the mic, and it was his turn to ask questions. And about halfway through each interview, they'd bring someone in, and they'd have them standing in the back before they'd kind of put him in that shotgun seat next to the mic, if you're still following me. So I'm in the very back, and I'm seeing one by one each Texas player come in as another Texas player is in the middle of an interview up front. And I'm not trying to stretch this by any means. I'm really not trying to. But, man, when I'm sitting back there and everyone's head is turned towards the press conference and I'm in the back corner and I see the door open and Quinn Ewers kind of looks in the room, the way he was kind of, looking, didn't have a ton of confidence in him. And I think it was kind of like, okay, now I'm going to have to get through this with the media where they're going to say what they're going to say and ask the questions they're going to ask. And no one was hard on him, I would say, at least in my opinion. I think, some of his questions that he provided answers for were good answers. I think some of the other ones were, it's a 22-year-old kid at the end of the day. So, for him, when he's asked, why do you think your performance kind of went the way it did? He kept talking about, the slow start, but what is that slow start? It's him not reading the defense or making passes that he needs to make to get Texas down the field. That's what it is. So it's interesting. And one thing I was thinking about the entire drive on Saturday, I'm about to go up and down the Texas roster. And when I do this, I'm going to name every single player that either could have left for the draft or could have just graduated and decided to come back to improve their draft stock. And we're going to say, okay, has he improved his draft stock or has he worsened it? Alfred Collins. And we're starting at the top. If you might be able to figure out where I'm getting with this. Alfred Collins came back for another year. He is 1,000% improved his stock and is playing like the second. Or on Saturday, he was the best player on the field, not named Jade Barron, in my opinion. And I think a lot of other people have the same opinion. But Alfred Collins improved his stock. Baron Sorrell improved his stock. Gunnar Helm, I don't think anyone would have drafted him. He probably could have had an undrafted free agent contract or something if he were to leave last year, but he came back. And what did he do? He improved his stock. Juan Davis, kind of same boat. I think he's played more than he's ever played this year, but, I guess you can say improved your stock. I don't think it's worsened for him by any means. I don't know how much stock there actually is, though. Hayden Connor, probably the least talked about guy on the entire board or on the entire offensive line. But he has been bad. Yes, there's been different times the O-line play has lacked, but it's kind of come from the right side more than the left. So for Hayden Connor, we're going to go with he improved his stock. Not a ton of NFL draft stock there, but I think he has played better this year is what I'm trying to say. Jake Majors, he has had the best year he's ever had in a Texas Longhorns uniform this season. I believe that. So that's improving your stock. All right, we're going to have Keenan on in about 5 minutes, folks. Who else we got here? Sorry, I'm looking at the roster on the Texas website. Vernon Broughton. He came back What did he do? He improved his stock. All offseason I talked about how Vernon Braun actually has another year of eligibility after this year. So I talk about the scenario where I think it was very likely that Texas is going to try to hit him in the face with an NIL bag to get him to come back for another year to keep improving his stock. That's basically what happened with Jalen Ford. Jalen Ford would have been a very late day 3 pick if he would have left after the 2022 season, but he didn't. Texas talked to them, hey, we're going to make you one of the highest paid players in NIL to where it's similar to what you get paid in the NFL because we want you to come back. We need you too bad at linebacker. We want you to come back. My thought process, they're going to do the same thing with Vernon Braun. However, he's played too well where he could go early day 3, early or late day 2, where it makes no sense for him to not come back or for him to not leave. So Vernon Braun, he has improved his stock. Mo Blackwell, he's been hurt. I don't really think it's improved much or worsened much, but yeah, I guess to say that. David Benda. Another thing, before I forget, I want to bring this up. I had some questions about the defensive personnel decisions at times. The defense played great, so I'm kind of just complaining and being picky at this point. But there were several downs where I'm on the field and I'm like, okay, Arkansas is 1,000% running the ball. Everyone knows they're going to run the ball on this play. Why are the linebackers for Texas on the field, Anthony Hill and Leon Lafau? Why is Leon Lafau there? And I love me some Leon Lafau. Don't get me wrong. I love him. But why is Leon Lafau on the field and not David Benda when it's clear this ball is being ran through the tackles? I don't feel like it's rocket science. So, again, I'm a big fan of Lafau, but you got to play to your players' strengths. And Benda is better against the run than Lafau, and Lafau is better against the pass than Benda. So, yeah. Who else we got here that came back for another year? Bill Norton. I don't know how much that stock has improved or, worsened one way or another. So I guess neutral for him. Silas Bolden, same. Honestly, he might have regressed just because the amount of production and the drop off there. But that's one player that we've talked about. Trey Moore probably would have been a late day 3 guy, maybe. He did have 3 years under his belt when he left UTSA. And he was Conference USA's Defensive Player of the Year as a junior. So he maybe could have been drafted. If you would have asked me if I think his stock has improved or worsened, probably 2 weeks ago, I say hell no. It's worsened. But, now that he's kind of coming into his own and playing better, I think, it's in between neutral and improved. I think he's going to have to come back next year, though, no doubt about it. Jahdae Barron came back, 1,000% improved his stock. Drew Makuba, he also could have gone day 3 if he left out of Clemson. I actually had his draft grade sent to me, and he would have gone late day 3. But he came back, and he's probably going to go, I don't know, mid to early day 3 now with the way he's playing. And then, lastly, we have Quinn Ewers. And Keenan, I'll bring you in a sec. Has Quinn Ewers improved his stock this year by coming back? I don't think so. Talked about it last week. I think he has played himself out of being a first-round pick. Just how I feel. You can't, in year 4 being in college, in year 3 of being in a system, specifically Sarkeesian system, where NFL teams, yes, they know how complex it is. And yes, there's a lot of moving parts. Like I said, it's complex. Mac Jones started for 1 year and figured it out. I don't want to take anything away from the Texas receiver core, running back core. Najee Harris and Devontae Smith were on that team, though. That definitely made it easier. But Mac Jones played so well in 1 year running that system that he convinced the Patriots to draft him with the first-round draft pick after 1 season of playing, which would have equated to, I think he played 14, 15 games. You take out the FCS opponents they played. He probably played I don't know, maybe 21 halves that season, something like that, something close to it. So for Quinn, what NFL team is going to be gushing to draft him? He hasn't improved his stock this year. I feel like top to bottom. I feel like if he would have left last year, he probably would have been drafted around the same part he would be this year, maybe earlier, considering, he still has a lot of growth left, But, he's going to come back another year and continue developing, continue getting more experience, getting more starts. But he hasn't played the way anyone's wanted him to play. And I see a lot of Texas fans like bitching and moaning, oh, you got to ride with the quarterback. Oh, y'all are being way too hypercritical. Look at the record. The expectation at a place like Texas is to win national championships. And the reason this is such a hot topic right now, I'm just going to say what it is. If Quinn Ewers plays the rest of the games like he did on Saturday, Texas is not going to win a national championship. Clear as day. That's why so many people are so upset with him and how he's playing. And I get the people that are, defending him. They're saying, hey, we got to ride with him. We got to give him confidence. This is our QB. I get that. I completely get it. Because I do think if Texas wins a natty this year, it's because of Quinn and not Arch. At this point in the season, it's too late to have any of those expectations on Arch. But for Quinn, if he continues to play the way he's playing, they're not going to win a natty. He needs to figure out a way to go back to how he was versus Michigan. And Ricardo's right, too. If Quinn plays like he did on Saturday, Texas is not leaving College Station with a win in 2 weeks. They're not. The Arkansas coaches are worse than the A&M coaches defensively, scheme-wise, picking up tendencies, making halftime adjustments. And also, A&M has better athletes, much better athletes, way more draft picks on that team than Arkansas has. There might be more draft picks on A&M's entire starting defense than there are on Arkansas's entire team. I'm not joking. It's a humongous difference. And yes, Fayetteville is a hard place to play in. I saw it firsthand. I was there on the field. But Kyle Field is a whole nother ballgame. And if Texas walks into Kyle Field and Quinn Ewers is playing, or he plays the way he did on Saturday, Texas is going to lose that game. So that's why people are so upset with Quinn. The biggest thing, year 3, there's not a ton of improvements in year to year. Yes, there's some. I think a lot of improvements were made year 1 to year 2 when he kind of, cut the mullet, lost some weight, started taking himself more seriously. But I think it's completely fair to Texas fans to have said they had higher expectations for him in year 4 of college, year 3 of the Sarkeesian system. That's why people are upset. He was only the number 1 player in the country coming out of high school. And when you are that, you have high expectations. And in my opinion, he has not lived up to them. So I'm going to stop talking about Quinn before I keep talking in circles. But I'm going to bring in Keenan Womack to the joint. How are we doing?
Good, brother. Good, brother. How are you?
I'm great. And the most annoying thing, too, sorry, I keep going back to kind of my rant here. The most annoying thing, too, we're all talking about Quinn and how poorly he played. And the Texas fans are all talking about Quinn and how poorly he played. No one's bringing up the Texas defense might be the best defense in the country, man. Like, seriously. And Jahdae Barron, if that isn't the Thorpe Award winner, I don't know who is. Seriously. Never in my life have I seen, or before I say this, let me think. Yeah, I'll say it. Never in my life have I seen, even at the high school level, a high school defensive back have that much impact on a game. And he was doing that shit in college in the SEC at 11 a.m. in Fayetteville. So props to Jahdae. Everyone keeps talking about it. He made the right choice to come back. Props to Alfred Collins. He's been balling. Made the right choice to come back. I had a lot of talks with the rest of the Texas beat while we were still there in Fayetteville on Saturday. Game felt very similar to the TCU game last year. Both were the 10th game on the schedule in each season. I kind of brought that up last week on the show. But it felt very similar to TCU where, it felt like Texas was trying to do anything they could to give the game away. And they ended up winning. But Alfred Collins, that play he had, and people have already said this, so most of y'all have already heard this, but the play Alfred Collins had where he hustles down and punches the ball out and Mookie Taft falls on it, similar to the interception where Bud Clark, I believe, is sitting on Xavier Worthy, and he gets up and runs down the field and falls on it after Jordan Whittington punches the ball out. It was similar to that. So, yes, Texas is the number 3 team in the country. They're very talented, but the fact that they are still having players, much less their star players, making hustle plays like that truly shows you where, Sarkeesian, I think, has gotten this culture in this program in the locker room. So, yeah. And, for the Jim Thorpe and Travis Hunter argument, Travis Hunter isn't affecting games at corner like he is, or like Jade is. I think Travis Hunter's talented. Travis Hunter's going to be a top 5 draft pick. He, top to bottom, is a better player than Jade Barron. But Travis Hunter is not doing what Jade Barron is doing on the defensive side of the ball right now. So there's that. And one thing that I thought was an amazing point is Travis Hunter going to win the Biletnikoff? No. Is he going to win the Thorpe? Probably not. At least I don't think he should. So if you're not the best receiver or best DB at either position, you're the best player in the country, though, in the Heisman. You know, so I like Travis Hunter a lot, but right now my Heisman would go to Ashton Genty. Just give it to him. I like the story. Kind of casual take. I need to dive more into all the stats, but with Travis Hunter, if he's not the best receiver or the best corner, I know the two-way stuff is super impressive. The average snap count he has is super impressive. But, you know, I think Colorado might actually need to make the playoffs for him to win that. So, you know, we'll see. But, Keenan, I want to hear from you. Give me your positives and give me your negatives from the Texas-Arkansas game on Saturday. What's the first thing that comes to mind for you? And why is it Quinn Ewers' performance?
Yeah, I mean, he's talented. He's just he's in a little bit of a rut right now. I still think you roll with him. And that defense is insanely good. Alfred Collins is insanely good too. We talked a lot in the offseason about how difficult it would be to replace T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy. And, obviously you're not going to replace those guys totally, but Alfred Collins has really come along strong in the second half of this season. I feel like he's had a really strong second half. That strip fumble was really impressive. Basically sealed the game for Texas. Really important play. Jade Barron, yeah, he seems like the Thorpe Award winner to me. I don't see anybody that's better than him out there right now. And there's a lot of good defensive backs this year. Notre Dame has a couple of really badass defensive backs. Obviously, Travis Hunter is a really badass defensive back, but I just think the impact he has on a game. I mean, it wasn't just the interception, right? He had that tackle. He had a couple tackles for a loss. He was making plays in the run game. Like, he comes up and hits people. He looks like a first-round draft pick to me, which I think is really it's good for him because he came back to do that exactly, and he's done, like, a really good job of upping his stock. He's a freak athlete. Also, he might be the swaggiest dude on the entire team. Just like straight up aura. Like, I don't care. I know that term is lame as hell, but like that dude is so swaggy. Love his energy. And I love what he said about Ewers after the game. I don't know if you heard what he said, but he basically was like, that's our guy. We're riding with him. I don't care what the haters say. Like, I love that dude all the way. And it was just cool to see him say that,
Yeah. Hey, Jade and OG, man. Jade is an OG. We're big Jade fans over here. This is the header, Juice Football. That's Taj Brooks as a baby and Jade Barron as a baby.
No way.
From like
That's
2018, 2019, throwing up to 5-1-2. So Jade been swaggy for a minute. Really like him. Big fan of his. And I mean, I was thinking about this and I was on the phone with my dad yesterday. Jade Barron is the best defensive back at Texas since who?
I was going to ask that. I think probably since Quandre Diggs, I would imagine, right?
Yeah, I was thinking, maybe Deshaun Elliott. I was younger. I didn't have quite,
he was pretty good, but I think Jade is better than Deshaun Elliott. I would say Quandre Diggs is probably the closest. I mean, there's been some great DBs. They just haven't been a ton in the last 15 years, as opposed to like what there were in the aughts when they had, like Terrell Brown and Michael Griffin, Cedric Griffin, Michael Huff, Aaron Ross, Aaron Williams. Like those were Errol Thomas. Like all those guys were superstars. And Jade, it just proves how important it is to have a star in your defensive backfield. Literally a star, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just having a guy that's that much of an impact player in your defensive backfield is so important.
Yeah. So, I was thinking, I'll probably have him over to Deshaun Elliott. When Deshaun Elliott was at Texas and I'd watch games, I didn't have quite the the football mind I do now, considering I was in middle school or high school, whenever that was. But I think Quandre Diggs is a good one to go with.
Yeah.
He is at least the best DB of the Sarkeesian era. We can say that.
Yeah, for sure.
And I mean, there are times last year where I was literally like, hey, Jade is the best player on this team. I know Kelvin Banks is the best draft prospect. I know, other guys, A.D. Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, those are good draft prospects. But there are times last year where Jade Barron was the best player on the field, just like he was on Saturday.
Yeah.
So, very
that's
interesting.
cool. I didn't realize that Jade wanted to wear number 7 because of Michael Huff. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, whenever he announced he was coming back, they put out a video where he gave him his jersey and handed it to him. Carrington Bindum, man, hey, we can't go down memory lane. We can't go down memory lane.
We'll play that game again, dude.
But man, for me, and I guess we can just try to finish up some thoughts real quick before we just start riffing. But Quinn's got to get back to confidence. The way he walked into that press room, it seemed like whenever you come home and your dog is taking a bite out of the couch and there's stuffing everywhere and they're looking at you with the eyes like, please don't beat my ass or be too mean, and they're like tails tucked. That's kind of what his facial expressions looked like when he opened the door and, peeped into the press room and walked into it at first. And I think I might have been the only one that saw that. It just doesn't seem like he's super confident right now. I think there is still some confidence, but there's going to need to be more confidence if Texas is going to win a national championship with him as a quarterback. So, hey, we'll stop talking about it, but hey, how about Thanksgiving Day? We got Cooper Rush and Tommy DeVito.
I hate it here, dude.
That doesn't do it for you? Doesn't do it
No,
for
man.
you?
I've years ago, I separated myself emotionally from the Dallas Cowboys, years ago. And it was the best decision I've ever made. I just don't particularly care about them anymore. And maybe that'll change when they get good again, but
yeah,
I care so much more about the other Dallas teams. I care way more about the Rangers, care way more about the Mavericks.
Yeah, don't blame you. So there's a cat named Cole Kubelik, works for ESPN, SEC Network. He's been around for a long time. Most people know.
Yeah.
Every Sunday, he does a Twitter thread where he basically just puts a paragraph or two of, his thoughts from watching each team in the SEC. For Texas, this is what he said. Misdirection clinic on offense. Yards don't come easy. Running backs 23 and 26 showed good burst. Counter variation slick. Gap scheme nice. Screen game nice. Protection better. Missed a few deep. Had more chances. Not many real explosives, but found space. Got to convert third downs. QB made good decisions. Defense gave up 231. Middle, solid, 45, 88, 95, all good. 91 had good reps. Tackled quick throws well. 7 was aggressive there. Got QB off platform. Didn't let downhill run game get going. 11, great off edge. Back end solid in coverage. All around strong performance in an emotional game. So,
yeah,
I think it's a good way to put it. I also just think, could you think back to 2015 or 2016, 2017, literally point at any year in the Charlie Strong or Tom Herman era, and imagine they had a true freshman 5-star edge rusher that had 2 sacks on the road in Fayetteville versus Arkansas in a game Texas won, and no one brought it up because there's so many other good NFL players on this Texas team too.
Yeah.
Something to think about. Colin Simmons had 2 sacks on Saturday. I know Jonte Cook has been using this word a lot, so I'll give Jonte a shout out. The right tackle was barbecue chicken on Saturday. I mean, he stunk. I felt bad for him at times. Texas, I feel like they're pretty strict with their God, I can't believe I'm messing this up. It's the 2 edge positions. It's Buck and the other one. I'm forgetting the other one. But anyways, I feel like they're usually pretty strict with who is at which position personnel-wise. But there is eventually a point in the game where I noticed, it's okay, hey, our best pass rusher is going against the right tackle. Good luck. And that was happening. Also, everyone's giving Jade Barron, Alfred Collins, the Jack. There you go. Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, Jack.
That's the man. At times, it felt like Texas had stitched that, and they're like, all right, our best player is going against the right tackle, and we're going to tell him good luck. But I did think the Texas defense, and not just Jade or Alfred Collins, deserves a lot of credit for Andrew Armstrong and his performance. Yes, I think he might have finished at like 4 for 52 or 5 for 60, something like that. But he came into the game as the leading receiver in the entire SEC conference. So props to Texas for slowing him down. I mean, I feel like they really did keep him in check outside of that long pass to Kobe or to Armstrong when Kobe Black was in. And I was on the field on that sideline to where they're right hash and Kobe is facing me and I'm sitting on the sideline shooting on my camera. And as soon as I forget who the corner even was that they took off. As soon as they took the corner off the field and Kobe Black ran onto the field, I look at the Arkansas coaches and they're literally talking and pointing at Kobe Black. And I was like, oh shit, they're about to throw it to Andrew Armstrong. Yeah. It's like the NFL when the starter gets hurt and the guy who they just elevated from P squad on Wednesday comes into the game. They're throwing his direction. That's exactly what happened. So I can't blame Kobe Black for that. Andrew Armstrong is an NFL player. He's been an NFL player, and I've been a fan of his going back to when he was at A&M Commerce. Now East Texas A&M.
East Texas A&M, that's right.
But, I think Texas played well. And Ricardo brought up a great point. I feel like Malik Muhammad did not play the normal snap count he usually does. Maybe it's just different because I was on the field. Another thing I think is really interesting, no one has brought up, and no one asked us in the press conference, and I would have if I'd remembered, but I'd forgotten. DeAndre Moore played 5 snaps.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I mean, do you think it goes back to those drops against Florida? Or do you think he's banged up or what?
I don't know. I was down on the field the entire half. So whenever the Texas specialist group ran out for the rest of the team, it was also I think Quinn, Arch, maybe Golden, but I remember DeAndre Moore was there. And he went through the halftime warm-ups and didn't really seem, like he was doing super gingerly or moving super gingerly or, like he was hurt. I didn't really see any facial expression that he was in pain or anything. So I don't know. I do know, the coaches love him and who he is as a player, how he blocks. And, you don't ever want to compare anyone to Jordan Whittington because I think Jay Witt's kind of one-on-one, especially with what he meant to the Texas team for as long as he did. But DeAndre Moore is the closest thing to Jordan Whittington on the Texas roster right now. So, okay, the announcers might have said that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I figured he might have been banged up because he's that guy's starting receiver,
Yeah, and the Sark press conference is going on right now, so there might be something there. But post game in Fayetteville, no one brought that up. No one asked about it, so no one at Texas talked about it. So he might have been hurt, and the announcers did it, and we just missed it because we were at the game. How long will Simmons stay at UT versus the NFL, where he is a true freshman? So it's sophomore and junior year, which means he will be draft of 2027. 2027, yeah. I believe April.
Only a top 10 pick.
Yeah.
From this.
And I won't lie, Colin Simmons has made me eat a lot of my words. I saw him a lot in high school. I actually think I saw him play more than anyone else did in the entire industry. And, he was an impossible eval as a senior because if I'm being honest, he didn't give 2 shits about anything. It's like, oh, it's not 3rd and long. All right, well, I'm firing off and going to hit you in the face with my helmet, and then I'm going to kind of lollygag. And, he's not alone in doing that. Every single 5-star I've ever seen has a lull their senior year because they've already committed to a school. They have the NIL contract in place. They don't want to get hurt, and they're just trying to have fun their senior year. I don't blame them at all for that. But it made it really hard to eval him a lot of times. And, hey, CB, I keep seeing the Herman Fied. We will pack watch him at some point this week. Don't you worry. We'll put him in a pack. And, hey, sorry. I feel bad for Stan Drayton. Texas fans need to forever be grateful for him. If Stan Drayton doesn't exist, Bijan Robinson doesn't go to Texas. Oh, shit. Sorry, I forgot. I'm gonna have to run. I forgot.
Can you bring in
Forgot about
Joe? There we
something.
go. No, you're
But
good, bro.
yeah. Well, hey boys, I'm gonna get in here tomorrow, but I gotta run and call this dude back now. But I will see y'all. Joe, I appreciate it. Keenan, I appreciate you coming in early, and
man.
y'all have a happy Monday. I will see y'all on Tuesday. Thank y'all.
What is up? It is time for false start. He is Joe Londergan. I am Keenan Womack. We are here to talk college football because it's that time of the year where things are starting to heat up. You know what I'm saying? We got some good games to talk about from this weekend. We got Texas. We got Colorado beating up on Utah. We got Illinois beating Michigan State. We got all kinds of stuff going on, Joe. We got Tennessee doing exactly what we all thought Tennessee was going to do against Georgia and lose on the road. How you doing, brother?
I'm all right, man. It's late in the year. I'm tired. I'm doing my best. Just trying to make $1 out of 15 cents. I can't remember what rapper said that. Eric is freaking out somewhere, but yeah.
Eric's going to be upset that you don't remember that because I don't remember it either. He's going to be upset with both of us.
You know what? It's fine. He knows how white I am at this point. So.
Let's just get into Texas, Arkansas, man. Pretty slow game. Texas dominated 3 of the 4 quarters. The third quarter went to Arkansas. Really got the ground game going for the Hogs there. Jaquindon Jackson is a large man that runs the ball very well. And this Texas defense is really good, Joe. It's really good. They got great defensive backs. Jahdae Barron is an all-era Texas defensive back for sure. He is a probably the Thorpe Award winner at this point. I mean, Travis Hunter's going to get a lot of hype for that too, but as far as just one position goes, it's going to be hard not to give it to Jahdae Barron, I think, at this point. I think he leads the SEC in interceptions with 4, is tied for the lead in interceptions unless the South Carolina defensive back got another one on Saturday, which I don't know if he did against Missouri. But he's one of the leads. He got a few tackles for loss. I mean, Texas just went out and defensively just completely dominated this game. Now, the offense left a lot of points on the board, I think. They left a lot to be desired. The thing is, though, it could have been a situation where Texas, under a different staff, I would say they probably would have blown this game, right? Like, this is the Herman staff, it feels like they would have probably not won this game. They were in position to win, but it just seemed like, one of those old staffs would have lost this game. And they went out and they figured it out and they won. And I think that proves a lot just because this defense was so damn good in this game. They controlled the game defensively. And for the most part, you thought, Texas is probably going to pull this out. Even when it was starting to get hairy there in the third quarter, there was still just a feeling I had of confidence on the Texas side that they were going to be able to pull this out. Jahdae Barron, man. What else can you say about the guy? I'm trying to pull up his stats, but he had an interception. He had a couple tackles for loss. He had several tackles overall. I think he has 35 tackles on the year now. Just a really impressive performance from him. I'm just so impressed with this defense. Alfred Collins had a hell of a game. Colin Simmons had 2 sacks. He's well on his way to freshman All-American status, I think. It's pretty easy to say at this point. What were your thoughts on this game, and what do you think it says about Texas kind of, I guess not their chances, but their confidence to go into a game where they're not playing well and still pull it out?
Yeah, I think Sarkeesian kind of shouted out the resiliency of the players in the second half, and I think that's ultimately what got them through, especially offensively. You kind of noted it. Not a particularly impressive victory in this one anyway, at least in my opinion. Very fortunate that they were able to execute the way that they did in that fourth quarter on both sides of the ball in those last couple possessions. Probably even more fortunate that they were able to recover that Jaden Blue fumble on that run that put them in the red zone.
Yeah.
On that last touchdown drive. I mean, if that had gone another way, I mean, we'd be having a totally different, conversation. and then defensively, like to state the obvious, big forced fumble on that final Arkansas possession. And then offensively, I think that was one of the things that might have impressed me most, just that last possession. Like they just grinded out 14 plays and burned 7 minutes of clock. That's not easy to do at any level of football, especially when in like the win. If something had gone wrong in there, like that's still plenty of time to kind of bomb one and see what happens. But they just completely eliminated any possibility by having such good execution on a few critical 3rd and 4th downs there. Good teams find a way to win when you're in tough situations. But in my opinion, they're a much better team overall than Arkansas, and the margin of victory, should have been more. But at this point, let's be honest, what really matters is that SEC title. So like, just keep winning and make sure you're at your absolute best in, these last few weeks here.
Yeah. Our Travis Johnson, I will absolutely get to your point about Vincent versus Onyema in a minute when we take a football break. But I agree, man. I just think that this Texas defense is good enough to win a national championship. I don't know that the offense is, and I don't think it's necessarily one guy in particular's fault. I think Ewers could be playing better, but there are issues with this run game, and I think it's been established. We've talked about it a lot that losing Cedric Baxter was a big deal. Losing guys like that is really a big deal when you're a team that likes to establish the run like Sarkeesian does. Everybody thinks of Sark as this passing guru, but if you look at his history, he runs the ball more than he throws it. I mean, barely. But yeah, Derek Howell, I agree with you. This offense does miss CJ Baxter really bad. Just not having a guy that can consistently run in between the tackles over and over. You have Jarrett Gibson, but he's a true freshman. And he had some big runs in this game. He converted that 3rd down or 4th down, I think it was a 4th down that he converted off of a set where they lined him up in the fullback spot, and then they faked it and they gave it to him, and he got the 1st down. Thank you, DKW. I couldn't pull up Jade's stats. He had 7 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, a sack, a quarterback hurry, a pass breakup, and an interception. Barron's played one of the most complete games I have ever seen a defensive back play at Texas. I'd be inclined to agree, man. That was a super impressive performance. As far as best defensive performances by Texas players I can remember, the most impressive one I think I've ever seen, at least in recent memory, was Joseph Osai against Oklahoma State. I think he had 12 tackles, 6 tackles for loss, 3 sacks, forced fumble, something like that. If you guys remember that game, that was a super impressive performance in a game that Texas really needed to win, and Osai completely balled out. But as far as defensive back games, he was completely dominant, especially that first half. He was all over the field. I mean, they called his name over and over again throughout that first half. Really impressive stuff. And I think that at this point, if you're going to give out the Thorpe Award, I know I just said this, but who do you think would win the Thorpe Award if it were awarded today? Do you think it would be Jahdae Barron, or do you think Travis Hunter's hype is just so big that he's going to win it regardless?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's hard to kind of see someone other than Travis Hunter winning it. I know my vote is going to go to whoever sends me the coolest marketing package in the mail. For those that don't know, I'm just kidding. For those that don't know, a lot athletic departments usually it's just kind of it's never anything huge. They will put together like a little they'll have a graphic designer kind of put together a packet with like their highlights and kind of their bio and send some stuff out. And some of the ones that get sent out are more impressive than others. But anyway, Travis Hunter, I think it makes the most sense to look at him. I think there's bias is the wrong word, but I think that people are just so impressed that he's playing both ways that it maybe kind of takes away from some of the actual accomplishment at each position, if that makes sense. Not this, but he's an incredible athlete regardless. I think you can't technically count out Noel Williams at Cal. He's had a great individual season despite Cal not being good as a team. I think one of the people I listed on my finalist ballot, actually, in addition, in addition to Jade Barron, was Jalen Catalon, the ex-Longhorn at UNLV. I mean, he's been really fun to watch at UNLV, and I mean, they've had him doing everything. They've had him obviously dropping back in deep in coverage and coming up and playing the run, and I mean, he's been all over the field. He's playing like a madman. Perfect fit for what Barry Odom's doing at UNLV.
Yeah. Do you think Catalon? Do you think he's an NFL guy?
He's going to get a shot. Yeah. I think. I don't know. It's tough to say. I'm trying to think if there's any teams that immediately need that kind of depth at safety, and nothing's immediately coming to mind. I think he'll be a late round pick, but I think obviously when you put yourself in that position, it's kind of 50-50 as far as making a team and finding a long-term fit. But I think what we've seen from him so far in his college career, I think he's more than earned a chance, right? So.
Yeah, he seems like one of those ball hawking kind of safeties, like a big play safety, right? Like a guy that comes up and makes interceptions, makes pass breakups. Here's an interesting question. So you're a G5 guy, so you've watched a ton of Ashton Jeanty this year, as have I, just because I love watching that kid play. Mm-hmm. I don't know, do you vote on the Heisman?
No,
you vote on some, but you vote on some stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
If you had a Heisman vote and the vote was today, who would you go with?
I would go with Jeanty personally. Yeah. I mean, I would argue there's nobody in that list of Heisman contenders that's more important to his team's success. And frankly, it's been a minute where I can look at a running back and say he is, not to say he's doing it all on his own, but like I can't think of a college back in the last few years where he's not going down on first contact, right?
Yeah.
And his offensive line is decent at run blocking, but like if I would imagine he could have two offensive linemen and still get 3-4 yards a carry, as opposed to 5. And some of these running backs that have won it more recently, and I know it's been a while since the running backs won it, but some of the Alabama guys that have won it in the past, and then you go back to some of the other guys that were major contenders at Power 5 schools, like they had like elite NFL talent on the offensive line as well. I think Boise State has some good offensive linemen. I don't think any of those guys right now, I couldn't say any of them are like guaranteed NFL level offensive linemen. So I think the fact that he's doing that and accomplishing all these things and racking up the stats he has with that in mind makes it even more impressive. So,
who would you compare him to as a running back? Like I've seen a lot of random comps, but like he seems like a really good mix of a bunch of different kinds of backs. Like he's got balance. He's got vision. He's fast. He's strong. I mean, he just has everything that you think you would want in a running back. I mean, he seems like one of the better running backs we've seen as a pro prospect in the last 3 or 4 years too. You know what I mean? So, not to put you on the spot, but like if you were to think of a comp for him, who would you go with?
So, have you ever seen those videos of the guys that hack the Madden video games and make like a particular player like really tiny? Imagine if they did that to Derrick Henry. That's what he reminds me of. Like he reminds me of like a smaller, maybe a little bit higher acceleration Derrick Henry.
That's crazy. Yeah, I mean he's putting up 200 yards a game, something like that. He's on pace to break the Barry Sanders record for rush yards from scrimmage, is he not? If they were to make the playoff. Yeah,
if they get. Because they'll get the conference championship game at this point, unless they just completely flub up these next 2 games. But if they get the conference championship game and then they'll get a bowl game. So at that point, he should be on pace. I think he might be like right at 200 or a little under 200 with these last couple of games where they've put like 9 in the box, and he's still run for close to just under 200 and like 3 touchdowns. Like that's the kind of person we're dealing with here. But he's right there pace wise. It's going to be close.
That's so impressive, man. It doesn't matter who you're doing that against either. You know what I mean? Especially when the other team's entire defensive set is built to stop you. So I don't know much about Noel Williams at Cal, but hearing a lot of good things about him as a player. He seems like the type of dude that could be up there for the Thorpe. So the running back award is. Let's talk a little bit about awards in general. I'm just curious. Davey O'Brien, is that going to go to Cam Ward? Do you think?
I can definitely see it. I mean, Cam Ward's had an incredible season. Because Davey O'Brien, that's just the quarterback one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I can see it. Dylan Gabriel's up there too, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I think obviously Ward can just bomb the ball. I think Gabriel's had the benefit of a little bit more balanced offensive system. I mean, they've found ways to use his legs a little bit better than what Miami's done with Ward. I can definitely see Ward in there. Dylan Gabriel's in the conversation. We got to give some serious respect to John Mateer as well. I'm not saying he'll win the Davey O'Brien Award this year, but for a redshirt sophomore and really getting like almost no playing time in his first couple of years in college and coming out and being the starter for Washington State, like he accounted for 5 total touchdowns this past week, and I think that was the 5th game he's done that this season. Like you always see these, Washington State kind of air raidy, Mike Leach descendant offenses where the quarterback is, it all depends on your quarterback being really good, and he's just risen to the occasion. Obviously he's still, what's crazy is he's still got significant room to grow because he's a younger guy. So like, what is his ceiling really? Like, keep an eye on him the next 2.5 years.
Yeah, it's been fun watching that Washington State team. I believe they just lost, correct? They lost on a field goal or something. They barely lost.
Yeah, their defense had a bad game. Their defense had a real bad game.
Yeah, that's what I saw. They're still ranked, I believe. Yeah, 38-35. I guess they're 25th in the country. So let's get into some of these games, man. We got into Texas, Arkansas already, but I'm curious your thoughts on Georgia, Tennessee. For me, it was the most predictable outcome possible, that Tennessee would give them a good first half and then just kind of not get it done in the second half. It was very predictable to me. And, I think Georgia's biggest problem is the fact that they don't have any great receivers. Dylan Bell's good. They have some good receivers, but they don't have an elite receiver, I feel like. And I know that they're a run-first team, but I feel like if Carson Beck had a better receiving core, this team would probably have one loss this year and be number 1 in the country. So what were your thoughts on Georgia, Tennessee, and what do you think the futures are for both of those teams? Do you think they're both playoff teams? Do you think Tennessee's going to get left out? Do you think Georgia's going to win the SEC? What are your thoughts on all that?
I think they're both going to make the playoff at this point. We'll see where Tennessee gets slotted in these next 2 sets of rankings, I guess. But I think they're both playoff teams personally. Tennessee's a little bit younger, a little bit more inexperienced. And to your point about Georgia having some issues with the receiver position, that just shows you what the SEC is. Like, you have to be stacked at every position if you want to be legitimately competitive. And for how good their offensive line is and how good their running back room is, and we've obviously talked about how good their defense is. Like, if you have a weak point, then that's a problem. So, yeah, I mean, it's tough to see how that room has. Look, let's first of all point out the difficulties that they're experiencing in the passing game are definitely not all on that receiver room. I mean, some of the throws that Carson Beck has made this year were terrible. He looked much better in this past game. I'll give him that. But yeah, that's the thing I think with Tennessee too. I mean, you kind of look at them in that second half, especially. They're banged up, they're tired, and that's what's ultimately going to separate the cream from the crop. I don't know if that's an actual saying, by the way, but it sounds correct.
Close enough. Don't worry, guys. We'll get to Oregon and Wisconsin in a second. I just want to talk a little bit more about this Georgia-Tennessee game. Tennessee got out to a 10-0 lead, and then Georgia outscored them 31-7 in the second, in the last 3 quarters of this matchup. I have this sneaking feeling that Georgia is just going to get hot at the right time and just win the Natty again. I don't know that for sure. I could see it. It's all about how Carson Beck plays. If Carson Beck is playing well, this team is really, really hard to beat. If he's not because like in the Alabama game, he played the worst first half of his life. Still probably, although he played a really bad first half against Texas too. But he had, a couple picks. I think it was 100 yards passing, something like that. But he had such a good second half, got them back in the game. He's just been so inconsistent that it's hard to rely on a guy like that and to project that team to go forward. Out of the SEC teams, who do you think has the best chance to actually win the conference this year? And based on a few factors, based on, like getting into the game for one thing, but who do you think has the best shot if they get to the SEC Championship to win that game?
Yeah, I think right now it's hard to argue against. If Texas wins out, they're in, obviously. That A&M game in the last week of the season is going to be very telling. It's hard to bet against Georgia right now. I think pretty much if they went out and Texas loses, that could cost them because they have that head-to-head over the Longhorns, right? Like they've done a great job of kind of positioning themselves to be right there at the end. So I think it's at this point, if Georgia wins out, then it's going to be either Texas, Georgia, or A&M, Georgia at this point, depending on who wins, that game in College Station. It's in College Station, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. It's going to be a war. David Keith Williams has a good point. His 12 interceptions, he has played great in big games. The Tennessee game is a perfect example of that. He didn't play well against Texas, but that defense was so damn good it didn't really matter. But yeah, he was good against Tennessee, and he made good throws, and he made impressive throws, and he made, pro quarterback throws. I still don't think he's like a first-round draft pick or anything like that. I think he's played himself out of contention for that, but he is definitely good enough to win a national championship if he's playing to his capability, which again, is Tate Ratledge back? I don't know if he's back for Georgia. I feel like he is back or will be back soon. But he's one of their best interior linemen, and that's going to help a ton for them. And they have great tackles already, but getting that interior shored up is obviously super important as well. I just feel like with Tennessee too, like their defense is awesome, right? But they're kind of built like all these SEC teams, I feel like, have great defenses, and then if their quarterback's on, they're really hard to beat. I feel like that describes several teams in the SEC right now. That describes Georgia, it describes Tennessee, it describes Texas, and to an extent, it describes Ole Miss even. So if you had to take a quarterback right now to lead your SEC team from SEC quarterbacks, who is your number one option? Do you think Jackson Dart is the best quarterback in the SEC? Do you think it's Jalen Milroe? Who would you take as your quarterback one in the SEC right now?
I mean, it's hard to go against Milroe. Jackson Dart's great. He's great. But I think you combine the amount of football that Milroe's played, he's got a cannon. The accuracy is good enough. And I mean, just the overall athleticism that he's shown throughout his entire time is like, I'm not going to bet against him against any of these other quarterbacks personally.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I just think the running ability separates him so much. It makes him so much more of a weapon. Makes him one of those guys that can really take over a game with his legs, because you have to game plan for that too, And if say that it ends up being a situation where Texas plays Alabama in the first round and they host a game against Alabama, that's not a great setup for Texas, I don't think. As good as Texas defense is, I feel like the one area where they're maybe a little susceptible is running quarterbacks. And Jalen Milroe is the best running quarterback in college football. And I don't think who else would you put in there? I don't know. Who's better? Do you think? As a running threat, I don't think anybody.
Yeah. Nah, I mean, I can think of guys who have been really solid dual threats this year, but I don't know that I'd put anybody over him. I was trying really hard.
Yeah, I can't either. I think he's the best dual threat quarterback. Naaman Roberts has a good point. What separates Ewers from Beck? Because as our quarterback goes, so do we. I think Ewers makes fewer mistakes, man. I don't, I think Ewers, he hasn't thrown nearly as many interceptions this year. The problem with Ewers is that he's got clunky feet kind of, and he's not super mobile. I mean, Beck isn't particularly mobile either, but he's more mobile than Ewers is, I think, at this point. I think Ewers is a better quarterback than Carson Beck, but I think Georgia has a better running game than Texas does. They have better running backs. They probably have a better run blocking offensive line as well. So I think that's probably the main difference between Ewers and Beck. What are your thoughts on that, Joe? What do you think kind of separates Ewers and Beck from each other?
Yeah, I think Ewers is just more accurate, right? I like his pocket presence more, if that makes sense. For whatever reason, I think sometimes when Georgia goes up against some of these better front sevens and they allow some of that pressure to get a little bit closer to Beck, he panics. And to David Keith Williams' point, like, he's still risen to the occasion more than he hasn't, but obviously it's noticeable when he's not ready for some of those really high pressure moments in terms of guys getting close to taking the sack or whatever.
Yeah, and I feel like Ewers takes more sacks, but Beck makes worse decisions. I feel like that's kind of one way to separate them as well. Is when Ewers panics, he'll take a sack instead of throwing it away. When Beck panics, he'll throw an interception, and that has cost them this year several times. I know that they only have 2 losses, but it nearly cost them against Texas, and that defense was completely dominant. And Beck, I think, had 3 interceptions in that game. I think he had 3 in the first half. I can't remember. I kind of blacked that game out of my memory, Joe, because I was there and it was tough. But yeah, I agree with Rob Latondre. I'll take sacks over picks any day. I think Ewers is a better quarterback right now than Carson Beck is. I just think that, it's a weird year for quarterbacks in college football in general, because we'll get to Oregon in a second and Dylan Gabriel. But there hasn't been like a dominant quarterback this year, I feel like. You know what I mean? Like, there just really hasn't been a guy. I mean, there's the top 2 Heisman guys are not quarterbacks. And Cam Ward will probably go to New York for the ceremony, but he's not going to win it. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to be Genty or Travis Hunter unless something crazy happens in the last couple of weeks, which I don't see. Who is the best? Is Shedeur Sanders the best pro prospect at quarterback in this entire class? Garrett Nussmeier, maybe, but I think it's Shedeur.
I mean, if all the mock drafts certainly say so. To be honest, I'm not in draft mode yet. So I haven't
fair
really
enough.
That's not a word. I haven't taken a serious look at comparing all those guys just yet, but it's hard to argue with it, right? I mean, I would say
as hell. He is fun as hell to watch.
Yeah.
That whole Colorado team is fun as hell to watch, man. I know that people hate on Dion and whatever, but that team is really good, and he's done a bang-up job with that team. I thought that they were going to win 4 or 5 games this year, and they are in prime position to not only go to the Big 12 championship, but I think win it. I mean, yes, you have to contend with Brigham Young, but they just lost to Kansas. Now, I know Kansas had Jalen Daniels back, but this Colorado turnaround has been extremely impressive in 2 years. I mean, what, they won 1 game 2 years ago? 2 games, something like that?
Before Sanders, something like that.
Yeah, I think they won 1 game or 2 games the season before Sanders got there. So, for all the off-the-field shenanigans, not even like – that's the thing with Sanders too, is people talk about off-the-field shenanigans. It's like, he's not a criminal. He's not like he's just kind of a jerk sometimes, but like he's still like a really talented. I think he's done a great job at Colorado, and I think that more opportunities are going to probably come his way if he stays or if he goes or whatever he ends up doing.
Yeah, it's funny. For everything that's been said about Deion Sanders, he's very authentic. He's an authentic person. What's the comparison between wide receivers and DBs about like the way that they tweet? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
that's a
wide
great
receivers
one.
will tweet something cryptic, like the snake carries a knife, and you're like, what does that mean? And then,
heavy is the head that wears the crown. It's like, all right, man, what are you talking about? David Keith Williams brings up another good point. There are 4 great running quarterbacks in the SEC: Jalen Milroe, Lenore Sellers, Michael Hawkins, and Taylon Green. I put Marcel Reed in there too. Texas held Hawkins to 20 carries and 27 yards, and Green to 16 carries and -4 yards. How do you think that bodes for Texas playing against Texas A&M's offense? I feel like the main matchup is not going to be A&M's offense versus Texas defense, but Texas offense versus A&M's defense. And whether or not Texas can protect the ball, protect Ewers, and make sure he, A, doesn't take a bunch of sacks, and B, doesn't turn the ball over. What are your thoughts on Texas A&M? I know we're skipping a week. We got the Kentucky game coming up, and I promise you we'll get to Oregon after this. I'm just curious your thoughts on what that matchup looks like.
Yeah, I think for as good as Texas's secondary has been this season, it's a matter of like how much pressure can they take off of them? Because if it comes to a point where they have to bring, safeties and corners inside or up into the box to really start like making sure they limit those long QB runs or just the running game in general, then that's going to be trouble. And yeah, I think your point about Texas's offense makes sense. Like they have to be smart. They can't turn the ball over. And just like going back to this Arkansas game, like they have to play a full game. Like, this is, for as good as Texas A&M has been this season, they've proven that you cannot play an incomplete game and still be in a good, position to win. So, I mean, that's the thing. They just have to be ready to go from the start and then continue that all the way through. Because they're not going to be in a position where they can take, basically 2.5 quarters off and still win comfortably.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree. And I just really think that David Keith Williams makes another good point. Most important, Texas offensive line versus A&M's defensive front. Naaman Roberts says the 12th man will be the difference. We should talk about Kentucky as well at some point. But let's get to Oregon. Everybody's been asking about Oregon, Wisconsin. Oregon looked like crap against Wisconsin, man. I think they were 2 touchdown favorites on the road against the Badgers, and they snuck that out. Like, Wisconsin had several opportunities to win that game, and they couldn't do it. Oregon just keeps figuring out ways to win these games. And I think that has some, like Texas, man, they just figure out ways to win these games. They haven't lost this season. They're number 1 in the country for a reason. What are your thoughts on Oregon, Wisconsin, and then just Oregon in general? And maybe thoughts on a potential Texas versus Oregon matchup in the playoff?
Yeah, to start with the Oregon-Wisconsin game, I mean, I was pretty impressed with just how well Wisconsin's defense played just generally. I mean, came through at a lot of critical moments. I mean, the fact that Oregon didn't even score a touchdown until late in the third quarter. I mean, no one's been able to do that this season so far. And really just, at the end of the day, it was just offensive inefficiency that kind of really doomed them. I mean, they didn't have positive yardage until almost into the second quarter. I mean, their first 3 drives obviously ended in punts, and they had -8 yards on their first 3 possessions. Like, if you want to point to something that really made the difference, it was probably that. But I think that was really it. I mean, if they had gone against an offense that was, competent, they'd have been screwed. That was kind of the main thing with that game. And I think it was just like a matter of execution, really. I mean, they really did not look ready to play. Same as Texas to some degree. I mean, Texas had a better start for sure, But, I think it kind of got to a certain point in the second half and they're like, oh, we need to actually like turn it on and start making some of these plays. So that's kind of what happened. And then obviously those last couple of possessions, they made it happen on defense. The Ducks did. So that's kind of what I'm curious about with these last few weeks for Oregon is can they just, fine tune some of the things that they're doing on offense and just finish drives too. I think that was the other thing that was that had to be a little frustrating if you were if you were a Duck fan. They had some of these long drives that didn't necessarily pan out, drives of like 8-9 plays that end in either field goals or punts. Like you can't really do that when you're playing against really good competition.
Yeah, that makes me confident if Texas were to play Oregon, just seeing how well Wisconsin's defense played, right? Because you'd have to think Texas has better defense than Wisconsin, right? Regardless of where the game is. I know Camp Randall's a crazy place to play, but it just seemed like one of those situations where Oregon wasn't blocking well up front. That was another problem with that game. They were Wisconsin was getting interior pressure. Naming the Kyle Field is grass, but it won't be as long, I don't think. I think that was just an Arkansas thing. I don't think that's going to be a common thread. I'm sure that had some impact on the game. I don't know how much, but it seemed like it probably did from an offensive standpoint, like, receivers getting into routes. Oregon is down Tez Johnson, I believe. So that's a problem for sure. They do have Evan Stewart. They do have some good running backs, so that could be a thing too. As far as some of these other games go, Ohio State destroys Northwestern. There's no surprises there. Tulane. Hey, what about Tulane, man? They're starting to look like a pretty strong G5 competitor, don't you think? And can you stall for 1 minute? I got to grab something really quick. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. I mean, to that point about Tulane, had a little bit of a slow start to the season, but these last 7 games, they've looked every bit of what they were these last couple of years under Willie Fritz. I mean, there's been little to no drop-off in terms of just the overall quality of their play under John Summerall. Darian Mensah, I mean, it's crazy to think that he just kind of came in this season as a redshirt freshman and was just unanimously selected as their starting quarterback by their coaching staff. And pretty much every game, especially these last 7 games on this winning streak that they're on, he has just really had no issues. To kind of go back to this Navy game, I mean, they just dominated in every phase. Navy couldn't get anything going offensively. You saw their quarterback, Blake Horvath, get hurt early in the game, so they didn't have him for most of it. And their backup, Braxton Woodson, just really didn't look like he was ready to go. So Navy's playoff chances are done. But with Tulane, they put themselves in a position where if they win the AAC title game, which they did clinch, by the way, they've clinched a spot in the title game alongside Army because nobody else can match them, either of those teams, in terms of conference wins at this point in the year. If they win the AAC title and then Boise State messes up and doesn't win the Mountain West title, they're the playoff team.
Yeah. That's crazy. And Darren Mensah still quarterback in that squad, right?
Yeah, I was talking a little bit about him. He has just risen to – he's done every single thing they've asked him to do. He's beaten out – they had Ty Thompson in there as well. And they've used him a little bit as well on some of these specialty packages where they have both quarterbacks in the backfield. They've mostly used Ty Thompson as like a wildcat guy, so that'd be fun. So that's a little bit more fun to watch too. But – yeah, you kind of see the youth come through and some of the decisions that he makes throwing into, coverage and that sort of thing. But like, if this is what you're starting from as a redshirt freshman, like, I don't know what his limit is. It's going to be fun to watch.
Jake has a good question about the G5. What if Army beats Notre Dame, Tulane beats Army, and Boise wins out? Who do you give it to?
At this point, if Boise wins out, Boise's going. Like, that's... that if I'm the committee, that's what's going to happen. I if Boise wins out, I don't see how you can justify dropping them below the AAC championship. Just mathematically, that's the situation that the CFP committee and the AP voters and whatnot have created at this point. Plus, like Tulane's a complete team. Don't get me wrong; they've been so fun to watch, and I admire what John Summerall's been able to do immensely. But like, if I'm the CFP committee, I'm not, and I have the choice between a Heisman contender and Tulane, I'm going with the Heisman contender, right? I mean, that's going to help their bottom line and their ratings more.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Mm-hmm. Real quick, I'm going to do an ad read for our newest sponsor, Joe. Sleep Cycle Center. My friend, Dr. Chad Denman over there. I am a client of Sleep Cycle Center. They helped me get my sleep apnea under control. I am a completely different person now in the best way possible because of this treatment that I got. If you're feeling exhausted all the time, you feel like you're just constantly tired, you can't sleep, you wake up, you sleep for 8 hours, you wake up feeling tired, you're snoring, you probably have sleep apnea, and Sleep Cycle Center is the place to go and get that treated. It is the only medical sleep office in Central Texas that provides the most technologically advanced care and screening, at-home testing, evaluation of airways, and treatment options related to sleep and breathing issues such as sleep apnea. Their focus is to educate the patient on what is going on in their body and to provide all possible treatment options related to that specific issue. Screening, testing, and treatment can be completed virtually or in person. They eliminate snoring to sleep apnea. You no longer need to sleep in a separate bedroom from your significant other. Individuals and families are welcome. They have 2 convenient locations, one in the Arboretum and the other in Lakeway. They see patients from the ages of 6 to 106. Family owned and operated. CPAP alternatives can be provided in most cases, but they do offer treatments that include CPAPs, oral devices, epigenetic devices, weight loss, lasers, and radio frequency. They are in network with most medical insurances. So give my friend, Dr. Denman, a call at 254-284-6812. That's 254-284-6812, or visit sleepcyclecenters.com, sleepcyclecenters.com. Go over there if you're feeling exhausted, feeling tired, and go ahead and get that treatment done, man. It truly changed my life for the better, and that's the reason we made them sponsored, because I can truly attest to the difference it has made in my life. Okay, SMU just keeps rolling, man. They just keep on rolling, dude. Win over Boston College, wasn't pretty from a defensive standpoint to go at 4 touchdowns, but the Ponies are in prime position to win the ACC in their first season in the conference. They're not even getting any TV money out of this. They are paying completely out of pocket just to join. And Rhett Lashley has this thing rolling, man. What are your thoughts on the Ponies, and what do you think it would take for them to get into the playoff? Do you think they can win the ACC? What are your thoughts?
When you talk about SMU, paying out of pocket or whatever, I just have an image of like Mr. Burns just like throwing like a giant, like, will this cover?
That is exactly what SMU is all about. I grew up right around there, so yes.
Right. No, I mean, what's really impressed me the most, I think, about SMU has been Kevin Jennings. Right. Like he's just played phenomenally, and B, to beat out, I think a lot of people were really expecting, Preston Stone to kind of bounce back from his leg break at the end of last year and kind of resume control of the team. And even when he was, it seemed like he was mostly healed, it just wasn't working. And they throw Kevin Jennings into that starter role, and just, he's looked phenomenal. So he's got room to grow too. So like, he's another guy, like another young quarterback who I'm excited to see continue to develop, especially with Lashley. I mean, he's proven himself to be a good, obviously offensive coach and kind of quarterback guy along the way. It's weird to see SMU obviously in the ACC in general, but not just that, but come in and just really like run the table. So that's all I have a ton to say. I haven't watched much of SMU on the defensive side of the ball, just because I've been so enamored with their offensive play over the start of the season. Yeah.
Kevin Jennings quarterbacked South Oak Cliff to a state championship. I think he may have done it. I can't remember if he was a starter on both of their back-to-back state championship teams, but he certainly quarterbacked them in the 2022 championship. So South Oak Cliff, I believe it was the first time a DISD school had won back-to-back state championships in like 50 years or something. I'm sure somebody in the comments will correct me on whatever the statistic is. But, Kevin Jennings is kind of a Dallas legend. So pretty cool for him to be leading the Ponies to this point in the season. It's really cool to see that. The Big 12 is a mess. It's a mess, Joe. Arizona State beats up on Kansas State. I know it was 24-14, but they're up 21-0, I believe, in that game. If you had to pick right now who's going to win the Big 12, is it BYU? Is it Colorado? Is it Arizona State? Who do you got?
Yeah, I was very surprised to see BYU drop this last game against Kansas. I would have thought they would be like the shoe-in, but now that they looked, mortal, I don't know. It seems like it's going to come down to BYU and Colorado in the championship game, and against the two of them, that's just a fun matchup, really. Like Jake Retzlaff against Shadur Sanders, in my opinion, two of the top 6 or 7 quarterbacks. I think Shadur is right in there, like 1 to 2, 3, 1, 2, somewhere in there, and then Retzlaff somewhere down there. But he's been great as well. And then BYU's secondary, I think, will be they're one of the better secondaries, if not the best secondary that Colorado's faced this year. So that's going to be a make or break moment, I think, in terms of Colorado's playoff hopes here, really. Because what are they right now in terms of the overall ranking? 16? I think if they win out before the championship game, I think they can get down to 12, 13. But if they end up losing that title game, then it's over probably. So that's going to be huge for them.
Is the Big 12 just going to get one team into the playoff? I think they get 2. Just one, right?
I think right now, I have a hard time imagining that they're going to get a team in other than the league champion. Just again, mathematically based on where BYU is right now. They're 14 in the AP poll. I imagine they're going to be somewhere right around there in the rankings tomorrow. And again, same with Colorado. I think they've both kind of put themselves in a position where they're, kind of right in there on the bubble as far as an at-large bid goes. But obviously, you win the league, you're in. So,
we have BYU at Arizona State on Saturday, so that's going to be a hell of a game. Let's talk a little bit about Indiana at Ohio State, because this game has big implications that probably nobody would have expected coming into the season, that this game would have these kinds of implications. I don't think anybody projected Indiana to be undefeated going into this game. Now, they have played a very weak schedule, but you still got to win all your games. You can only win the games that are in front of you. Let's go Indiana. I agree, Rob. It would be a lot of fun to see the Hoosiers pull this off. What are your thoughts on this game overall?
Yeah, I agree. Definitely did not think Indiana would be in this position just overall. I thought it would be, at least, a couple year project to kind of get them to, competing for bowl games consistently. Did not think they would be, second in the Big Ten standings, as I said. Ohio State's they've got to play a complete game. Again, I think that's kind of been their issue. Like, they have all these NFL players and all this talent, but some of these games that they've had this season have been significantly closer than they should have been because they just haven't played a complete game. Obviously, these last 2 weeks, they've beat the tar out of a bad Purdue team and then did more or less the same thing to a Northwestern team that's mediocre at best. But, obviously the Oregon loss, that was bad. The close result against Nebraska, that was bad. And, obviously, like, they turned it on in the second half against some of those early season non-con games with Akron, Western Michigan, and Marshall. But there were moments in that game where I'm like, aren't they supposed to be like the number 1 team in the country, number 1, 2, 3 team in the country? So that's what I'm watching here. Like, they've got to play a complete game. And then 2, like, obviously Curtis Rourke's played great, battling through that thumb injury, but like, I don't think his thumb is 100% at this point. I mean, especially when you kind of have surgery on it mid-season, like expecting it to heal 100% is not a thing. Like they'll say it's 100%, but it's again, when you have surgery on anything in mid-season, you literally cannot expect it to heal completely until you're not getting the what kicked out of you on a daily basis, which
right.
Or for a quarterback, obviously it's different, but like you're using your hands in all these different ways, so all that movement makes it impossible to heal completely. So you can kind of see there's like a little bit more wobble on it coming out of his hand because of that. But like they're still making it happen. And some of these JMU guys that have come over with him, with Chris Signetti, over this past offseason have just played out of their minds. Like I knew they were good at JMU, but my goodness, some of these guys that he brought are just balling out.
Kentucky and Texas. Kentucky's got some badass defensive linemen, man. Deion Walker is like an NFL guy for sure. Texas has struggled against teams that muddy up the pocket. I believe somebody commented that earlier, and I agree with them. I still think Texas is just a lot more talented than Kentucky, and they should win this game. But what do you think this game is going to look like? Do you think it'll look similar to the Arkansas game, or do you think it'll look more like the Texas-Florida game?
It should look closer to the Texas-Florida game, in my opinion. But like I said earlier in the show, it's just a matter of you have to be ready to execute all the time. I don't think I don't think Kentucky's offense presents as much of a threat as Arkansas's does. I just think they have fewer playmakers, but at the end of the day, it's about who can make more plays. Kentucky's going to come in with a chip on their shoulder. Like that's one thing I'll say about Mark Stoops teams. Like, they consistently usually play some of their best football at the very end of the year. They usually don't let losses, linger for too long. Like that program just has bred this kind of fierce loyalty and this fierce kind of like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like they're not a team that's going to look at this and go, we're 4-6 or whatever they are. Like, let's just shut it down. Like they're going to fight and get in fights in some cases.
Yeah.
At least that's what happens when they play Louisville. In order to make it, a thing. So it's gonna be
Ole Miss at Florida is an interesting one to me because Florida's been playing so much better lately, and they're playing at home, and they've been playing much better at home, and they have Lagway, and I think they can give Ole Miss a game, and I think they can beat Ole Miss. I don't know what your thoughts are on this game, but it just seems like a game that Ole Miss could totally lose. Does that make sense to you?
It does. I'm still going to take Ole Miss, but completely agree. I mean, whatever they've been doing, they started drinking out of, Michael Jordan's water bottle from Space Jam or Bugs Bunny's water bottle from Space Jam. I need to get my Space Jam trivia correct. What is wrong? But yeah, they've just been a completely different team these last couple of weeks. But at the end of the day, I don't think there's any reason Ole Miss should win. If they did, that's bad. But, based on how they've played the last couple of weeks, Ole Miss, I think they've got it.
We're running out of games here, but we're also about to run out of time. I have to grab something again really quick, so I'm sorry to make you stall for me. But can you give us a little bit of Army Notre Dame, and I'll be back in like 1 minute?
Sure. I think as far as Army goes, Bryson Daly is really fun. Exactly. Michael's secret stuff. You know what I'm talking about, Jake Bayless. As far as Army goes, the fact that Bryson Daly seems to be 100% healthy, I'm not quite sure why they had some of the issues they had against North Texas like 2 weeks ago now, because obviously they're coming off a bye, and that helps some of these guys that have kind of been banged up as well. But I don't think they've really played a team so far this season that matches the athleticism that Notre Dame has overall, and just the size too. So that's going to be interesting to watch. Obviously, Notre Dame beat Navy earlier this year, and there's a lot of similarities with what Notre Dame or what Army and Navy do as far as offense, obviously. But I think the big difference is Army has really made more of a habit of working like the inside and trusting their interior O-line guys to win those matchups. With Navy, they kind of operate more wing T adjacent. Some people call it the millennial wing T. Some people call it the sling T. I like sling T better. But that system at Navy kind of depends on trying to make plays on the perimeter and try to beat people outside. Whereas Army, they'll just run right at you. And when Bryson Daly runs the ball, he kind of goes right off tackle. And because he's just a little bit bigger and a little bit more sturdier than Blake Horvath, he runs like a fullback. I mean, some people might not know this, but I believe he was mostly recruited out of high school to play linebacker. Was a two-way player down in Abernathy, Texas there. But he just really wanted to play quarterback, and Army was one of the few places that really gave him a chance to do that. And so far, he's looked really solid. So that's kind of what I'm watching for. Obviously, Notre Dame, they've been a completely different team since that Northern Illinois loss. Riley Leonard's been good as well. He's been really solid. Kentucky's 1-6 and ranked as the second to last team in the SEC. No team should be overlooked, but I think that Texas offense needs to score 40 plus. I see where you're coming from. I think what we've seen with that Texas offense, you're obviously more comfortable when you can score a lot of points and count on your team to finish drives. So we'll see what happens there. What else is going on? I know you guys are probably looking at the Tom Herman stuff at FAU. That was weird. Especially with this Pete Nakos tweet that says he was looking at Power 4 coordinator jobs as well. I don't know what that's about, but I get it. The man has expensive taste, and as do a lot of people when you get used to a certain standard of living. But I think that kind of makes sense with a trend that we're seeing. Obviously, sometimes it's an easier and a better paying job to be a coordinator or even a position coach at a Power 5 as opposed to a G5 head coach. That's what happened with Sean Elliott. Hey, Keenan, I was actually just talking. No, you're good, man. I was actually just talking a little bit to wrap up about Tom Herman getting fired at Florida Atlantic.
Oh, yeah. Stan Drayton too.
Yeah.
That seems like such a no-win job, Temple.
Yeah, it's really hard. It's really hard to win there. I think one thing that everybody that covers the G5 and the AAC can confidently say about what Stan Drayton did is he took that program that was just in a miserable state at the end of Rod Carey's time there, and he made it a place where people could actually breathe and came to work with smiles on their faces and actually enjoyed being a part of it again. It was a complete culture flip, and it was a bummer to see it just not pan out on the field. But I think you could really point to a lot of people that have watched that program and cover that program and just have nothing but positive things to say about Stan Drayton as a coach and as a person. But it wasn't working, especially when you lost DJ Warner this offseason. That was kind of your clue that this wasn't going to be
now.
Pretty much. Well, yeah, I mean, that's not even on Drayton, but just as far, I mean, it's not completely on Drayton, I should say. But yeah, when that happened, it was I don't think Temple has anybody else as far as playmakers. So,
Yeah. It is, one of those jobs where it feels like Matt Rule's the only guy who's ever done well at Temple. I mean, is that kind of true? I mean, how often have people succeeded at that school, as a football program? You know what I mean?
Yeah, at the FBS level, that's at the FBS level, that's kind of the only one that really comes to mind. Obviously, way back in the day, they had some teams when they were a little bit of a smaller school. I believe they. I'm trying to remember when they really kind of made the jump to the Big East. 91. Yeah. Once they jumped to the Big East. Yeah. I think their only 10-win seasons were 2016, 2015 under Matt Rule. And then you'd have to go all the way back to 1979 to find their last 10-win season. And yeah, it's a really tough place to win, especially when you look at even in a place like the Northeast where you're recruiting, the depth of the recruiting pool is already significantly more shallow than it would be in a place like Texas, Florida, California, Ohio, et cetera.
Sure.
There's other schools that are going to override you there with places like Boston College, Rutgers, et cetera. So, it's a hard place to win for sure.
Yeah. So for some reason I can't bring in anybody. So if the SEC Unfiltered guys are ready, you can bring yourselves.
Yo, what's up?
Hello.
What's up, guys?
What's going on?
See Philly, I'm gonna see you this week, aren't I, brother?
Yeah, man. I fly in Thursday.
Hell yeah.
I touched down in Austin, assuming no delays, 1:45. So, brother, I'm coming in a day early on purpose, man. I could have come in Friday, but I was like, you know what? I need the full Austin experience. Funny enough, man, I don't know if I told you guys this. I've got a really, really good buddy of mine. I used to live in Charlotte from August to like 2015 to May of 2019. Anyways, this guy I met there, he's an entrepreneur too, does really, really well for himself. And I met him in Charlotte. He actually lived in Austin for like 2 years, and now he lives in Chicago. And he was actually back in Austin this past weekend. So he's done so well for himself, sold his company, and he like DJs for fun. He just does it for fun. Like he's that, awesome. Yeah, he's living the dream for sure. But he was back in Austin, but he used to tell me, man, he's like, Austin's sick. You ought to go. So it's he's giving me the Rex. I'll tell you though, man, like it's crazy. Everywhere I've been, I have felt immense embrace and hospitality, and like that's all been great. I don't know that Texas is the first place where I've felt the hospitality days before the trip. I had a guy email me last night, literally email me just out of the blue, was like, hey man, I've caught you guys on TSU, have watched your other content as well. You'll do a great job. He's like, anything you need, any suggestions, let me know. I was like, sure, whatever you got. He sends me like this like pages of just, bar scene, food, tailgating. I like everything. So, and I've had the guys over at Red Cup Texas, who we collab with them every now and then on Instagram. They've been sending me some recs, so I know it's like just the beginning. It's been cool, man. It's really, really neat, man. I'm excited to get out there. I'm really, really pumped to get to Austin. This is only my second trip ever to the Lone Star State. The only other, my first trip ever to the state of Texas was for SEC Media Days, Dallas. So really? Dallas is all I know of Texas. Dallas is all I know. So
that's my hometown, but Austin is a whole different ball game, brother. Get ready.
You're in like 6 different countries at the same time when you're in the state of Texas. Before we get on out of here, Joe, I want to get your opinion on this because I love the G5, and this is something that has bothered me for a hot minute now. They're Stan Drayton being fired, and I was listening to you guys. How do you feel about Delaware making the jump up? Because I'm pissed about it. I personally hate it because you could be a really good FCS school, win a couple of championships, win when it comes to recruiting for the lesser tier competition, and now all you're doing is you're getting a bigger pay grade to finish 6-6 at best, 7-5.
Yeah, I mean, to their point, they finished this last FCS season with a record of 9-1. So based on all the resources that they've given this staff, I think they're a little bit better prepared than some of these other schools. I mean, obviously you've seen Kennesaw kind of struggle with the transition. I'm not saying they're going to be James Madison right out of the gate, but we'll see. I do agree that, a lot of fans would rather kind of see their school would rather just like stay at the FCS and remain a consistent winner there and compete for playoff titles and that sort of thing. However, the real answer is at the end of the day, money. Like if you get to, the FBS and get to be a part of those TV contracts and at some point get to legitimately compete for a playoff spot. Like, I know like Army's a great example. Like, Jeff Monken said, like, we did this because the path to the playoff is like huge for, recruiting and the overall longevity of our athletic department. And I think a lot of us heard that and we're like, all right, well, Army's not going to make the playoff anytime soon, but yet here we are. So you never know.
Cole, you sound like me talking about Appalachian State. Honestly, because that's the thing. Again, you're like an I don't know Delaware's football tradition. I have no idea. But
they're awesome.
Okay, well, App State won 3 straight national championships.
Yeah.
And like they will never win another one. And that sucks. I mean, the money's great, but that sucks. That sucks. So like, I don't know, man. Like I've said it many times, the G5 needs its own playoff. Bro, would you rather make the playoff and probably get your shit kicked in round one, or actually have a chance to win a ring? Like to me, but maybe I'm a competitor. I don't just want the money. I don't just want the to be part of the club. Like you know what I mean? I think it's stupid personally.
Here's a way that I think you can have your cake and eat it too, which is dumb and it won't happen this way. But you win the G5 level and you can either choose to opt in, or you get the first round bye and you're the first seed in a G5 playoff. That would be the way that you get both. Is that if you want to play in this game, cool, you do so. You don't win a national championship, you don't get to come back into the G5 playoff at this point, or you have a G5 playoff and you're the first seed. Both win. But I agree with you in the sense of where I'm against the fact that we're letting one team in, because also we may not get the right team in. Like my personal belief,
it's a pity. It's a pity invite. That's what it is.
But like my personal belief right now is that Tulane is a better G5 team than Boise State. And because they have 2 losses, they're going to be left out. And I'm not saying that Boise State hasn't earned the right to be in the conversation. I'm just saying you're penalizing a Tulane roster that lost its head coach, lost a ton of players in the portal, brought in a brand new staff, brought in a brand new bunch of transfers, and had 2 games against Power 4 opponents, nearly won one against Kansas State and lost to Oklahoma. And because of that, if they go 11-2 and beat Army and the American, but Boise State goes 12-1, they're going to be in. That's all I'm saying. Like that's all it comes by. You're not always getting the right team in, personally.
So is it fair to say you would prefer to see like Boise State play Army or Tulane, whoever wins the AAC, in a bowl game as opposed to Tulane, or as opposed to either of those teams, I guess, going to the playoff and playing Ohio State or Texas or Oregon or whoever it is?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I
would only be fascinated to see Ashton Genty run against some of those defenses. But yeah, I mean, if you don't have that kind of player, then
here's what
I saw Liberty last year. Like what happened against Oregon. It's just like, I didn't need to see that. We didn't need to watch that. Like, I mean,
I think it's a different example, but sorry, Cole, go ahead.
Yeah. Here's what I will say. Because of the way that the playoff is right now, I'll be interested with the rankings. If Boise State wins out, they didn't say that the Power 4 conferences were going to get the first round buys. They didn't say that. So if you're telling me right now that Boise State ends up getting the 4 seed because they were higher ranked than Colorado or Arizona State, who, by the way, Arizona State is a team I'm buying a lot of stock in at this point after last week's game against Kansas State. They feel like they're on a trajectory for Arlington. Sure. But, like, I'm sorry. Like if we're going based off of fairness, if Boise State gets the first round bye, put them in. Why not? They earned it. They earned it at that point. Because Cincinnati we gave it to. Cincinnati had the toughest pathway to the college football playoff, and even though they didn't get a win against Alabama, they lost 1 game in 2 years. That was why they got in. It was not because they were undefeated the year. It was because they lost 1 game in 2 years and they backed their shit up. And so if that's going to be Boise State, put them in. I have no problem with it, especially if they get the first round bye because they earned it. But I do think that right now Tulane is better. I feel like Tulane is playing better football. That is just my opinion of the situation.
Sure.
With that, we will leave you guys to it. See Philly. I'll see you this week, buddy. Shoot me a text. We'll link for sure. Mr. Cole, always good to see you, brother. Joe, thanks so much for filling in, my friend. You are the man, and I will talk to you guys soon. Peace out.
All right, boys. Y'all be good. Good to see you. Cole, what is up, man? How you doing, brother?
Yeah, it's another
little
day.
G5 chatter to get the day going. Little G5 chatter.
I will always talk G5. I will always be invested. By the way, you guys have to unfortunately get to see me eat lunch because this is the only time I have to eat today.
Oh, that's fine. Go ahead. No, it's we could just spend all day. I feel like we could just spend all week. You guys just continue to fire off the suggestions. It's Austin week. We made it. It is the week. The week is here. SEC Unfiltered embarks upon the 40 acres, man. The 40 acres. Love that. I've got an extra day to check out everything. So I don't even know what I'm going to do. Because it's interesting. The day that I've only done this one other time. No, well, I say one other time. Twice, but the other time that I came in on a Thursday, I went to Tuscaloosa a day early. Really just Hoover a day early. because of the hurricane that was coming through South Carolina. So I didn't I didn't go to Tuscaloosa, do anything like that. The only other day where I under normal circumstances I came in early was Baton Rouge. And that Thursday I just went to dinner with family, and I didn't vlog anything. So it was it wasn't, I wasn't out and about vlogging, exploring. I don't know what I'm going to do in Austin. I don't know. I mean, I'm going to be out and about Thursday for sure. I'm going to try to go check things out and explore a little bit. But yeah, if you guys have any suggestions all week long, at SEC Unfiltered, DM me, email us, secunfiltered@gmail.com, whatever. We'd be happy to take the suggestions. But Cole, by the way, speaking of the great state of Texas and what we've got in the pipeline, we now know for certain, and this is the most no duh, I think we all saw it coming. Texas A&M is a night game at Kyle Field, 6:30 kickoff. So that is the game. You think game day goes to College Station?
It's going to be hard not to. I know
it really is. It really is.
I already know what they've been, but do me a favor. What's the other game? I mean, what is the other game that you're really interested in that weekend?
It's not Ohio State, Michigan, because they're not good. I don't think there's really I don't think from the SEC there's really.
There's one.
Well, South Carolina, Clemson.
That's it.
I don't know that they'd go to Clemson. That's the only. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. I could see them going to Clemson.
Best game, but they set that game as a noon kick.
I could see them going to Clemson if it wasn't the first year of the return of the Lone Star Showdown. If it wasn't the first year.
It's just almost they have to go.
You have to go.
You have to go.
Are we really going to sit here and say that this game, one that we have been begging for, prodding for, the one that we have literally told the television markets, I don't care how you get it done, put it back on our television screens. We want this every single year. You're really not going to go to the first one? I know that you went week one, but how about this? You write it in this narrative. You start the season and close the season out in College Station, a perfect college town for a college game day atmosphere. There you go. That's how you do it. Because if there's not another game to where you can really feel like you're going to see the same type of animosity, the same type of level, the same type of the same type of mentality, and let's just go through the schedule, Chris. Tulane versus Memphis on a Friday. Not going to care. Not going to do it. You're not. Oklahoma State versus Colorado. Nope. Oregon State versus Boise. Nope. The Egg Bowl. Definitely not. Georgia versus Georgia Tech in Atlanta. Nope.
No, this one's in Athens.
This one is in Athens. Okay.
They start that I think next year. But yeah.
Okay. Auburn versus Alabama. You've already been Tuscaloosa. Definitely not. Kentucky playing host to Louisville. You're not doing that. You've already been Baton Rouge. Not doing that. You're not going to Como to see an 8-3 Mizzou squad take on a 5-5 or a 6-5 Arkansas squad. You're not doing that. You're not going to Nashville because you already missed your shot on that. You're not going to the Oaken Bucket out in Bloomington. You've already been there. You're not going for Oregon, Washington because of one side is delivered and the other side hasn't. Maryland may beat Penn State in Happy Valley, but it'll be sad tears because no one will be there to watch it. USC versus Notre Dame. I swear to God, if you actually go to that one, I'll be pissed off. Cal versus SMU. Probably not doing that. You're not going up to Syracuse with Lee Corso in the month of November. You're not doing that. You don't want him to die of frostbite. You're not going to Provo. You're not going to Ames for now a one-sided matchup between Iowa State and Kansas State. You're not going to Pullman to watch Washington State take on Wyoming, and you're not going to West Point to see UTSA versus what's it called? UTSA versus Army. You're not. So it's that's what you got.
Yeah.
That's
assuming both Texas and Texas A&M win this week, it's going to be a great, highly ranked showdown. It's going to be the best game of the weekend.
There's a very good shot it's a top 10 showdown. If you really think about it, depending on what happens with Indiana, it could very well be number 3 versus number 10 or number 2 versus number 10.
I love this comment. Virginia Tech winner gets bowl eligibility. Chills. The scene is set. You are looking live at where are they playing the game? Blacksburg? I don't know.
Big in Blacksburg. I'll tell you what.
That's awesome.
I fire Brent Pry if you lose that game. I do. I had you.
I mean, has there been a more disappointing team than Vatek?
Nationally, Florida State.
Well, yeah, you're right.
I would say that they're in the top 5. I mean, I had them in the playoff as a 7 seed.
Yeah.
I thought that Lane Stadium was going to host a playoff game this year because of how much talent they returned. I think I was the only person that was so
5-5.
I was so gung-ho saying that they would lose to Clemson, but they would win out besides that. They would get a rematch against Miami. They would lose to Miami in the ACC title game, but they'd be 11-1, so you'd have to put them inside the top 10. I swore that. I thought Virginia Tech was going to do it this year. Here I am, lo and behold. Nobody would care about what you do with Virginia. Tony Elliott's a fine coach. I mean, Virginia's a fine program. That's the other problem. It's fine.
Yeah, but they don't have like the passion for football to win at a high level. Like even like a Vatek. I don't, unless maybe I'm just unfamiliar with that program, but I don't look at Virginia as like they really have like a super rambunctious fan base that's going to be really upset, if they go.
They had 1 year where they were really, really, really good underneath Bronco Men at home. I remember that. And they went to the Peach Bowl. I remember that. And Bryce Perkins was their quarterback. Besides that, they're 8-4, 9-3. That's usually what their ceiling is. And that's 8-4, 9-3.
Ceiling, yeah, ceiling.
And that's 8-4, 9-3 in the ACC.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, Cole, Texas gets the big win over Arkansas. Down go the Hogs. Was a little more close a little too close for comfort, I think, for the Texas folks. But hey, dub's a dub in a rivalry. I mean, I heard some crazy stories about Arkansas fans and like how much they despise Texas. They really, Arkansas folks next level hate Texas. And I think Texas folks are kind of like, we don't like them, but it's just whatever. Arkansas fans really don't like Texas.
They don't like Texas. No.
And they're fans or anything.
Sam Pittman, I thought, made it abundantly clear when he even agreed. Yeah, I would say that it's not about liking us. It's more so about hating Texas. It is. And I think that you felt that. I think that the part that's really frustrating for Arkansas fans is that there was a moment where momentum started to shift their way. And if they would have found a way into the end zone, and it would have been 20-17 going into the final drive, all they need to do is get one stop, one pressure, with Landon Jackson on Quinn Ewers, and we're maybe talking about this game going to overtime. We're maybe talking about this game ending in an upset. And lo and behold, here we are, just seeing the same fundamental mistakes cost them another victory, like it did against Arkansas. I mean, like it did against Oklahoma State, like it did when it happened against Texas A&M out in Arlington. Like that's been the motto. But it's Texas. It's a little bit different because they left the Southwest. They went to the SEC when Texas went to the Big 12. They were a Big 12 team that was being talked about as a dark horse for the national championship, and everyone kind of forgot about Sam Pittman. Like, yeah, sure, he's fine, I guess. And they end up getting a signature win. They end up catapulting themselves into the conversation of a top 15 team that year, kind of like Arizona did last year, kind of like South Carolina is doing now. And they felt like it was respect that they had earned at this point. You are not coming into our stadium in year one of the SEC and beating our ass. We're going to give you a show. And they nearly did. And then it came down. And then unfortunately, fumble, Alfred Collins, Michael Taft, two of the smartest, most underappreciated players in the SEC, two of the best reasons why you can believe in Texas as a threat to go to the college football playoff and win multiple games, stepped on up, delivered, and made sure that they never got the ball back.
Again, no such thing as a bad road win in the SEC, especially when it comes against a rival. So that was a good win for Texas. I mean, it was closer than I thought it would be. Than both you and I thought it would be.
Way closer.
We both thought it was going to be a blowout, especially early. I mean, Texas, I feel like went right down the field, diced up the secondary, and it was just after that, it was like the offense kind of just hit a snag. But anyways, win's a win. And we actually, guys, our preview for the Texas-Kentucky game just dropped via YouTube. Podcast will be out later, so check it out. And again, we're excited, man. I'm excited to get to Austin. It's experience it for the first time. I've heard great things. I'm really looking forward to it. So any suggestions you got? Cole, I was just looking at this SEC schedule for rivalry weekend, and it did hit me looking at the kickoff times.
Yeah.
It does feel wrong that we don't have any games on Thanksgiving. It does. It just like kind of sucks. It's like, man, that kind of sucks. It's all NFL, right? It's be all NFL. I'm assuming
Thanksgiving this year.
Thanksgiving Day, yeah. And that's what I'm saying. It's like it sucks that we don't have any Thanksgiving college football.
I've been saying that.
Yeah.
It's annoying.
Yeah.
It's beyond annoying. And it's like, oh, well, we want to make sure the NFL gets his respect. Why? They don't respect college football. They don't respect the college football fan base. We want respect. There's games on. Oh, wait, no, there is one game on Thanksgiving this year. There's one. It's Memphis Tulane. Great. Now I'm going to be watching
the Tulane Green Wave.
now I'm coming up. No, screw it. I don't care about college. I don't care about the NFL that night. Who even is that game? Watch it be the Cowboys because they always play on Thanksgiving. Watch it.
Let's see.
And then immediately, week 12, week 13. Here we go. Bears. Yep. Cowboys. And then Dolphins, Packers. Tulane Green Wave won my heart against Memphis Tigers. There we go.
We even got Maction that Tuesday. So who's the okay, let's see. Yeah, we got 3 games tomorrow night. So we're in full swing with Maction. And
what's tomorrow night? Is it Ohio?
Tomorrow night's Kent State, Akron.
Yep.
Central Michigan, Western Michigan.
Ooh, okay.
And Miami of Ohio and Northern Illinois.
Yeah. Wait, is Northern Illinois still 5-6 or are they 4-6?
6-4.
So they are bowl eligible. Northern Illinois. Good for them. Good for them. I guess that's a good thing for Notre Dame too, because now that would be a really bad argument to say that you're going to the college football playoff.
Yep. NIU who beat Notre Dame and then the following week lost to Buffalo. Who has also lost to Toledo and Ball State. Somehow walked into Notre Dame and won.
I think that's my big reason why I'm so against Notre Dame being in the playoff. It actually has nothing to do with how they've looked since. It has everything to do with the fact that that loss looks worse for you because of who NIU has lost to.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that enough people pay attention to that part. I think that we always talk about how do you look in a game? How do you respond? You want as many teams that are beating you to continue to look good. Perfect example. Texas A&M has got to be salivating right now watching Texas go to 10-1 potentially. Watching South Carolina go to potentially 9-3. Because if they get those wins, or if they get that loss to Texas, and they somehow were to be in that 9-3 conversation for a college football playoff spot, regardless, that's a good win for them now. I mean, that's a good loss for them now. Notre Dame, great loss for them right now. Because that's strengthening their resume. They're looking better. Notre Dame is looking better. They're looking better. South Carolina's looking better. That LSU game has got to suck for them right now. Because that LSU loss is now, that LSU win is like, yeah, cool, we got to win. But now look at what LSU is doing. They just lost to Florida, who we beat the crap out of. And that's not going to really help our case anymore. That's not going to strengthen us anymore.
Going to be a lot of resume comparing down the stretch, Cole, for sure. I mean, it's there's going to be a lot of gray area. There's going to be teams that feel like they got screwed. It's inevitable. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. So,
of course it is.
I think some will have strong cases. I think others won't. And I think that'll just be the reality of it. So, there's going to be a few 9-3 teams that are just bitching to bitch, essentially. I mean, it's going to happen.
Let me ask you, strength of resume right now, simply based off of who they've played, how they've played in those games, strength of resume, who is the number one in the SEC?
Who's number one in the SEC based off of their resume?
Resume based off of how they've looked in the games, all that aside. Who's number? They're not getting left out. They can be 10-2. They can be 11-1. They're not being left out.
Well, I can tell you who. I mean, I can't say it's Texas because if they lose to A&M, they're out. I'd probably go. As long as they finish 10-2, I'd go Georgia.
I go Bama.
I do think Bama's going to be in at 10-2, and Bama's got the head-to-head. Yeah,
Bama has the head-to-head.
See, that's what's so confusing because Tennessee's got the head-to-head with Bama.
Right. And so all you have to hope for is for Army to pull off the inevitable at Yankee Stadium. That's what you got to hope for.
But what's crazy is why is it going to take that to get Tennessee in?
Because
if Bama's in.
Because you're not leaving Notre Dame out. And you're not going to leave Bama out because if Bama wins out, they're going to the SEC Championship game. And you're not going to leave out the leader of the SEC Championship game.
Is that right? That's the path for Bama. Just went
right
out
now.
there in automatically. Yeah. That's all they have to do.
Yep. Because of now the LSU game doesn't matter, and now the Georgia game doesn't matter because the head-to-head loss with Ole Miss. For Ole Miss, that's where it really matters because of Ole Miss. If somehow Texas were to lose this weekend, and then if Texas were to lose this weekend, it would be actually Ole Miss versus Alabama because a common opponent. One win over Georgia, one win. Both have a loss to Kentucky, so that would help actually Ole Miss to get in, even if A&M even if A&M loses to Texas. So it's like we can go with all these head-to-heads, but like what are you telling us as college football fans and as the committee if you're going to leave out the runner-up of the SEC championship because they have 3 losses?
Yeah, there's no way they're going to. There's no way. I mean, that would set a really bad precedent.
It's like I saw somebody yesterday, and I'm not going to name their name because I want to be respectful to them. But I saw somebody yesterday say Texas A&M was going to beat Texas in the Lone Star Showdown. They were going to go to the SEC Championship game, play Alabama, lose to Alabama, and then your just cause would be you're leaving out both Texas A&M and Texas because of the strength of record, the 3 losses, and the fact that neither one, they can have the head-to-head conversation of who lost who. So what you're telling me at this point is it's better for me to not go to the SEC Championship game to get to the college football playoff than it is for me to potentially win a SEC championship and get a first-round bye.
Yeah, essentially.
Do you know how many people would not do that? How many people would just say, nope, we're losing to Vandy this weekend, boys. 3rd stringers, you're in. Like, imagine if Florida somehow came on an epic run and they're like, hey, if you go to Atlanta and you lose to Bama, you're going to be left out of the playoff. Well, it's a good thing that we have Aiden Warner. Strap it on up, son. You're playing SEC football this weekend. And we believe in you. We believe in you because we believe that you're going to lose and you're going to shit the bed. That's what we believe. Like, that's the form that you have to deal with at this point.
Yeah. Indeed. Cole, let's get to a couple of these comments. Rex St. Charles, Arkansas was coming off a bye. You had to believe they were ready to play. A close game was not a surprise. I mean, here's the thing, though. They were coming off a bye. I thought they'd be ready to play from the offensive side. Bobby Petrino, 2 weeks to cook something up, get ready. I didn't expect Texas to have such trouble scoring. That was what kind of surprised me. But to your point, you're right. They had 2 weeks to get ready, and they looked ready, and it was a close game. Knockdown, drag-out type of fight in Fayetteville. Rob says, are you stepping into the TSU pregame? Sure. I didn't know there was a pregame show Saturday. I guess there is one every weekend.
Yeah.
I'll talk with BK and we'll figure it out. I got to figure out what's going on with that. But I'd love to. I mean, again, I've talked to BK a little bit here and there about us maybe potentially linking up, doing something Thursday or Friday. I will be on the show on TSU both Thursday and Friday. So that is, I'm going all 5 days this week, and I felt like it would be cool to do the show from Austin. That just makes sense for me. So that'll be fun. That'll be really, really cool. But yeah, I'll get with BK. Maybe we can make something work for Saturday. I don't know. We'll man, I'm just going with the just kind of rolling with the punches, man. And that's worked. That's worked every weekend at this point. So we'll probably continue to do that. But only 2 of them left. I'll tell you this, Cole, Saturday, it really hit me that I was like, this is almost over. I was like, I was sitting in the stadium as it was emptying out, just like looking at the field. And I was like, man, this is almost over. Like the tour's almost done. It's crazy. There's only 2 of them left. And this past weekend was the last weekend which I say spoiler alert, everybody who's been tuning in here knows where I'm going next weekend. Because I was going to say it was the last weekend that I'll drive to a game. Because the next 2 weekends I'll take flights.
So you're really going to go home just to come right back?
I mean, dude, yeah. It's not like I would leave Sunday and the game is Tuesday. I mean, there's still like a whole week separating. Yeah. What am I going to do in Texas for a week?
Explore the wonder majestic that is the Lone Star State. Go driving and spend Thanksgiving. Spend Thanksgiving by yourself or with me, and then there we go.
Cole, you'd get sick of me, I promise.
Probably, but you know what? That's the beauty of it, and we get sick of each other.
No, I never considered spending. Not that it wouldn't be fun, but I never considered spending a week and a half in Texas.
How dare you? That is an insult to us.
It's
Texans.
not. It's just from a logistical standpoint. Like that's. I don't know. I mean, I guess I could have made it work. I just didn't. I didn't think to do that.
Go from Austin to San Antonio all the way out to the fine.
And bro, it's. I mean, here's the thing. It's not really that, but dude, it's only a 2-hour flight to Austin. Because I'm going from Atlanta to Austin. I got a direct flight. It's only 2 hours.
Wait, so you're going? So are you driving to Atlanta?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, how far away is Atlanta?
Like hour 45.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
No, it's not bad at all.
No,
Yeah.
that's not bad.
No, so I'll drive up there, park obviously, and then we'll get the flight Thursday. And I'm actually staying with our good friend CJ Vogel on Texas football.
You're saving money, and since you're saving money,
I know
that's a way to where you use that money to finance a trip throughout the Lone Star State, so you understand the beauty that is state of Texas. You have fine barbecue. You have fine Tex-Mex. You have Tex-Mex for lunch. You have barbecue for dinner. You switch it the next day. 3 sides minimum. You have to try the salsa at every spot. You have to have a dessert from every location. You go to San Antonio. You go to Nacogdoches. You go to El Paso. You go to Amarillo. You go to Odessa. You go to Houston. You go to College Station. Look at that. You drive back to Austin that same night. You go to Waco. You say hello to the Bears. You say hello to Dave Aranda, who just saved his job. You went through the entire state of Texas and you saw.
I saw you. You were very supportive of Dave Aranda returning. If I saw correctly.
Dave Aranda's awesome. Like, and I say that because I know that he has. It's been a long couple years. It has been 100%. Last 2 years have been sour, but Dave Aranda, to me, is just one of the best coaches to listen to. Like, I'm not saying he's a great coach. I'm saying to listen to, hear him talk, the way that he breaks down things, it's soothing. I could fall asleep to it. In like the most relaxing way he explains the game. I love Dave Aranda. I do. And now he's got the grandpa glasses on and he's kicked in the wisdom like Mike Singletary when he was playing at Baylor. Gotta love it.
Where in Texas, Cole, would you suggest not going? Where is there a part of Texas you're like, stay away from there? See, some people would say Houston. That's the ironic part.
Odessa. Odessa, where Friday Night Lights takes place.
Really?
It's a dead ass town. It's dead as disco. El Paso. I'd stay away from El Paso.
People are saying El Paso.
I'd stay away from El Paso if possible. I 100% would. I'd stay away from Amarillo.
Even though you just mentioned all these places.
I'm telling you to go check it out. You got to go have the 72-ounce steak.
See what Cole, 72 ounce, that sounds pretty good.
Yeah, big Texan.
See what Cole is suggesting. What Cole is suggesting is hopefully in the near future, we have an SEC Unfiltered tour bus. And so we're just able to take us around. We're truly on tour. Like,
go throughout the country.
I'm telling you, I was telling somebody else this idea, Cole. I was like, can you imagine if the SEC Unfiltered tour, instead of like, it's been great this year, but imagine like we came out tomorrow and we were just posted up in Austin all week.
Yeah.
Little remote studio vibe. Oh yeah.
Again, we do that for a full week. We make peace with it. We do it before I have children. I mean, Dave will miss the child's first. Will miss his kid's, like third birthday. He'll have to just live through flashcards, and maybe the family comes on the road trip with us, and they just caravan behind us. There we go. Problem solved. I'm fine with it. My wife.
I don't want to be held accountable for Dave's divorce.
I say, well, my wife wouldn't miss me, so it's all good. Problem solved.
Yeah. All right. Well, you and I will do it. Joe K. Tour bus rule number 1: nobody craps on the tour bus.
Are you kidding me? I'm 100% taking a shit.
A tour poop. It's all good. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I was told the gentleman that shot me an email. He essentially told me, he's like, dude, you could throw a rock and hit a good Mexican restaurant. So plenty of good. Yeah. Plenty of good Mexican food. So I will definitely want to get some Mexican food.
I've already told you, just
because I've heard that for a long time, that Mexican food in Texas is like different. Like it's
Okay.
Which I mean makes sense. Makes sense.
It's completely different. I'm going to just stop you right there. What people don't understand is that there is a difference between California Mexican and Tex-Mex, and the people that believe that California Mexican is real, they're awful individuals. They're terrible people. They're awful. We don't like them. Tex-Mex is the way to go. Always is the way to go. That's always that to me is the best version of Mexican food. No, I already told you this, dude. Go to a random taco stand at
street
11,
tacos. You said
street
right?
tacos at like 11:30 at night. I promise you, will be better than any Mexican restaurant you have in South Carolina. Just that one taco will be better than anything you have ever put in your delectables throughout your entire life out in South Carolina or North Carolina.
You know, Cole, there's some people out there that think that I'm going to go to Austin and want to move there.
Yeah, you could. I mean, you would be like every person in California doing the exact same thing. So congratulations.
I bet price of living is crazy there, if that's the case.
Well, there's no income state. I mean, there's no state income tax. So, I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Texas, I mean, you know, Dallas was cool. I didn't see the best parts of Dallas, but it's okay.
Well, okay.
I was by you know exactly. I'm sure you know where I was. I was by the Omni Hotel.
Yeah, you were by the Omni.
Yeah, I was. What is that? Downtown.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was
That's downtown Dallas.
It was Dallas was interesting where I was. It was like I would see a Maserati and a Bentley, and then I'd walk 100 yards, and a lot of homeless people. It's like,
yeah,
you got a mix of both.
Yeah, that's like Houston.
But I've literally was told that like that's every big city in Texas.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Houston at night, there is a row. Have you ever seen those videos of like the guy walking through like a pit of alligators and he's trying not to step on anybody and he's not trying to step on one of them so he gets his foot broken off? That's like there's this street in Houston. I always get it wrong. It's not Church Street. It's I think it's San Antonio Street. And just everyone lined up. It is like literally, if you were walking down the pathway, you have to walk in the street and probably not get hit by a car, then run into a homeless person that's laying down passed out. That's what you have to deal with. And it's like that in San Antonio, and it's like that in Austin, and it's like that in Dallas. It's like that everywhere. Everywhere there's homelessness.
Interesting. Well, I'm excited. Austin's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a good time. Rob says price of living is stupid. Lack of income tax is nice. Colin Ives, price of living is insane. So Joe K, I paid $1,035 for a 500 square foot studio in South Austin.
Hell no. I paid $1,400 for a 1-bedroom, full bath, full closet in Houston. God, no. Now, 500 square feet. God bless. When I lived in so I remember when I lived in San Antonio, I paid God, you wanna know how cheap freaking life was back then? I paid $850 for a 2-bedroom apartment in San Antonio.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was when life was good.
That's crazy. I mean, dude, but that's the thing. Price of living everywhere is crazy now.
Of course
I mean, I'm in a 3-bedroom plus bonus room and 2-bath house for $2,000 a month.
Where do you live again?
Greenville, South Carolina.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, that's awesome. That's a great price.
Yeah.
3-bedroom house. When I lived in,
plus a bonus room, which is what I'm in, which is the studio.
So when I got out of college, me and 4 of my buddies got a house together, and it was $2,600 in downtown Houston for a 5-bedroom house. That house now is $4,800 per month.
Yeah. I mean, bro, it makes sense. I mean, I just kind of assume, like, you know, because I'll be moving next spring or whatever, you know, whether I go to, you know, people tell me, like, man, you were looking at Nashville. It's so expensive. I'm like, dude, whether you go to Charlotte or Nashville or Atlanta or, I mean, it's all going to be expensive, right? I mean, expensive. A 1-bedroom, a 1-bed, 1-bath, you're probably not going to get a decent place for less than like $1,700 a month rent.
At least, if not even more.
Yeah.
A decent place too. Living in the city near a location that you can actually go to.
Yeah. So is what it is. Cole, any other big takeaways from the weekend? in case you guys don't know, I'm sure most of you do, Sunday Fun Day, we break it all down. I feel like we did a pretty good job yesterday at dissecting all this. Of course, we got the rankings coming out tomorrow night, playoff rankings, which will just continue to piss us off. I'll ask you this. I'm sure we're convinced Tennessee's going to be the odd man out this week, right? They're going to be on the outside looking in because Georgia's going to jump in. Tennessee's going to jump out.
Well, yeah, but what I wonder is, are we going to see actually two teams be left out? I'll explain in a minute. So, okay, here's what I mean. So Tennessee, what if they come in at number 11? And what if SMU comes in at number 12? And BYU comes in at number 13? And Boise State comes in at number 14. Because of the way the rules work, the number 11 seed is going to be, the number 12 seed is going to be BYU, Boise. And you are going to see BYU still be the number 4 seed, even though they are the 13th ranked program. That's what I'm going to be frustrated with.
Yeah.
And that's where it gets really annoying. Because now what you're saying is SMU has to run the table and they have to hope for chaos ahead of them. And Tennessee has to run the table and hope for chaos ahead of them. So that way they're able to get it. And it's not just one team for both of them. It's certainly at least two teams for both of them. And who are those two teams? Where also you can afford to. Because if Texas would have to lose a game, and even still, I feel like Texas will be safe, whether or not they belong in the playoff or not. I'm not saying they do or don't. I'm saying that they will be safe because of the logo and where they rank right now. Indiana is all going to be based off the score of that game. It's not going to be based off of if they win or lose that game. Ohio State's not going to get left out at 10-2. Penn State's not going to get left out at 10-2. They made the college football playoff to go to 12 teams for Penn State. You're not leaving out Notre Dame at 11-1. So it's like the chaos that you have to occur, or the chaos that we think that might occur, is it being a game-winning field goal against Texas A&M. All right, so that helps Texas, and Texas A&M is behind you. So it does nothing. That's what we're dealing with.
Cole, do you think we should have a conversation about Penn State?
Yes, we should have a conversation about a lot of teams.
Yeah.
We should. Who's Penn State's best win against? USC in overtime.
Yeah.
On the road. A USC team that started Miller Moss that day and benched him. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Who's Notre Dame? As much as I want to say that the team has turned the corner, what looks worse now? That game against Louisville. Louisville lost to Stanford over the weekend. So now that's a 4-loss Louisville team. That's no longer a prominent win. You have one prominent win against a team that's not in the playoff. You also have a loss to a team that is barely bowl eligible. That's up for discussion. Indiana, the entire point to why I have them still in the top 4 for my money, even though we can go with the quote-unquote, who have they played, outside of the Michigan game, they have literally won the point of margin by double digits every outing. Every single one. They've played down one time this year. Once. Against Michigan State. So you're going to tell me that if they end up losing by 3 to Ohio State on the road, that's a bad game? No, it's not. If they lose by 60, that's a conversation to have. But they're not going to lose by 60. They're not going to lose by 30. If they lose by 15, we can at least have a serious conversation. That's what I'm talking about. So it's like, we can do this, and we can go through every team, and we're going to sit here and do it. And by the way, let's just go back to the fact that we have so many people saying that there's SEC biased because we believe that there should be 5 teams in, if not 6 teams in. No. No.
Yeah, it's not really even about getting the best 12 in there. It's about getting the best 12 while preserving some false sense of equal opportunity. You know, if it was about really getting the 12 best,
8 would come from the SEC.
Right. I mean, you could argue 0 would come from the Big 12.
0 would come from the Big 12.
Yeah, but but you can't do that because then you're going to hurt the feelings of the other conferences and I get it. I understand why we can't live in a world where it's 12 SEC teams. I get that. But there's going to be some teams with some legitimate gripes. If Tennessee gets left out, man, golly, I just that's going to be a tough. That's going to be because Tennessee to me's had a fine year.
Yeah,
beat Alabama. I mean, I know they lost, but like that Arkansas loss isn't nearly as bad as some other teams' losses. I mean, hey, let me just throw this out here. Tennessee, if they finish 10-2, will have lost to Georgia on the road at night, where 99% of college football would have lost, and they lost to Arkansas on the road at night. Not a great Arkansas team, not a terrible team. Ole Miss lost to an LSU team that now all of a sudden they don't look much of anything, and lost to a terrible Kentucky team. So, I mean, if we really want to go down that route, like, we really want to start comparing, contrasting the and I'm not saying Ole Miss shouldn't be in the playoff, because they should, and they beat that Georgia team. Right. I understand the quality of the win, but Tennessee beat Bama, who beat Georgia. So, like, we can run circles around it all day.
But here, let me bring this up to you, because everyone wants to talk about the eye test. Everyone wants to talk about how you look.
Well, that's biases and perception and all that plays into it, just like logos do.
Right. So I'm
like,
saying,
why? To your point, like, why is Notre Dame going to get? They're Notre Dame. Yeah. Why is Penn State where they are? They're Penn State. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. It's that stuff plays a lot into it. Yeah.
But I got crapped on yesterday because of people were saying, "Oh, you think that Tennessee's not a top 12 team?" I said, "No, Tennessee is not playing like a top 12 team." Down the stretch, in what could be the deciding factor on if they're putting in a fifth SEC team or a second ACC team. You did not look the part. I know that referees are talking about that game. Trust me, I went on a rant saying the face mask call in that matchup against Oscar Dell, BS, crap, no face mask. That was dumb. The fumble by Oscar Dell, that was a fumble. The fumble by Dylan Bell, that was a fumble. You want to know what happened on all three of those drives? Punt, they still scored a field goal. So it's like, what are you arguing here? Yes, I can say that that officiating, which by the way has been awful this year in the SEC, on more than just this game, and it hasn't decided really any game besides maybe South Carolina LSU, which again, you still blew a 17-point lead, so I'm not going to sugarcoat it and act like it was all just the officiating. But if there's anybody that's allowed to have a little bit of gripe right now, it is South Carolina. It is 100% South Carolina, because if they would have a win over LSU and be right in the thick of a college football playoff hunt. But you're really going to tell me that with those penalties, that was the reason you lost? You had one explosive play, Tennessee. You had nothing in the second half. You were up 10-0, and they proceeded to go on a 31-7 run. Your offensive line couldn't protect Nico Iamaleava. You didn't generate a pass rush. You got 2 tackles for losses. You allowed Carson Beck to turn into Carson Mahomes for 4 quarters, have 346 yards. Oh, and by the way, he was able to utilize his legs. And you're telling me that right now, even though they are 10-2, even though there is a very good shot that they belong in the playoff because they would have earned their way, that if we're going to include the eye test part, Tennessee looked like a top 12 team in that matchup. You want to look like a top 12 team? Ole Miss, when they played against Georgia. Alabama, when they played against Georgia. They allowed them to come back, but they still were able to be up by 4 touchdowns at one point. Texas had some life in the second half against Georgia. You didn't. You got up 10-0, and then everything fell apart. So that's where it comes down to. If we're going to throw in eye tests and we're going to throw in resumes, yes, head-to-head should matter. That's why we play the games. But unfortunately, because the way the College Football Playoff Committee works, because the way the College Football Playoff Committee wants more parity in the sport, Tennessee is the odd man looking out. And they did it because of the same reason I could say for Indiana. If Indiana looks like dog crap against Ohio State, we have a legit discussion. They lose by 3. You lost by double digits to Georgia, a top 5 team. One team looked like a top 12 program on the day where the resume and the eye test played a factor, and one team didn't. Sorry.
Cole, I hate to already play this hypothetical and put you on the spot here in front of these fine folks on Texas Sports Unfiltered, but Texas loses a tight one to A&M, finishes 10-2. Are they in?
Yes, because it's the logo they're in. It has everything to do with the logo and for the branding. This is the part where, again, there are people that work in this industry that think that they know everything. And the one part that you don't know is that TV ratings will factor in. I want you to do me a favor.
For sure. I mean, it's a business. I mean, it's a business.
I want you to do me a favor, Chris.
It's why Notre Dame will get in. I mean, it's,
The ACC can still get 2 representatives in the playoff. They can. No. There's a way around it. But what's an easier sell for you, Chris? An SMU squad that's 11-2, lost in the ACC title game, looked awful against Nevada, and needed a late score comeback.
That was in week 1, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Lost to BYU the following week. That just got skull drugged and should have probably lost 3 games this year already. Or Miami, Heisman caliber trophy award winner Cam Ward, a team that people hate watch, a team with a ravenous fan base, a team that people will be paying attention to because of what the ratings have said this year around Miami, and a team that people have pegged should be in the playoff because of its theme. What's an easier sell to television markets?
It goes without saying, Cole.
So why in the hell would Texas be left out? When everyone knows who Texas is, when everyone knows what the brand is, when everyone knows what that logo is, when everyone knows what that team can be, with what that defense has done, with how that team has looked at times, with a massive win, a signature win over Florida, if Florida continues to win out. I mean, you have a better argument at this point, honestly, whether or not I agree with it, that Ole Miss is going to get left out with the win over Georgia before Texas gets left out with the loss over Texas A&M. You have a much bigger argument because of the branding. Because of the branding.
That would be crazy. I guess I wonder just what happens if you got a few brands and you got to leave one out. You go into just the least strong brand. I mean, if we got Texas, Bama, and Tennessee fighting for the last spot.
If you have Texas, Bama, and Tennessee fighting for the last spot, you know who's being left out.
Well, Tennessee will be left out.
Tennessee will be left out because they're the weakest of the brands. Perfect example. There's okay, Chris, 3 spots left. Big brands. No, my bad. 4 spots left. 5 teams. Notre Dame, Tennessee, Alabama, Texas, Ole Miss.
I think Ole Miss would be left out.
From the brand perspective,
or it'd be Tennessee, and they'd want to get the Lane Kiffin storyline in the playoff.
But that
yeah,
would be the storyline.
Yeah.
From a brand perspective, they'd be left out because we don't talk about Ole Miss in this light. We don't. South Carolina has a reasonable gripe if, let's just say, Georgia at 9-3 and you at 9-3, they got in over you. They would have a reasonable gripe. So you're going to put in a 9-3 team because of Georgia's strength of schedule when we got shafted? Like, there would be that argument, which is why I don't think a 9-3 team is going. I don't, because there's no way to justifiably say that one 9-3 team is better than the other 9-3 team, even though we know who is the best 9-3 team.
Cole, do you think we'd be having this? Because I saw that the D2 and the D3 playoff brackets dropped. And FCS will drop soon, obviously. Their regular seasons. Yeah, next week. And they've got 32 teams in their playoff. Do you think we'd be having this level of debate if there were 30? Would we seriously be debating about teams 30, 31, and 32? And you think so? I'm just like, because I'll be honest with you, I didn't think we'd be debating this much about, 11 and 12. But then when you think about it, you're like, well, no, these are still like some really big time brands and pretty good teams that we're talking about. But I just wonder, like, when the playoff keeps expanding, do you think we'll get to a point where we're like not really moved by like the last team? Because it's like we're really arguing over like a 7-5, like, you know what I mean?
Well, here would be the argument. Are we really going to throw in another SEC 7-5 squad when there is a 10-2 Toledo squad? Yeah, that's what I think we're going to be arguing.
Yeah, that's a good point. Bro. You make a 32 team playoff, like the whole SEC is getting it.
Basically.
Damn near. I mean, really, truly.
You want to know why 8 was perfect? Let me explain. Because of, number one, you don't get rid of the Pac-12. Pac-12 stays alive. So now that's 5 conference champions. You say Group of 5 or Notre Dame. You say Group of 5 or Notre Dame you join a conference and then the Group of 5 gets a representative. Notre Dame at 11-1 would get in over Boise State. The runner-up of the SEC and the runner-up of the Big Ten would be 7-8. So every conference is represented. You still get Notre Dame in. You get the runner-up, who is probably the second best team in the SEC, and the runner-up of the Big Ten, which is the second best team of the Big Ten. Those are the two conferences that bring in the most revenue, so they get the extra pass. How is that hurting anybody? At all. That's why 8 was perfect. Because if you can't argue, but a scrappy Tennessee team is gonna figure things out. They lost to Georgia, who also is not in. They lost to Georgia. Well, Ole Miss, how dare we be left out? You lost to Kentucky, who Texas beat the shit out of. But Indiana's the feel-good story of college football. You lost to Ohio State by 40. And they lost to Oregon twice. It solves itself out. It does. It was the easiest way to solve itself out if you want expansion. Two conferences that bring in the most revenue get an extra piece. Everyone else gets one. Nobody's bitching.
I think the problem you probably ran into was you just couldn't get everybody to agree to that.
No, of course you couldn't.
Yeah.
Because
because everybody wants as much representation as they can possibly get.
Because what you would say is, well, what if it's a 10-3 LSU team that makes it to the SEC Championship game? Okay, I'm sorry, they bring in the most money.
To your point, Cole, like how many chances do you get? Like how many mulligans should you get?
Like we're talking about right now. Like perfect example of this. And I haven't made this official yet, but I'm about to. I there is a gut feeling the way that they looked on Saturday. I think Arizona State beats BYU. I think Arizona State beats Arizona. They go to Arlington. They beat Colorado. They're the Big 12 champion. Say that 2 weeks ago. Do you understand that that's where we're at when it comes to these teams? I think that now Arizona State has a very good shot at going to the college football playoff. 2 weeks ago, they were dead in the water after they lost to Cincinnati. Now they have a shot to go. Meanwhile, South Carolina, playing its best version of football, they need a ton of things to go their way. They need Texas to lose out. They need A&M to lose out. They need Alabama to lose a game against Georgia in the SEC title game. They would love to see Tennessee drop a game against Vanderbilt. That way they have the head-to-head. And I'll be real. I think that I think that South Carolina is the 13th best team in college football right now. But
Cole, I had them third in my power rankings.
But I have a ton. But again, they have to have a ton of chaos. Meanwhile, Arizona State barely beats Texas State, loses to Texas Tech, and loses to Cincinnati. Oh, they're a game away from going to the Big 12 championship game and going to the playoff. Like, do you not understand that that's what we're talking about when how many chances do you get? The SEC, you get 2. And if you drop a third, you're out. The Big 12, you get 2 or 3 and you're in the dance. You're in. They beat BYU. They're playing in Arlington next week. And BYU that was undefeated is not going to the college football playoff.
Cole, did you see what Brandon Walker said about South Carolina?
Yeah, I did. Most average team.
The biggest lie is that the national media guys have tried to sell you lately. South Carolina's a good team. They are thoroughly average.
Yeah, they're.
I will say I laughed at this one though when he said, "Thank God we don't have to pretend BYU's worth a shit anymore."
Yeah, no.
That would make me laugh. I was like, well, I mean, I get that.
No, what I will say is for me, that was when I knew that South Carolina was going to win the football game. It's the Brandon Walker reverse curse. You say anything positive or negative about a team that he says, immediately I'm throwing down money on the other to win. And he said it right after.
It's like the Colin Cowherd.
He said it right after Luther Burden scored the touchdown. I was like, all right, well, here they go. They're going to win this game. I'm not even worried anymore. Like I was doing the live stream for Florida versus LSU, and somebody put Mizzou came back. I'm like, oh snap! And I go online, I see Brandon Walker. I'm like, oh, you know what? Cool. There we go.
Yeah, the madness has only begun. These last 2 weeks, I think it's going to be anything but chalk all across college football, and I don't know. I think right now there will be a path for a 5th SEC team to get in.
There should be a path for a 5th SEC.
I do.
Team.
I think there will be. I get this weird feeling, and I mean, listen. All you got to do is, can America's team, Army, take down Notre Dame?
That's all you need.
That would open
Literally,
the door.
that's all you need.
That would swing the door open. Swing the door open.
And to be completely fair, Chris, it doesn't matter if you're a Tennessee fan, a Texas fan, an A&M fan, an Ole Miss fan, an Alabama fan. Just to guarantee that you're in as the 5th seed, because you don't know what they're going to say at the end of the day. You're rooting for Army as an SEC collective.
Oh, for sure.
You're rooting for Army.
Notre Dame is what we like to call a bid stealer.
Yes.
Essentially serving as a bid stealer. All right, let's bring our guy Zay in here, guys. We have hit 2 o'clock Central. Appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Let's go ahead and get Zay. Chip will join in a moment. Zay, what's up, man? How you doing, brother? Good to see you.
What's up, fellas? Doing pretty good. Cole, Chris, how you guys doing?
I'm doing fantastic, man. It is officially the week I will embark for Austin Thursday. So
there we go.
Yeah, I will wheels on the ground Thursday around 1:45 local time. I will be on the 40 acres. So looking forward to it, man. I'm super pumped. I've been looking forward to this trip for a while. So
guys, I
very
hate
excited.
Very bad news. I have to finish filming all of the previews for this week, so I have to run.
Get out of here, Cole. Go. Go,
I have
Cole.
work to do. I have work to do.
Somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to do it. Zay, I'll chill with you for a second. But dude, how you been, man? Tighter game than I expected against Arkansas, but dub's a dub. No such thing as a bad road win in the SEC, but it was a little bit tighter than I thought it would be.
Yeah. In the TSU group, I'm the only one that had Arkansas covering. And I just had that feeling, man, this Texas team being up and down sometimes, the offense not really clicking, and Arkansas just taking this game so seriously. 20-10 is kind of what I expected. But knowing how good this Texas team can be, very underwhelming performance. And I know everything goes back to QB1, Quinn Ewers, and everybody's been getting after him and stuff. And it's just like, look, man, he's no Joe Burrow. Chip always brings up that 2019 LSU team. And did y'all see Joe Burrow last night? Damn it. Do you understand how good that guy is? Bengals are absolutely terrible, but Joe Burrow is having an MVP season. So to put Quinn, to try to put him in that category and other greats that I've seen Longhorn fans losing their mind to, just pump the brakes a little bit. This team's 9-1. Quinn Ewers is doing a decent job. Yes, there are some times where his feet are horrible in the pocket. He doesn't step up. He doesn't maneuver. He makes some pretty just off-balance throws and deep shots that he should have hit early on. I see that. But that pass to Matthew Golden to make it 20-10, not too many guys in the nation can make that pass rolling right with that tight of a window. So I want Longhorn fans to kind of bask in this season and just focus on the defense. We always focus on the negative as a society so much, Chris. Focus on the defense. This defense is so impressive and so fun. And there's been some really dark times in the 40 acres when it comes to the defense. And now you can't bitch about that anymore. So whatever the schedule is, what it is, we find out that the Kyle Field A&M game is a night one, which terrifies me because it makes this game against Kentucky, which is a trap game on senior day, it makes that a terrifying game because you could easily lose in Aggie land. But you want to show the committee that you can't be playing with your food with Kentucky. I don't know what the line is right now. Probably should have checked that before I hopped on.
Right at like 21.
See, you got to cover.
20.5, 21.
You got to cover. You got to blow out Kentucky. You got to beat the brakes out of Kentucky.
Yeah, we've broken down that game. Our preview dropped about an hour ago. I went 34-10 Texas.
See,
I think a lot of it, I will not be surprised if this is a more kind of a slower paced, little bit of a slugfest early. I do think Kentucky's got defensive personnel that could give Texas some fits. But I to your point, I think Texas defensively forces a couple of turnovers, puts the offense in some very favorable spots, short fields, et cetera. I mean, Kentucky's got real problems offensively. So I think Texas's defense for the second straight week will be kind of the top, will be the story. And put Quinn and company in good position to pull away late. And once Kentucky gets behind, that might be start of the game. But if Kentucky gets behind double digits, they're just not built to come back from that, man. Their offense is so bad, so bad. So, yeah, I think Texas gets that win. To your point, man, it's about building momentum in the College Station. That's what it's about. So.
Yeah, because let's say if you barely beat Kentucky, I'm saying like under.
How good are you feeling going into Kyle Field? Yeah,
not good at all. Not good at all.
But dude, I mean, listen, A&M's got their own challenge this weekend, man.
Yeah, Auburn.
Auburn at night. You talk about a place that gets
trap
weird.
Game. That's a trap game. They better lock in and focus, which I need A&M to win this game just because if they beat the Horns, in College Station and they end up losing to Auburn, that looks horrible on the resume. But yeah, them A&M fans, they already camping out. They ain't got shit to do up there. They already camping out, and this is their life. This is their year. With the Schlossnagel situation, like they can't wait. And it being a night game, just all that weirdness. I hope the Horns don't get caught up in that, man. But on another note, you come into the ATX. It's my hometown. Love the city so much. Where are you staying? You have anything just like, you got a list of restaurants, or does your boy have to put you on a little bit?
Well, so Zay, I'll tell you,
who do that.
I'll tell you where I'm staying, man. I was telling Cole this too, and the audience. I felt a lot of hospitality on this tour, right? A lot of folks have embraced me and welcomed me with open arms. Texas is the first place where the hospitality has started days before the visit, to where, we posted our graphic, announced we're coming to Austin. I had a dude email me last night, reaching out, said, "Hey, I've seen you on TSU. I watched the content. You need any advice, any places to go, things to see?" Dude, he sent me like 2 pages of places to eat, bars, tailgating, nightlife, all that, everything you could think of. And I'm actually staying with our good friend CJ Vogel on Texas football. I'm crashing at CJ's house. So I'll crash, and I think he lives kind of right in the middle of the action. So I'll crash with CJ, but I mean, dude, I'm touching down Thursday. It's about 1:45 local time, and you know what my only plans are, Zay? You know what my only set in stone plans are Thursday and Friday? TSU.
What is that?
It's this show. That's the only set in stone. This show is it. Yeah. So we'll rock live from Austin 3 to 4 Thursday, Friday, and outside of that, man, just kind of. My plan for Austin is about the same it is every other weekend. Just explore and let the weekend take us wherever it wants to. So that has seemed to work out pretty well. But I have been advised, like barbecue places. I've been pointed in the barbecues, the direction of the barbecue spots. Hold on, I'll give you so Terry Black's was obviously on the list.
Yeah, that's always going to be a top fiver.
He mentioned how do you say this? Micklethwait? Is that how you say it?
Okay.
On the east side, and then Franklin. Franklin was another one.
Yeah, Franklin's famous.
Real
famous spot. That's one of those Franklin's. You got to get there real early. There's usually a line before it opens, and folks are out there waiting.
It's that good, huh?
Yeah, it's that good. Like Aaron Franklin's like a barbecue kingpin. So,
would you say Austin's a big tourist city? Like, is it like a lot of tourists all the time, or no?
Yeah, absolutely. Bachelorette parties, especially in the summer because we have so much water here. People like to go paddleboarding and hit up Lake Travis on their boats and stuff. So, I just being from here, I've embraced the new Austin. It has lost some of its weirdness because it's got a little too commercial.
Keep Austin
weird.
You
know what I'm saying? Like it's back in the day when I was a kid, there was just it was still a college town, and even though University of Texas still reigns supreme with Austin FC here, and we got, Coda here, which love, all that stuff is absolutely dope. But there's a lot of people that would tell you that were here 20 years ago that really lived it up and let you know Austin's very different. And, you know, it's good and bad, but yeah, you'll find something to do. You could just walk into an event or something to do. Something's going on every weekend, probably every day. So other than traffic, you know, I can't bash my city much at all, man.
I'll leave you with this, Zay. I got a 3:15, 2:15, if you will. I got to jump off. But I won't say the guy's name, so that way I know I can read this, because he just was like giving his opinions on the nightlife. He said, personally, I would avoid Dirty Sixth, is what he put in quote, which is the part of 6th Street between Congress and I-35. It's where the college bars are. Tends to get pretty rowdy on the weekend. Dirty Six is basically a mix of Bourbon Street in NOLA and Broadway in Nashville. The worst aspects of both, in my opinion.
See, that's a lot of that is true. I mean, I've had some really good nights on Dirty Six, but that was
36
10 plus years ago, man. And yeah, it's a big college field there, and a little bit of bourbon, a little bit of Broadway. It has its own little twist to it. Rainy Street used to be a popular street too, and then we had this crazy serial killer guy going around and stuff. So that
I heard about that. CJ told that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
You gotta move slow if you hit up Rainy, and plus there's a whole bunch of construction and different things, you know, putting up different apartment buildings and stuff. So East 6th. East 6 is cool. West 6, cool little vibe. There's another spot by the Austin FC stadium called the Domain. That's a cool little vibe too. You know, it just depends how you're feeling and stuff. But yeah, Dirty Six, if you had never been before, I'd recommend just seeing it once before you're 6 feet deep. But I wouldn't say you'd have to do it this weekend. You probably got a lot on your plate.
Dude, I'll go where the winds take me, Zay. We'll figure it out. The GoPro is more than happy to go in the wild.
There we go, man. Just don't bring none of that good game energy to ATX like you've been doing all year long, man. You've been on way too many fields that have been stormed this year for my liking. For, you know, coming down to this game. So
the only way I'm trying to get on the field at Texas is we're working on some pregame on field passes. That's the only way I'm trying to get on the field. So
okay, we'll take that, man. Well, hey, you could go. Chip will be on at any moment.
Yeah, I gotta hop on this. We're talking we're talking SEC power rankings with a buddy of mine. But Zay, you're the man, brother. We'll be talking all week, man, and it'll be fun. It'll be fun. Excited to link up with you this weekend.
Yeah, man. Likewise. Appreciate you, Cole. Everything y'all do here at SEC Unfiltered. Be cool, man.
All right, brother. Be good. On that note, Chip, I'm out. Oh, he just said, Chip, I'm out, Chip. Good to see you. I gotta bounce, but it's good to see you, Chip. We'll talk this week. Austin this week, baby. Austin this week.
Okay, come on. Let's go.
What's up, man?
In the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And hey, happy you're spending some time with us. You know what I mean? That's what we do here on a Overreaction Monday. Zay, what's going on, my man?
What's up, brother? Living good. Enjoying this Monday. How are you?
I'm doing all right. It's senior day this week against Kentucky, so we had a lot of players coming up. So I apologize for the delay. But hey, we are fired up, locked and loaded, ready to go. Special guest joining us at 3:00. Patrick Wheels Smith of the Texas One Fund will be joining us to talk about some of the stuff that they've got going on with passes and a new partner of theirs, Texas Fan Box. So excited about that. Obviously, Texas One Fund doing big time work, and Wheels is like, he's got a day job, but running Texas One Fund has become definitely another full-time job for him. So, but Zay, obviously, Texas wins at Arkansas, 20-10. It was a little bit of a thriller there in the fourth quarter. And I want to get your opinion on that win, because it, there was some opportunity to pad that lead going into halftime, especially in the first half, I should say. But then that didn't happen. So there they were in a 13-10 game in the fourth quarter. And when Texas absolutely had to have it, they drove the length of the field, scored. And then Alfred Collins, with one of the plays of the year, forces the fumble. And Michael Taft jumps on it. And they run out the final 6:55. And it's so funny. You and I were talking about this last week. Like, if they have to run the ball against a loaded box, can they do it? And they did it. So some good and some bad, but I want to get your thoughts on it.
I'm very pleased with the win. Like, winning ugly on the road in a rival game in the SEC, you'll take that any day of the week. I mean, Tennessee's probably looking back and saying, man, wish we would have won ugly against Arkansas. LSU's probably thinking, man, wish we would have won ugly against Florida. All these teams that have gone down, Alabama, wish we would have won ugly against Vanderbilt. And Texas is going on the road and winning. No matter if it's pretty or ugly, we always want these dimes. I said this to Rodney on the postgame show. Everybody wants the Sydney Sweeneys and the new ring girl that we saw at the Tyson fight, Sydney Thomases, and just all these baddies and all these dime games. Man, you got to win ugly sometimes. Take that 5 home. That 5 could rock your world. You know what I'm saying? Win is a win. Take it. Embrace it. Yeah, I get it. Quinn Ewers, 20 for 30, 176 yards. Okay, you ain't winning any awards with that. You ain't winning the Heisman with those type of numbers, but no turnovers, 2 touchdowns. You'll take that. Yeah, he needs to move better in the pocket. Yes, some of those deep balls you got to hit, but I saw 2 Gunnar Helm drops. I saw a big Ryan Wingo drop. And on an unbelievable play by Quinn Ewers on that 3rd and 12, where it's 13-10, and he's moving around the pocket and almost gets tackled and stays upright and throws an absolute dart and dime to Silas Bolden. It goes through Silas Bolden's hands. So those are 4 huge drops in the game on Saturday that people need to look at a little bit more. Because everybody wants to put everything on 3 and hate on what he's doing. He's not perfect, but he's still leading his team to victories. Him lowering his head on that 4th and 2. He could have slid. He could have dove. He could have tried to sidearm him. No, lower your damn head. It's a rival game. It's personal. Then throw up the first down to let them know ball game. Ball game. It's personal. Everybody's hating on you. Huh? That was still Quinn. Contrevious would have did a little juke and would have got at least 10 yards or so and slid. But I appreciate his heart, man. That pass to Matthew Golden, not too many guys can make that throw. You know what I'm saying? You have to score on that drive. The game is turning. You're up 13. They go on the run. Shout out to Bobby Petrino for not realizing Andrew Armstrong could take over the game. Because if he would have utilized Andrew Armstrong early, we're talking about a different ball game. He saw Andrew Armstrong one-on-one with the freshman, Kobe Black. 5 years of experience against a freshman, you'll take that. And they drove, and they scored. And what did Texas do? They bounced back. They just bounced back. I thought it was going to go way south. They proved a lot to me, man. The toughness, Jolly Barron, you just mentioned Alfred Collins. This defense is incredible. And Pete Kwiatkowski, that phone going to be ringing. We're going to see where Pete Kwiatkowski's at because that phone's going to be ringing. There's going to be some vacant jobs. Shout out to Tom Herman. There's going to be a lot of vacant jobs out there once the season's over. And Pete Kwiatkowski phone's going to be blowing up. So, hey, what can we really bitch at? You're 9-1. Everything's still in front of you. All your goals, all your aspirations. Embrace it. Beat the hell out of Stoops and the Wildcats this Saturday, and then get ready for the biggest game of the year in all of college football the following Saturday, November 30th at Kyle Field. But yeah, you're good, man. You're good. Let's embrace this team. All these seniors, let's embrace them. You got the win at Fayetteville. You'll take it.
Okay, but what were you thinking in the first half?
I mean, you missed some big throws if you're Quinn Ewers. In the run game, I mean, what, 3.5 a carry? That's not good. Like, the run game is a problem. This goes back to CJ Baxter getting hurt and being out for the year. We thought that Jaden Blue was going to have that, Bijan Robinson, Jonathan Brooks season, but it hasn't been that. Even though Jaden Blue had some good runs, thank goodness those football gods were on the Horn's side, on that run at the end. But the balance, man, just the balance, it isn't there. It isn't there. Like, they do some good things, and then you have that end around to DeAndre Moore that goes absolutely nowhere. You have Quinn Ewers on a 2nd and 4, dropping back and kind of pump faking and then throwing it to a check down, which was way behind the line of scrimmage. And now your 2nd and 4 turns into a 3rd and 12. Just stuff like that. Quinn had a deep ball down the field. It got deflected. Matthew Golden, it probably should have been a pass interference on that one in the end zone, but it wasn't called. So now you're getting off the field. Just a lot of things that you want to have tightened up during this time of the year where we know what this offense can be, and just to have these ups and downs, it sucks. It really sucks. And I know if you're Steve Sarkeesian, you're super frustrated because you're trying to you see it. You saw what they did to Florida. Florida, I know DJ Lagway was back, but Grant Nussmeier, he wasn't seeing all what Quinn saw a week ago. Not at all. Brian Kelly's telling his kids, y'all ain't coachable. In their face. Shut the hell up. You ain't coachable. So it could be way worse. It could be way worse. That's for sure. But a lot of missed opportunities. Him tripping over himself with Cam Williams, being right there trying to step into the pocket. Just dumb stuff. Just dumb stuff. Like Gunnar Helm dropping 2 balls. Come on, man. You don't see that very often. It's everybody just has their moments of what the hell are you doing out there? Not just the quarterback. So if you have enough of those moments on the road that gets a team that wants to ruin everything that you got going, but they still found a way to win. They still found a way to win. As much as we nitpicking, it's all we've done all day on TSU. Great nitpicking, the best nitpicking that you're going to find out there when it comes to talking Texas sports. But yeah, that's our job. Don't like to do it. We see what this team could be, especially at their peak. So when you come in on a Monday and you're expecting them to put up 30, 40, and they only put up a dub in 20, left a lot of points on the board.
Yeah. Well, this is, look, survive and advance. At this point, every game's a championship game. There's no doubt about it. And I said Quinn Ewers came through late, and that was huge. There were some throws I thought he missed that were sort of bread and butter throws for him, like the throw from the 10 to Quinn Ewers on that in-breaking route.
To who?
To Gunnar Helm, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Where he throws it in the dirt and they settle for a field goal. That was the one that really got me, because look, the deep balls, I mean, here's my thing about the deep ball. You had Matt Golden in the center of the field breaking to the left side. The whole left side of the field was available. Like, just air it out and let him run under it. And instead he airmails him by seven yards. Okay, that happens. The throw to Gunnar Helm from the 10 was a tough one. But bottom line is, when they had to have it, he delivered. And it was 12-play drive under tough circumstances. 8-play drive. Sorry, 8-play drive for the touchdown, capped by Golden with the God's help. Jaden Blue's fumble rolls out of bounds before an Arkansas defender can jump on it. It was a great 28-yard run by Blue, but a really good play by number 17 for Arkansas. And that ball rolls out of bounds. Sarkeesian said after the game, the football gods were on our side. Jaden Blue basically said the same thing. And so, they made the plays when they had to make them. And that's what that's the blessing, because you look at, you look at a quarterback's ability to lead the offense. That was into the end of the Arkansas stadium where the student section was. So that was no easy feat. And kudos to Quinn Ewers and that offense for getting it done, taking that 20-10 lead. And then Alfred Collins, man, we gotta talk about Alfred Collins, because this dude's making play after play after play. And he tipped 2 passes last week against Florida that turned into interceptions. He forces a fumble that allows Texas the chance to run out the clock, which they did. And that was an incredible 14-play drive. And we talked about this last week. Could they run it? Here's the drive. So Quinn ran for, this is after the fumble. They got the ball on their own 27. Quinn ran for 5 yards. Then Blue runs for 6. Then Wisner loses 3. Quinn misses on a deep throw, but on 3rd and 13, he hits Blue for 17. And that was huge. Yeah. And now they're in Arkansas territory, and Wisner runs for 4. And then Wisner runs for 6. Arkansas burns a timeout. This is with 3:15 left. Arkansas burns his first timeout. Wisner runs for 2. Now it's 2nd and 8. Arkansas burns another timeout. Blue runs for 1. Arkansas burns timeout. Now it's 3rd and 7. Wisner runs for 5. It's 4th and 2. Texas takes timeout, and they run zone read, and Ewers keeps it, lowers his shoulder into Larry Worth, gets the first down. Now they can take the victory formation with 2 minutes left. So that we needed to see that. They haven't been in many situations like that. They've either won big or they got, kind of beat up by Georgia. So to see that happen on the road was a good sign. And now, you want to see Quinn get locked in, and earlier in the game. We talk about it all the time. He gets off to these slow starts, or he his turnovers this year have been in the first quarter, and then he locks in.
His first pass was almost a freaking pick. It got tipped, and then it went to Isaiah Bond. Talk about football gods. His first freaking pass of the game was almost an interception. It could have changed everything. But somehow the Arkansas dude couldn't bring it down, and it goes straight to Isaiah Bond, and the chains move. It's really weird. It's really weird how much this happens.
Yeah, I'll say this. This Texas defense, man, this is fun to watch. because Jahdae Barron, man, he's making play after play. He's in the hunt for the Thorpe Award. I think they should give the Thorpe Award to Jahdae Barron, and you know, Travis Hunter's gonna.
He could win the Heisman.
He could win the Heisman.
Yeah.
So, but Makuba's making plays. Makuba looks so good, and he's still getting healthy. And Taff is everywhere. And, the guys up front, Trey Moore had a sack.
Big Ocho.
Come on.
Big Ocho. That spin didn't go nowhere, but that spin gave him momentum, though. He did that spin in the no one, but it gave him momentum and had that right tackle on his heels a little bit. He was able to get to Green. I see you, Big Ocho, every week. He getting better and better. And back to Andrew Makuba, I think he had the most underrated play of the game. Go back to that third drive by Arkansas. Green just got a first down on the run. Big first down. Next play, they're kind of getting into that red zone area. Green rolls to the left. Andrew Makuba, like a freaking missile, makes a huge tackle to put them back a little bit. They get a check down after that, and then here comes Jahdae Barron blitzing from that linebacker position, attacking the A-gap where Taylor Green has to throw it out. Now, instead of Arkansas scoring on that drive and making it 14-13, and now that's a different type of pressure. When you get the ball back, if you're Texas, they settle for a field goal. It's 13-10. The Horns go down, score to make it 20-10. Alfred Collins fumble, ball game right there. Andrew Makuba needs to get more love. That was a huge play, especially with how Arkansas was gaining that momentum of Taylor Green and Jaquindon Jackson and Andrew Armstrong coming alive in that second half.
Yeah. You're talking about on that second down play?
It was a first down play. Andrew Makuba.
Yeah, where he tackles Green for a loss of 6.
Bro, loss of 6. That was huge, man.
That was huge.
God, that was big.
That was huge. Yeah, Makuba, I've had some NFL scouts tell me Makuba is making himself some money. So that's and obviously Jahdae Barron's making himself some money with his versatility. Jahdae doesn't have the measurables that the NFL is going to want, and so he could whatever. Some teams are going to move him down just because of that, but the ones that are really scouting it, the ones like the Steelers, the Patriots, they always seem to scout the intangibles on defense more than the measurables. Those teams are going to appreciate a guy like Jahdae Barron and Makuba too. I mean, Makuba's not the biggest guy in the world, but he can run, and that was a big time play. You're absolutely right. I'm glad you pointed that out, because that's a play that could get lost in the shuffle, and that was huge, because it did. They had 1st and 10 on the Texas 26, and Makuba makes that play and pushes them back out to the 32. And then they hold on 3rd and 10. And so Arkansas had to settle for that 44-yard field goal. And you're right.
Pete Kwiatkowski, Johnny Nansen, Kenny Baker, Blake Gideon, Terry Joseph, those guys have been money. All of those guys. Like Pete Kwiatkowski called an immaculate game on Saturday. Like Taylor Green, he did have some opportunities to run, but he don't want to run right now. He ain't 100%. He knows how them Texas players be laying the wood. He ain't going to risk that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just – Ant Hill was in the backfield. We just mentioned Trey Moore, obviously Alfred Collins. The way that he's moving Jahdae Barron around. Like, you're right. Somebody's going to find that versatility and make something of it, because Jahdae Barron's just too good of a player overall. Like, yeah, the underwear Olympics, he might not do as good as some of these other cats out here, but we're just talking ball and talking being reliable and how much he watches film and how good of a teammate he is. Like what he said about Quinn Ewers. He was like, man, I love Quinn. I gave him a huge hug and got hyped with him after that 4th and 2 conversion because he gets a lot of heat and he just takes it on the chin and just keeps it rolling and tries to lead our team. Like Jahdae Barron's one of those guys. I'm sure your Detroit Lions would love to have somebody like that. That's Dan Campbell's type of dude, Jahdae Barron. So don't let the wrong team get him, NFL. Don't, because somebody's whoever gets them, it's going to be a steal. And I don't know how the Thorpe Award, it ain't his already. He's just putting on for the city, putting on for his family. And we knew, I got to mention the city, baby. ATX stand up. He is putting on for the city. Mookie Taft jumping on that fumble. You know what I'm saying? Mookie Taft was mixing it up. They had that little pitch to the running back, and Mookie Taft sniffed that up and made the dude get back inside to where the rest of those white hats could jump on him. Andrew Makuba, Alfred Collins, Central Texas boy. Them Central Texas dudes on the defensive side are absolutely putting on for the city. And I couldn't be more proud, Shep. Couldn't be more proud. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about, Yeah. And I again, Pete Kwiatkowski, man, he talk about a lot of heat. A lot of people were trying to get PK's ass out of here. Them first 2 years, folks were like, yo, Sark, who the hell is this? Is this one of the homies, man? Because he ain't getting it done. Little do we know, we had a lot of guys quit on that 5 and 17. How can you work with guys that aren't locked in? No, you got to weed them dudes out, but they didn't. They didn't have the time to do that in year 1. Now we're here in year 4. Y'all can't say nothing about Pete Kwiatkowski and the rest of this coaching staff of what they doing, man. Kenny Baker, always got to give Kenny Baker love. I'm one of the biggest Kenny Baker fans out there because I felt for the brother coming in. Tough. It was tough. Nobody was giving him any chance. Who's this young brother? He in his 30s. Who the hell is he? He ain't no Bo Davis. Is this a guy going to cuss out the team on the plane or on the bus when they have a mediocre, embarrassing game like Big Bo did? I don't know. Kenny Baker's like, yo, relax. Give me time. Let me get these guys right. Verdon Broughton has taken a step. Alfred Collins has taken a step. Jermaine Lolay's reliable. You can't talk about the defense. Talk about the offense all you want. I get it. If I hear anybody talking about the defense, again, got to question your football knowledge, bruh. Yeah, I'm with you, Jose. Brian Branch, man, out there doing it for the Detroit Lions.
That's a great comparison because Jahdae's making those kinds of plays, just like Brian Branch is for the Lions. When you need them, right place, right time, there they are.
Yeah,
so
they're going to do that. Oh. He can play safety too. He was trained to play every spot in the secondary. What? We could put him at nickel at times? Interesting. We could put him at outside? Like, he's too versatile. He's too versatile, and that team's going to look real dumb that doesn't pick him up early. Earlier, the better. Again, he ain't going to wow nobody. Might run a 4.5. Maybe. If he could get in that 4.4 range, then we cooking with some hot grease. But either way, you gotta bring somebody like that on your team, man. I'm gonna miss him. This senior day might make me tear up, Chip.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to keep it cool. That post game show gonna be rough because these seniors, they've been through it, and I really appreciate Steve Sarkeesian when he was asked today, "Is this Quinn Ewers' last game?" I have no idea. Come on, man, y'all trying to distract us? Goddamn. Not trying to distract us. We ain't trying to hit those distractions. It's about this year. We're embracing this year. Next season, we ain't worried about that. This year. Well, I'll speak for everybody, though, Quinn. This is it, bro. This is your last game. You all feel you got have what? Love to do. I'm just saying, this is it. You gonna win a natty. That's why. Why would you come back when you win a natty? That's what I'm saying, Chip. Come on.
That's what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. Why? Who comes back after they win a natty?
Right.
That doesn't make sense.
Right. No, it's real quick though, finishing up on the defense. The PFF grades, Pro Football Focus grades, Alfred Collins, highest rated defensive player. No surprise. Dude was everywhere. He had a sack. He had a pass breakup. He had the forced fumble. Dude is just.
He ate that double team on the sack.
Oh,
that was so smooth. Go back and watch his sack, man, because he hits the left tackle. He like hits the left tackle, and he does like a smooth like swim in between both of those dudes. After he pops the left tackle, it was so smooth, man. He's so good. Sark's right. Like, yeah, when that first few years, he was asked, "What the hell's going on with Alfred Collins? Why ain't he doing what we're expecting a 5-star to be doing at this time of his college career?" And Sark was like, "Consistency. Give the guy time. Y'all need to relax. We got some other guys that are pretty good too. Consistency." Well, once he figures it out, look out.
Think about when he came in. He came in and he was behind Keandre Coburn, Moro Ojimo, Tavondre Sweat, and Byron Murphy. And I think he probably looked at those guys. They were further along in their development and didn't give himself enough credit and probably didn't press go. But I do think Kenny Baker's helped him a lot too, because Bo Davis challenged him and, helped bring out the dog in him and all that. But Kenny Baker gave him the tools. He's given these guys the tools from a hand, tying your hands to your feet, making sure your hand placement, your punch is delivered when your feet are in the right position. When you're jerking a guy, how to get that push to get him off balance and then jerk him and throw him. And you're seeing that from Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton. You laughing?
Jerking him's a little crazy, but I hear what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Keep your mind right. and so, what you're seeing now is a dude who's on a heater. And then you tie that in with Anthony Hill. You tie that in with these defensive ends. You tie that in with these safeties and with Jade. This is a fun defense to watch, man. And they've been doing it all year. And they really needed to do it Saturday in Arkansas, because the offense, the first half, you're like, okay, all right, click, let's go. Go. And it wasn't happening. It's 10-0. And I look over at Eric Henry. I'm like, these guys are messing around with their food, man.
Yeah, man.
They're going to let these guys hang around. And look, Arkansas, they can put it together, and they did. So to get out of there with that win, come on. That's what it's all about. Now, here's the deal. I thought it was interesting, Sark, and I give Sark credit. He's been pushing all the right buttons. This game against Kentucky going into the year, I said, was a game I saw Texas losing. I thought Texas would go 10-2. I thought they'd lose one of the games to either OU or Georgia. And I said I thought they could lose to Kentucky because of the placement of this game right between Arkansas and A&M. And what did Sark say today? This is the biggest game of the year. He hasn't said that about any other game. He said this game against Kentucky is the biggest game of the year. He knows. Did you see A&M did their senior night against New Mexico State?
Oh, so weak for that. What they
don't
run
want-
from? Michael.
They don't want the distractions.
Oh, man, you embrace the smoke. Come on, man. That's weak. That's so weak. Yeah, I saw that. Come on,
He
Michael.
wants all that focus on them horns.
Oh, man. Playing this weak-ass team that they played this past weekend. That's so whack. Yeah, I saw them celebrating, hugging mama, giving mama flowers, crying and stuff. What they running from? What they scared of? I don't understand. Come on, Michael. You're tougher than that. Stick that gut out.
Stick that gut
out and let it hang.
Belly whop somebody.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. That was real soft, but yeah, I'm with Sark. Most important game of the year. Absolutely. Yeah, because Ole Miss, they went up to Oxford and got the dub. Ain't nobody trying to see Ole Miss right now. So it's in them too. 1 point game with the Bulldogs early in the year. Took Georgia to the brink. Like it's in Kentucky too, man. So yeah. And I think they got to win handsomely. Like I think it has to be line 21 points. I think you got to cover, man, just to make the committee. If that eye test has to be the reason why you get in, you got to get them big ass eyes looking at this game because. You lose at Cobb Field, which is a nighter. A lot of weird crap going to be going on November 30th at night, College Station. So
yeah, the SEC announced today at noon that Texas and Texas A&M will kick off at 6:30 on ABC. If you're just tuning in,
that's terrifying.
6:30 kick on ABC. Texas A&M a week from Saturday, and that's no surprise. So this is it. The stretch run. And you just mentioned it, Zay. We're going to find out what the committee thought of Texas's win over Arkansas Tuesday night. And did it validate what the committee did in making Texas number 3, or does it, because they were catching heat for putting Texas at number 3. And do they move Texas down because it took a fourth quarter drive to salt that game away? Or do they leave it right there? Do they see it for what it was? I'm very interested to see what this committee is doing because, Georgia handled business. You called that. That was one of your picks. Way to go, Zay.
Yeah. Kirby's still bitching. Still, he quit complaining all the time, man. It's hard to play here. Hope the committee sees that. I don't know what the committee's looking at. I don't know which he is right, but it's like, damn, Kirby, wait till the end of the year to do your campaigning, man. We ain't trying to hear that right now. Just take care of business. We really ain't trying to hear that right now. We get it. Y'all have the toughest schedule in the nation. We see that. But he really campaigned, that's why I appreciate Sark. They tried to ask Sark. I think it was Kurt Bowles today tried to ask Sark about Kirby. And Sark was like, man, we just got to take care of business. Like me, I ain't out here like Kirby and, have to preach to everybody and they mama about us getting hosed, those Bulldogs, and not getting in. Nobody trying to hear that, Kirby. We get it. When y'all are really good, y'all deserve to be in. But y'all the ones that lost a couple of games this year. It's on y'all. Went out, whatever. All I know is the committee's looking at losses this year. Everybody wants them to look at wins. They looking at those losses. They looking at them. A lot of these teams that should be in the college football playoff, if you talk about the eye test, these 2 lost teams, Ole Miss and Georgia and Bama, they've lost to teams that Texas has beaten. So, I mean, yeah, Texas schedule a little light compared to others, but I feel like there's some guys on the committee that are looking at wins more, and there's some that are looking at the losses. So that's why you got to blow out Kentucky no matter what. So even if it's a close game at Cobb Field and you take that L, that eye test is still there. Like, yeah, Texas, They lost a couple of games, both to ranked teams. The rest of their wins came to teams that weren't ranked, but the eye test, let's put them in at that 10th seed. Let's give them an 11 because it's Texas. Because it's Texas. I'll just keep it a buck. That brand goes a long way. You never know. There's 2 weeks left. There's a lot can happen.
Lot could happen.
By the way, Zay went 2-1 in his college picks. He had Georgia. He had Kansas. You also had Utah plus 11, like I did.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
And Colorado beat that ass 49-24.
They're scary. Looking scary.
Colorado's looking good, baby. And then I picked West Virginia to beat Baylor because John McClain came on our show and said Baylor never wins in Morgantown. And Baylor beat that ass.
What up, Dave?
Baylor won 49-35. In the NFL, you had the Steelers. That was correct. You had the Chiefs plus 2.5.
Man, come on.
That was an L. But you had Green Bay plus 5.5.
Damn. Yeah, that's an L too. They went by 1.
Oh yeah,
1 point. They didn't win by much at all. Yeah. Yeah, man. My man Justin Tucker, he got the yips. Something wrong.
Yeah.
It's sad to see him go down like this. Like, I never seen Justin Tucker kick like this before. 6 missed field goals. He only had 5 all of last year. Like, something's off.
Yeah, and he missed 2 in the Pittsburgh game, and they lost by 3.
Huge misses.
Huge.
Yeah. Also, though, like, come on, John Hardball. You don't have Derrick Henry in the game at the end when you need the 2-point conversion. I'm not saying he gets the ball, but decoy something. Like, I know Lamar's getting it. If Derrick Henry's not in the game, Lamar's getting the ball. That's a fact. 100%. Like, you can't even do no run pass option stuff because you know it's going to die in Lamar's hands. And sure enough, Joey Porter Jr. gets a hold of him. You could have tied the game. I don't know if King Henry's mind was off because he had a fumble or something, but it shouldn't matter. This dude's a Hall of Fame running back in an era where running backs don't go to the Hall of Fame anymore. Give him the damn ball or act like it. Like, John Harbaugh, you're better than that. Like, even the best coaches, they mess up.
What is it, too, about Lamar Jackson against Pittsburgh? His numbers are terrible against Pittsburgh for his career.
Yeah.
So now the Steelers are in control of the AFC North.
They're a weird team. I don't know how much you could believe in Russell Wilson, but that defense, man, with Fitzpatrick and Watt and Porter, they're going back to the old school days where it's just
and Patrick Queen.
Yeah, Patrick Queen's ridiculous.
Because Mike Tomlin put out a post on social media after the game saying one man's trash is another man's treasure. And it's a picture of Tomlin shaking hands with Patrick Queen, who used to play for the Ravens. Tomlin's in his bag, man.
Yeah.
He's like living rent free in the Ravens' minds right now.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good division. That's a really good division. Like watching the Bengals last night, I feel for Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and those guys. Like their kicker smoked a couple. Like,
yeah.
Just
all right. Let's. I see him in the waiting room. Let's bring in the man who is, in addition to everything else he does, is running Texas One Fund.
What's up, fellas?
Only Patrick Wheels Smith. Wheels, how you doing?
What's up, guys? How are you guys doing?
Oh man,
good to be on with y'all.
Appreciate it. Thanks for jumping on with us.
how are you doing? How, like, you have a day job?
I mean, not so much really anymore. This is pretty all consuming, and it's really, when we started it just transformed time after time after time with the NCAA, with you name it, NCAA, state law, IRS, everything, and it seemed to change week by week. And as it changed, the responsibilities grew and grew and grew. So it's going, but it's a lot.
So your title is Grand Poobah?
Yeah, exactly. Or low man. When I walk into UT, it's more, here he comes again, low man on the totem pole. But yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's fun. It's crazy, and it's crazy times. And it's, somebody's going to write a book about this era of college athletics. But what I tell everybody, with all the hand wringing of NIL and everybody worried about this and that, the sport, college football, hasn't ever been as popular. Women's volleyball hasn't ever been as popular. Women's basketball hasn't ever been as popular. It's really college athletics through the portal, through NIL, continues to blow up. Opportunities for young people continue to blow up. So it's an exciting time. And I think there'll be a mind shift here in a little bit about what a great opportunity for young people to represent businesses, charities, doing all this stuff in the community they were never allowed to do before, that they're getting to do now.
Yeah, Wills, it's absolutely awesome. Talk about just kind of the craziness that you're seeing around the nation. I mean, just last week, you hear about the LSU commit getting offered the $10 million from Michigan. It's like, man, that's ridiculous numbers, but it is just the time we're in.
Yeah.
When you see things like that, what goes through your mind with the Texas One Fund and just like keeping y'all at a different level than everybody else, but also realistic?
Yeah. Well, that's a great question, Zay, because every time I read something like this, my heart skips a beat. But, a lot of it is, some of this stuff's overblown. And even when you see, we got the data from, we'll name a source out there, a lot of times it's conjecture, because most of these contracts aren't public, or, and I think that's a lot what the NCAA wants to do, to bring a lot of this into light. But when you see something like that, you can say pretty easily from looking in, hey, is this realistic? Is there, and then you're looking at other things, and I'm sure we'll get to the House settlement and all that stuff, but how is the future? How are you doing a contract right now that you can adjust it or modify it to whether there's rev share? So all that stuff we're trying to work out right now. How do we best serve an athlete that's coming in or hitting the portal when there's a looming House settlement? How does that affect our responsibilities? And then do we obligate the university to something? So all that, when I see a deal that's a 4-year deal, I wonder about it. Now, I'm not saying you can't do it, but the structure of it gets a little dicey. Just because part of that, you would assume a university may take over, part of it may stay outside. And even the outside, we're looking at what are the rules and regulations of that outside marketing deals for kids.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Wheels, because the House settlement, the rev share is supposed to start in 2025.
Correct.
So how are y'all, handling NIL contracts now when you don't even really have all the details yet, right?
That's right. So the good news is that we've got really good coaches and really good staff at UT. So the GMs, I'll brag on them, Brandon Harris and Chris Ogden, and then really all of our coaches, they're keeping up with this as we are, understanding what the future is going to look like and how best to implement whatever it is with their programs. So the other good thing we have at Texas is we're winning. And our collective has stood by every contract or agreement we've made. So all those factors give us some credibility when you're talking to parents or kids or agents or whomever, that I don't want to speak too boldly, but that they trust kind of the process of how we're going to get it done at Texas, which that's a great thing. We're not having to overcommit. We're not having to, you say, don't worry about it, it's going to be okay. But looking at, we're going to be able to adapt. Again, our conversations and the meetings we have with a GM and saying, okay, should we structure it this way? We're really working as a team with them and how to do it. So on that vein, we're able to have those discussions. Now, again, the other thing I tell people all the time, whatever we talk about or whatever we're thinking about in terms of how we could structure it, that could change literally in 2 weeks. If there's a lawsuit that comes in that torpedoes or an injunction on house or whatever, we need to be able to adapt what we're doing to fit what's currently in the marketplace for NIL and what opportunities we'd have at Texas. So I think people understand that. As much as everybody wants this to get put in a box and regulated, which I think a lot of that's good, the fact that it's a one settlement and one court case, and this thing has been a series, the whole advent of NIL was a court case. So it's not as definitive as, say, legislation from the federal level. But the ability to adapt to whatever the scenario is or whatever the current law is in place is key.
Yeah. And do you think that that there is going to be any federal, legislation? That's always, there've been the NCAA, the head of the NCAA has been pushing for that.
Yeah. And I don't know. I mean, and I guess after this election and seeing, it's whatever the motivations are of the public to their representatives, how critical is that in a new first term? That's well above my pay grade.
Yeah.
I do think generally, universally, people are getting behind the idea of a revenue share. Okay. Which I feel like a revenue share that everybody feels comfortable with, that piece of this is going to stay. I mean, the student athletes are positive about it. The administrators are positive about it. And I feel like that piece of it will stay. But what everybody's looking at is, okay, so what do you do about NIL deals for kids? You have a revenue share, but a Quinn Ewers, a Madison Skinner, they shouldn't be restricted on just what they make from a university. They should be able to do an HEB deal, a Dr. Pepper deal, or even, a lot of the things we've done in the One Fund is been able to provide opportunities for kids way down the roster or really spread it out, and getting local businesses who are like, hey, I'd love to have 4 volleyball players, 2 football players come do this event. Well, they don't want to pay what a Quinn Ewers or a superstar would on the open market, but it sure is cool to have some players on a roster who are Texas athletes come, meet them and whatever. So in that, it scares me to have an NCAA czar saying, well, that's just a booster trying to do something. When a student athlete 10 years ago, they weren't allowed to have dinner with someone without the fear of the NCAA. And there've been cool mentorship opportunities, relationships that have been built between business people and our student athletes. And I'd hate for that looming force of the NCAA to come in and cast doubts on eligibility and stuff and prevent those kind of opportunities.
Yeah. Is there, before we get to the fan box, is there one misnomer or one sort of, misrepresentation that you always find yourself trying to clarify with people about NIL?
100%. That everybody's driving Lamborghinis. I mean, it's really, if you think about it, you think about a student athlete in today's time, literally they don't have time to have a part-time job to pay for they don't have time to do really much of anything except go to school and train. We've got to find opportunities for them to go do charitable events or do third-party NIL deals, and they have to work using their name, image, and likeness to earn compensation. Okay. And depending on how big their NIL value is or their market value is, that can go up and down. But the idea out there that people are walking up to them with car keys and saying, way to go, is completely false. Even the Lamborghini deal that everybody talks about with Bijan was Bijan working out at a Austin gym, meeting the guy recognizing him, and them talking about it. And it's about as organic as it gets. And look right now at Lamborghini of Austin has become it's been genius marketing for them, but it's not a free car handed to someone. So I think that the other piece of this is a lot of times the opportunities these kids are having to earn compensation is truly life-changing. I mean, when you talk to the families and the appreciation from our donors helping provide these opportunities, you're talking about generational changes for lives of student athletes at Texas. Whereas before, we'd have student athletes here whose parents were struggling, they were struggling, but they're out there performing on the field, doing so many incredible things. And yes, they got a scholarship, and yes, they got an opportunity to go to school, but they're struggling to make ends meet. Sark, not to go on a filibuster, but Sark tells a story about what do kids want most in NIL? Well, they want the ability for their parents to come see them play, and we recruit nationally. So when you have kids from Hawaii or kids from Washington State or wherever, their parents certainly want to come see them play. They also want a better place to live. They don't want to just live in a dorm. Just like every other college student, you want to move to West Campus. Well, it's not real cheap in Austin to do that. So those are the main things kids want that NIL's provided them the opportunities to have, which I think is a good thing. And I think people don't understand that if you're providing a deal to a student athlete, you can get to meet them. You can talk to them about your business. They can represent your business, and you can start a relationship. Texas has always recruited on the best alumni base, all these opportunities, but we always had that NCAA layer that you can't go past that. You can't have any improper contact. Now that's kind of dissipated, and it's cool to see, businessmen, women, Kendra Scott being able to mentor our women student athletes. Things like that's pretty cool, and I think well overdue.
Yeah. Wales, talk about your relationship with athletic director Chris Del Conte and just his vision with the Texas One Fund and NIL. Somebody on our text line talked about how y'all had a road trip together, and just a little bit about that with CDC.
We did. He'll get mad, but he is not the best driver in the world. The way that happened was we were both going to Milwaukee to watch Texas in the first year of Beard play in the tournament. And we showed up at the airport and we started talking, and there were all kinds of delays. It was kind of a crazy deal. And finally he starts saying, how long of a drive is it? I had my 8th grade at the time son, and I'm like, I don't know, a long way. Then there's another delay, and he's like, I'll drive it. And then it became that game, when it's two guys and they're kind of trying to call each other's bluff. And he's like, well, I'll drive it right now. Let's go, Wheels. And he's grabbing at his bag and so finally I'm like, okay, let's do it. And we started off. And what's funny is we got to about Tulsa, okay? And it's starting to get this is really beyond real. This is happening. And so I get on my phone and start looking at Southwest Tulsa flights to Milwaukee. And he goes, put that phone up. We're going all the way. So it was a wild time. It was a lot of fun stories. I didn't go to the bathroom as much as he likes to say I did on that. I didn't ask him to pull over that much, only 5 or 6 times, but great trip. It's been, he's arguably, if not the best in the country from an AD perspective, and he's got an awesome team. Again, he always says Team Texas, and he's right. You got Drew Martin, Sarah Baumgartner, all these people working up here, and it really is a machine. And they're so forward thinking in what's the next evolution for Texas. So working with them's been really a positive. We're just not that we're in a good place at Texas because of the people, the tradition, the school, the city, the fan base, the alumni base, people covering it. Everything is at an elite level.
Well, speaking of elite level, let's get into your partnership, Texas One Fun partnership with NIL Fanbox to create an exclusive Longhorn fan experience.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. We got with the Fanbox group several months ago, and they really just started this product, which is literally putting memorabilia, autographed items all together that fans can order. And again, we're talking with the athletes. They're sitting there signing it. There's all kinds of cool stuff that'll go in that. And it's perfect. It's a perfect gift for kids or fans to get at Christmas. That's what when they brought it up, I was like, man, that would be really cool because it's literally something you wrap and put it under the Christmas tree, and you open up and it's a multitude of UT stuff tailored to your athlete or what you want. So, and we have a lot of big names at the university partnering with us. So you can literally go on there and order, I want Anthony Hill's fan box, and it's huge. It's going to be a really neat deal for Christmas presents, birthday presents, or just a business gift you want to get one of your clients that's a huge UT guy.
Yeah, go to longhornfanbox.com. Pre-orders begin today. Longhornfanbox.com, and each Longhorn Fanbox membership is designed to give fans, unparalleled player access, delivers, deeper, more meaningful connections to the team, the student athletes, autograph collectibles, obviously, but prints, trading cards, all kinds of items when you order this fan box. So it is kind of the ultimate gift box for Longhorn fans. So go to longhornfanbox.com.
Yep. Really cool deal. There've been a lot of different partnerships through this because, Texas is such a big brand. There's so many things that we can get directly with the student athletes, and partnering them with a great group like Fanbox was a no-brainer for us.
Yeah. Okay. So go to longhornfanbox.com for that. And it's a limited supply, 1,500 Longhorn fan boxes. Feature exclusive items from favorite UT athletes, including DeAndre Moore, Anthony Hill, Contravian Wisner, Madison Booker, Reese Atwood, Jordan Pope on the basketball team, Jalen Flores on the baseball team. And so, again, get over to longhornfanbox.com, get your orders in, limited, 1,500. So you want to be a part of this, especially as Wheels said for Christmas, because this is a really cool deal. I know if I was a kid, hell, I couldn't imagine it.
Yeah, I would have been badgering my parents or trying to mow lawns or whatever to get one of these because it's cool, and it really is 1,500 of them, and this is the first one they've done at Texas. So I can assure you there's going to be cool stuff if you're in that market or a fan, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ricky Williams box with what did numbers back in the day. That's for sure.
100%.
But
absolutely.
Jose has a good question here. He asked, is there a certain cap on position groups, or is it strictly player based? And also, are the transfer portal deals easier than the high school player deals?
Okay, those are really good questions, Jose. But so the answer to the cap on position groups, no. But it's interesting because when this started, the idea kind of around NIL is we're going to pay everyone across the board X amount of money. And we didn't do that. But then there was an idea, okay, we're going to do a position group this amount of money. Well, what happened and again, this happened organically, but people started to realize every player's different. And especially on a marketing side, when you're sending kids out, every kid is different in how many followers they have. How much bang for the buck would a business have to have player X with no social media presence or player Y with 50,000 followers? Well, there's a difference there. And then also when you look at, okay, it's not pay for play, NIL's never been that, but when you're on the field more or court more, you have a higher NIL value just from the television exposure. So really, we try to look at every player individually, and then holistically through a program. What are our goals? That's really where you get in thinking about, do we cap it here? What do we work with? And then you go player by player, and you do look at position groups. And that's why this is such a good question, because quarterbacks, left tackles, defensive tackles have a higher NFL value. And not that we're the NFL, but you look at those kind of factors. What's of value to a football team? What's value to the outside market? So there's no specific cap there. What was the second part of the question?
Are the transfer portal deals easier than the high school player deals?
That's a good question, because I sound like a lawyer. It all depends on the individual that you're dealing with. So some people get it. Some people come into school and say, hey, I want to earn. I want outside opportunities. I want to meet people. Some people want to try to capitalize immediately. The transfer portal kids, generally, there's a reason they're wanting to enter the portal. And it's not necessarily that they want more NIL compensation. Sometimes it's, I want to go play for X coach that can help me get to the NFL. Sometimes it's, I want to go play for X program to win a championship. So there's different factors. Not that they don't in high school, but it just varies player to player.
Yeah. Wheels, I know you're going 100 miles an hour. Anything else that you think is important for people to know about?
No, I think regardless of a potential settlement with where the university steps in and makes some rev share payment, I think NIL, I want all our fans and alumni to know this is a deal where you can literally be involved in winning. And now obviously now donations are going to provide student athletes opportunities to promote charities. So those donations will continue. And whether the settlement goes through, we're going to have other opportunities for our fans and their businesses to get involved directly with student athletes, because that piece of it will never go away. But if you're sitting there thinking, hey man, I'd love to help or this, I guarantee you will have an opportunity to directly be involved in changing kids' lives and the trajectory of their lives. And it literally is picking up the phone or calling. And literally for 3 years, that's what we've been doing, finding ways to get our alums, fans, and donors involved with the kids directly, which is fun.
Well, and you need everyone because
you do.
Some people think that Texas has this nest egg,
right?
And it's all taken care of.
Correct.
So set them straight.
Yeah, everybody calls and they call us and say, well, you got all this money, or you got, and I'll quote Del Cate. Del Cate told a story about when this is pre-NIL, but going to certain donors, and every donor would be pointing at their neighbor saying, well, they've got it taken care of, and they'd be pointing back at them. So, and I think the other fallacy I think people get in is they're like, well, I don't want to give until I have a whole bunch or I can make a meaningful gift. I think going online and doing something per month, I promise you it's meaningful. So if you hadn't done it or there's a delay, you could designate to the sport and know that it's going to make a powerful impact on that athletic program, and especially the kids within that program.
Yeah. Or go to longhornfanbox.com.
You can do that as well.
And get your pre-orders in right now, because
That's right.
that money is going to get passed through to NIL, to the Texas One Fund to a degree. So
for sure.
Well, it's you're doing an incredible job.
Oh, thank you.
You and your team, you know,
great team.
Britt, and go ahead and brag on all of them.
Yeah. Well, Britt Peterson, Lisa Hanisch, they've been awesome. And then we've got Charity, Carly, and Michael, who really run all the day-to-day. We've got great partners at WME, Learfield, a lot of those outside agencies bringing our kids deals. So it's a great team for sure.
And you are a lawyer.
I am a lawyer by trade. Yes.
Oh, they got the right guy on top of this operation.
Perhaps.
Listen, Wheels, really appreciate it. Again, longhornfanbox.com to get your pre-orders in. It's a great opportunity for Texas fans and to help out.
For sure. For sure. Awesome.
Right.
Thank you guys for your time. Thanks for all you do for UT. Keep talking about it because winning helps.
That's right.
All
That's
right.
right. Thanks, Will.
Thanks, Will.
Guys.
Appreciate it. Patrick Wheels Smith. Yes, this is, someone asked, is that his real name? It's Patrick Wheels Smith. Everyone calls him Wheels.
Yo, did he have Blazers back in the day? Like, was it like 4-2? With a name like Wheels, that's 4-2 40 stuff right
Be a
there.
burner.
Yeah.
He's running a 4.240. You know, man's got some speed to him.
Yeah, breakaway speed.
Okay, and longhornfanbox.com. Again, this is a great opportunity because, you know, you're getting autographed collectibles. You're getting, you know, exclusive autograph posters, prints, trading cards, all signed. You're getting, you know, the player endorsed collectibles. You're getting membership that gives you 10% discount on all purchases. And then you're getting a FanBox golden ticket, which each box includes a scratch-off ticket for the ultimate fan experience. Win ultra-rare items like one-of-a-kind collectibles or game-worn memorabilia. You could win free boxes for next year or extra discounts on future purchases. And then there's a Living Legend special offer in each fan box, an exclusive opportunity to purchase autographed memorabilia from Longhorn legend Vince Young. So I think it's really cool. Only 1,500 Longhorn fan boxes. Pre-orders start today. Great Christmas gift. Go to longhornfanbox.com. And thanks again to Wheels for coming on with us. So, all right, what else do we got here? It says, Chip and Zay. Oh, how you both were drinking the Ewers Kool-Aid. Arkansas has some athletes and took away the checkdowns and 3-yard screen passes. Ewers isn't hurt. He's on his roller coaster. Hey, if you know, you're going to have good days. You're going to have some bad days. And look, I wrote a column after the game saying Quinn Ewers came through late. He could have come through earlier. And I think he's super talented. We've seen it. At Bama, at Michigan, against Florida. And you just want to see it consistently, especially right now, because things are building. Kentucky's got a good defense. Their offense is terrible. Their defense is legit. They dragged Georgia into a 13-12 game. They went to Oxford and beat Ole Miss. Kentucky beat Ole Miss. Like, this is a dangerous game for Texas, and they're good defensively. So this is going to be another big test for Quinn Ewers in this offense, and navigating and overcoming emotion and staying focused when you got Texas A&M sitting there at 6:30 the next Saturday. So look, Quinn Ewers has had more put on him. He's got pressure like you can't believe. Yes, he's got a high profile endorsement situation, all of that. And, people want to see him at his Alabama best every week. And so.
Yeah, we're an entitled fan base. Let's just keep it a buck. We are. VY spoiled us. Colts spoiled us. Damn it, Chip. I saw somebody online. I followed the Longhorns Twitter thread. I saw somebody online put something like, oh, Quinn Ewers can't maneuver in the pocket and this, that, and the third. And underneath it, it was a clip of Tom Brady moving around in the pocket and making throws up the field. And I'm over here looking around like we're comparing them to the greatest to ever freaking do it. That's where we are. Okay, let's just start putting Trey Johnson film to Michael Jordan now. Let's just start doing that. Let's just start getting out of our skis. Like, let's relax, man. I'm looking at Quinn Ewers instead of that 20 for 32. I'm looking at it as 24 for 32 because I can count 4 drops during that Arkansas game. 2 from Gunnar Helm, 1 from Ryan Wingo, 1 from Silas Bolden. Quinn Ewers made some pretty good throws there. Yeah, that one that he had on that 3rd down on that quick slant to Gunnar Helm. That was a horrible throw. Awful throw. Yes, he had a deep shot down the field to a wide open Matthew Golden where he completely overthrew him. I know that Quinn has flaws. Absolutely. But, man, I've seen quarterbacks have flaws these last few years, and their team still won national championships. J.J. McCarthy, he wasn't Dan Marino for those Wolverines last year, and they were cheating. Yeah, I said it. Connor Stallions. Oh, Jim Harbaugh having a good old time, which Jim Harbaugh's coaching his ass off, 7-3, the Chargers. I got to give that dude some love. He is coaching.
They're getting better.
They're getting a lot better. But Stetson Bennett went back-to-back. Where he at? He just trying to hold on. Practice squad Stetson Bennett. Stetson Bennett was like 5'10", winning championships and stuff. It could be done. Not everybody's Joe Burrow.
Hey,
like,
look at Carson Beck. He's been all over the place, but Georgia just beat Tennessee, and now they're looking like
scary again. Scary again. Yeah.
And the playoff committee set it up where Tennessee was at 7, Georgia was at 12. They'll probably flip. I'll be interested to see where Tennessee lands now.
Yeah. Tennessee got a tough one last game of the year going to Nashville. Diego Pavia trying to play another year. He got that lawsuit brewing. Don't tell me them Commodores ain't going to be ready. Tennessee better be careful.
How about that South Carolina, Missouri game?
Yeah, that was a good game.
How crazy was that?
Yeah. Shane Beamer, man. I'm so glad the Horns dodged South Carolina this year. Those fools. Those 3 losses hurt them, but damn it. You want to play the Gamecocks? I don't.
No.
Ain't nobody trying to see them right now. They are so physical.
Lenora Sellers, I told you, that dude, like, I'm sure the NIL agents are all over him because his game is getting better and better. And he is I mean, he's dangerous, man. And those edge rushers they got, Kennard and
You're going to have to play South Carolina in 2026. I don't know if he'll be at William Bryce. Who knows if Arch Manning will be in that game, but Norris Sellers going into year 3 by that time, because you're right, Shep. He's already getting better now. Who knows what he is in 2026, man. That dude could be a future first-round pick. So, yeah, Shane Bieber, Chris Phillips, I heard him talking with Cole. That dude, he might be SEC Coach of the Year, even though those Gamecocks don't have much of a chance to get to Atlanta, if any at all. But, yeah, conference is nuts. It's nuts. It's been a fun season. Glad we got a lot left. It's gone by fast. But
Man,
I
believe.
I think, yeah, those drop passes didn't help Quinn at all. Him getting sacked. Every time he gets sacked, it's like, come on, dude. You could move. You're a little more athletic than this. Like, I've seen you move a little better than this, bro. You gotta have more in your pocket presence. I get the haters when they critique that, but the dude was still money when they needed him.
And look, Texas has won 10 straight true road games. And Quinn has been the starter in every one of them. So we know what he's capable of. And that's the hard part, right? He set the standard with his own play against Alabama, against Michigan, against Florida. And so we're comparing him to his own standard. And everybody wants him to be at his best right now because it's all on the line. If Texas loses a game, they could fall out of the playoff. They're not going to fall out of the SEC championship game. They're going to fall out of the playoff possibly.
Yeah.
So that's why everybody's like, okay, let's see everybody peaking at the same time or peaking at the right time. And so,
yeah, it's even more frustrating because you're not going to get schedules like this very often.
Right.
And this conference schedules like this, anomaly. Like they don't.
Right. And who knew Michigan, as the defending national champ, would be a 5-5 team, right? So, look, you schedule Michigan non-conference, you're booking a marquee non-conference opponent.
Yeah, we ain't playing no Mercer State, man. We
you
ain't playing Abilene Christian and all these other sorry ass schools. Like a lot of what I saw from the SEC this week.
Right.
Even
UTSA. UTSA is a 2-time conference champion under Jeff Traylor. And OU was 18 when Texas played them. Okay, now they're rump roast. And so some years it just gets weird. I heard people debating about whether one of the tiebreakers in the SEC, which is combined winning percentage of your opponents, your SEC opponents, Texas had no say over the schedule, but they're going to get punished for that combined winning percentage if it comes down to that tiebreaker. Right now, Texas just needs to win. They got to win against Kentucky. They got to win against A&M, and they won't get to that tiebreaker. They're in if they win. And so that's just what you said, Zay. This is a golden opportunity. How often do you get everything to come together? Look at LSU. They win it all in 2019. It was unbelievable. And Ed Orgeron was the coach. But you had Burrow slinging it to Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. Texas fans saw it. And it all came together, and the Angels sang, and they won the national championship. And then LSU's been trying to figure it out since. You get these opportunities. Texas went 35 years between national championships, 1970 to 2005. Texas fans are on edge because they sense the opportunity, and that's real. And I was talking to some, I'm always talking to coaches. I'm always talking to coaches because they see the game differently. And I was talking to a couple coaches. I said, okay, if Texas played like they played against Arkansas, do they lose to A&M? And one said yes, because that atmosphere is going to be 10 times what it was in Arkansas. Another said no, that Sark will be able to X and O against Elko, and that the Texas defense is so elite that A&M won't be able to run its offense the way that A&M wants to run its offense, especially without Le'Veon Moss. So it's fascinating. Sark said it right. We just need to be obsessed with winning this week. And that's the bottom line. Because if you get all caught up in all this other stuff and you spit out a hairball against Kentucky, it's over.
It's over. Just like that.
You're going to the
toilet bowl. The Charmin toilet paper bowl.
So
you are ass at that point.
Just keep doing what you do.
Yeah. A&M, that resume ain't much better. That LSU team that you beat and feeling all high and mighty of, they go into Gainesville. Brian Kelly out here cussing at his players, telling them they ain't coachable. Brian Kelly is the easiest lip reader in the nation. The easiest. You could see every single word that is coming out of that dude's mouth. He don't even try to hide nothing. LSU ain't nothing at this point. So that win for the Aggies, they were feeling good about it. They were talking a lot of mess and holding on to that win as collateral. Now, that ain't nah, bruh. As Connor Wegman said, nah, bruh. That ain't the same. So be careful at Auburn this weekend, Aggies, because y'all got fans that ain't even looking at this game. Everybody's looking a week from now, November 30th. Them Aggies ain't worried about no turkey. They're worried about them horns.
Well,
they're worried about them Tigers.
They got Auburn at Auburn.
That's what I'm saying.
This week, Auburn, they can turn it on every once in a while. I don't know how much they've turned it on lately, but they can turn it on every once in a while.
Yeah.
Let's see what's Auburn's best win this year?
Kentucky. Straight up, it might be Kentucky.
It is.
I knew it. That's the only one I remember them winning. Everything else is a little murky. Yeah, Kentucky.
Yeah. And they won that at Kentucky.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Let's get some mentions in here to our incredible sponsors. Hey, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, you know where to go. It's only one call to make. It's Audio Visual Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audio Visual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Hey, it's Monday night, which means it's all night happy hour at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. So go get you some raw oysters, the best selection of raw oysters. But if you just love seafood, you are going to love Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, because this is the seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore, restaurant legend. And this, he gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen. And look, you love the snapper, the scallops, just every thing about seafood, and the sides, the trimmings, the fixins. That's what you get at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. So just get over there to the Zilker location, especially if you're going north on Mopac and you get off at the Rollingwood exit. It's right there. Salt Traders right there on your right. And let the traffic thin out and enjoy just some incredible food, some great food. You're getting $5 off the beginnings menu, which has the smoked fish dip, the crab cake, the chowder fries, the grilled oysters, steamed mussels, and the New Orleans barbecue shrimp. Come on, get over to Salt Traders, right there at Zilker, up north in Round Rock, and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. And of course, passes.com. Love passes.com. Hey, speaking of Texas One Fund, all you got to do is go to passes.com/Texas One Fund, and you're going to have all kinds of awesome stuff going on right there. Your opportunity to help out with NIL, Texas One Fund, and get exclusive VIP opportunities. So you're giving to NIL, but you're getting something in return, exclusive tailgate opportunities, VIP experiences, signed memorabilia. It's awesome right now, especially with Texas doing as well as it is. You got access to Texas student athletes. You'll love it. Just head over to passes.com/Texas One Fund, and you will see what I'm talking about. Don't forget about Cover 3 tonight, too. You got Cowboys and Texans. Monday Night Football. How about heading over to Cover 3 and taking in the game? You got all-night happy hour at Cover 3 as well. So go check out the Texans and the Cowboys and enjoy the $7 social hour menu. You've got the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, incredible food. The Chop House burger that Texas Monthly says is one of the best burgers in the state. If you're ready for great food and a great place to hang with your homies and watch the Cowboys and Texans tonight, Cover 3 right there on Anderson Lane, up north in Round Rock, and Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. And if you're ready to upgrade a room in your house, maybe the kitchen or a bathroom, add some new life to your outdoor space, it's time to call our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They've been serving the Austin area as custom home builders and renovators for more than 40 years. Family owned and operated, father-son team. This is what you want. Trusted. Word of mouth is off the charts. Boasting more than 50 years of combined experience. You can look at some of their amazing renovation work on Facebook and Instagram by going to McCall Custom Homes. And then give our buddy Mike a call at 512-633-9580. That's 512-633-9580. Or you can email him at mike@mccallcustomhomes.com. It's McCall Custom Homes, building value into your home. Zay, I don't have a can of Olipop with me, but we'd be giving some Olipops to Alfred Collins, to Jotty Barron, and to the Longhorns for continuing 10 straight wins in true road games and the win over Arkansas. And now it's time to get ready for the Kentucky Wildcats. You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying.
All right. Let's get a quick chip shot in here. So the Detroit Lions beat the Jacksonville Jaguars like 52-6.
God. Y'all are starting to become disrespectful, by the way.
And I'm nervous because people are coming up to me and going, the Lions are the best team in the NFL. And they just lost another defensive player, and Alex Anzalone, who has a broken forearm.
Yeah, I saw Thor go out.
And he is a big-time playmaker for that defense. It's, you're just like knocking on wood that they can
cast it up.
Yeah. And he'll need a week or two, and then maybe they can cast it up and he can get back out there. But it's been impressive. And they remind me a little bit of the Cowboys in the early 90s. They just had so much confidence. And other teams are like, but I'm not going to say too much more because they got to keep doing it, man. It's a week-to-week league. It is a field goal league. I know it hasn't been that way for this Lions team, the way that they're scratching and clawing and burying some teams. But after coming back from that 5-interception game against the Texans, I'll tell you what, man. I feel like I'm on an episode of Punk'd because the Lions, this is just new territory for them. So it's been amazing. Okay, the Tyson fight, that was rough.
That was sad.
I told you Jake Paul was going to win, and I know you were mad.
Oh man, I was hot.
I know. It's
so tired.
58, man.
Yeah.
That's
He came in hot. He came in sticking and moving and ready to go.
A couple rounds. He had 2 good rounds.
Then that fatigue.
Then he was like, I'm getting 20 million. Hey, I'm getting 20 million. I don't need to win. I'll just dance. So,
yeah. It was, I was watching it on Antonio Brown's with his crazy ass on his feed on Twitter because it was buffering like nuts on Netflix, just trying to watch it normally. So Netflix, y'all need to take care of that before y'all have another one of these fights. But yeah, Mike Tyson, they got him on a shot with his ass out and stuff. That wasn't a good look. I felt the folks really like the ringside girls. That was probably the best part of the event.
Okay, so I was like in airports trying to get to Arkansas. So I was like, I didn't see the ring girls. Did someone go viral?
Yeah. Yeah, blonde girl went viral. Sydney Thomas. Now she's the new it girl, and she's about to blow up. I think she's already popular. I've never heard of her before.
Sydney Thomas?
Sydney Thomas. Yeah. I get it. I get the commotion. I get what's going on here. But she definitely looks like she deserves it more than Hawk Tua girl. Like, I blow this girl up. Hawk Tua girl? No, I don't get that. But Sydney Thomas, I can roll with that. I appreciate that. That's greatness right there. I appreciate greatness. What Hawk Tua girl's doing out here in these streets, no, that's not the move. That's not the wave, as these kids say. But yeah, overall, the fight was sad. I wish Mike would have brought a little bit more, but he cashed in, and for him to do that at his age says a lot. Shout out to Jake Paul too. And that slap before, that was all a bit. That was all for show. After what Tyson showed, him slapping him, just trying to get more eyes on that fight. So I'm sure it worked, but definitely underwhelming, to say the least.
Well, and Tom Herman is done.
Oh, man.
Tom Herman is done at Florida Atlantic. And apparently he's still owed $4 million. So he got $15 million from Texas. He's getting $4 million from Florida Atlantic. No one is crying for Tom Herman.
Yo, people vouching for Tom Herman to be an analyst on the Texas team need to relax. Tell Tom to go in Mexico somewhere and sit on that $19 million that he's getting to get canned from his last 2 stops. Like he ain't trying to, Sark ain't trying to get back anybody like Tom Herman.
No.
Things that he did, that's that bad juju. You know what I'm saying?
Bad juju.
Bad juju. We don't want that. Also, before we get to the right call, before I get to these mentions, my man Jonte Cook needs help. That's all I got to say. I don't want to get too much in it, but this dude's having an Antonio Brown crash out session right now.
Uh-oh.
It's not good. I kind of feel for the brother. I hope he's really getting help because the things that he's been doing lately on social media, he couldn't have been kicked off this team sooner. Toxic, cancerous, that brother. And I think he's Muslim now because he's tweeting a lot of stuff that I don't know about. I respect everybody's faith and stuff. You know, do you. Nothing wrong with that. But the way he's going about these things and stuff and arguing with Texas fans, and Texas fans are throwing it right back at him too. It's sad. It's sad. Like I wish him the best. I hope he finds a place and continues to play football because he's so talented. But just how he's going out and how I know he's 19 years old. When I was 19, I was ignorant too, in my own way. I had a lot of growing up to do, trying to become a man. But man, it is like what sent me, Chip, is when he made like a video of him unfollowing the Texas football account. That's when I was like, he's already done things that make you scratch your dome, but that's when I was really like, boy, he's really upset and he's really got a lot going on. And again, it's just a shame because all the talent that the dude has in the world, that it's gone down like this. But what can you do? What can you do? All right. Let me get to some of these mentions before the right call. 6 minutes left until Chip and Zay is over here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Covert B Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership that have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. High quality customers enjoy the new or pre-owned vehicles. Me and my wife enjoy our Covert BK vehicle. We'll be taking it all the way to Charleston, South Carolina next week. Big road trip, first road trip for the Covert BK Buick Encore that me and my wife share. Can't wait for that. And hey, you might be taking some trips too during this time of the year. It is the holiday season, and you want something that you feel comfortable in, like a Covert BK car. From Ram, Cadillac, GMC, Jeep, Buick, Dodge, and Chrysler, you're going to find what you want. Go to covertbcave.com to see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And Leaf Landscape Supply, full service wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the beautiful city of Austin, Texas. 2 terrific locations, one off Pond Spring, the other down south off Monterey Oaks, and 290 if you want to fulfill a landscaping job with high quality supplies. If you want trendy house plants, specialty plants, rare plants, Leaf Landscape Supply is your one-stop shop for all of that. Check out their website at leaflandscapesupply.com. And remember, when you go in and you make a purchase, let them know Zay Collier told you at Texas Sports Unfiltered, and you get 10% off. 10% off. Can't beat that at Leaf Landscape Supply. All right, Chip, a couple of things for the right call. Got 4 minutes, so we're going to breeze through this a little bit. The Buffalo Bills finally get the Kansas City Chiefs on the L board, winning a huge game yesterday. Josh Allen did his thing, but I saw that the Bills, we know they don't give a damn. We know they're a crazy-ass fan base, jumping on tables, lighting themselves on fire. But this one really made me chuckle. If you are not watching us on the YouTube channel and listening to us on the app, I am showing Chip and the folks a picture of Kermit the Frog dressed up as Patrick Mahomes, because we know Kermit the Frog and Patrick Mahomes have similar voices. And they have Patrick McFrog hung, like just foul. Just, it's personal. I get it. It's personal. This guy's knocked y'all out the playoffs so many times. Y'all beat them in the regular season, can't beat them in the postseason. But people in Buffalo think that this year might be different. We'll see. But yeah, I had to show the people that. I thought this was absolutely hilarious. And people who think that it's wrong, y'all are soft. Come on. Let's not take it to where it could be taken and have that dark mind. Like it's Kermit the Frog. It's Kermit the Frog. Like let's relax there. But yeah, I thought it was absolutely hilarious. Also, going to basketball a little bit, the beard, James Harden, is the number 2 3-point shooter all time in NBA history, which is nuts to me. Like, I can't believe it. When they talked about this last week, I was like, ain't no way. Because when you think of James Harden, you think of scorer. You don't necessarily think of shooter, especially when you see some of these other names on the list. Obviously, Steph Curry being number 1 by a long shot. Like, Steph almost has over 1,000 more threes than James Harden does, who's coming in at number 2. But when you see cats like Ray Allen and Reggie Miller and Klay Thompson, Damian Lillard's kind of in that same category. Guys that are ball dominant and more of a scorers, point guardish, like a Harden and Dame Lillard and Steph Curry. For those guys to be past all of these 3-point legends, Kyle Kroger, it's nuts. It just shows where the game is today. And, if those guys like a Ray Allen and Reggie Miller, if the 3-point line was put at a huge point of emphasis like it is now back in the 90s, then those guys would be higher. But yeah, I'm one of those ones that I don't hate on James Harden like other folks do. I know Houston fans and people feel a certain way. He's not a playoff performer, and he's not one of those guys that's clutch and will win you the big game. But you can't argue with this list here. Like, the dude's one of the greatest to ever play the game. He's got dealt a bad hand. We saw it in the 90s. Barkley never won a ring. Stockton, Malone, those guys never won a ring because there was always someone who was winning them that played a little bit better. In the 90s, it was Michael Jordan. In the late 2010s and that period of time, it was Steph Curry and Kevin Durant and LeBron James. So it's hard to knock James Harden when he's going up against some of the greatest teams ever. I hope he gets the flowers he deserves. But I also know that he won't, just because of what he's been as a defensive player. He's always been a liability there. He's gotten better over the last few years, even in his, mid-30s. But him being number 2, congrats to him, and a little bit of a shocker.
Well, here's the thing. His 3-point field percentage for his career for this year is 31%.
That's not good.
For his career, it's 36.3%. Steph Curry, who's number 1 on that list, is a career 42.6% 3-point shooter. So we're talking about volume 3-point shooting from Harden and a lot of misses.
Yeah.
On the way to 2,974 made threes. He's only making 31% this year.
Yeah.
36% for his career. What do you consider a good 3-point shooter? Percentage-wise?
35 and up. Yeah, 35 and up.
Wow.
So, yeah, I mean, the way that he got his threes, like going one-on-one, they weren't catch and shoot. A lot of them, like I'd probably say 2,000 on this list was him going off the dribble and breaking guys down. So, yeah, Rodney, that's Vince Carter at number 9, which he played 22 years. So LeBron too, both of those guys. When you play 22 years, then, I'm not saying it's not impressive, but again, the 80s, like Larry Bird's one of the greatest three-point shooters of all time. I don't even know if he has 1,000, but the volume back in the 80s, nobody was trying to shoot threes like that. So, yeah, there's a little fun debates to have. Congrats to James Harden. But, yeah, man, we're back tomorrow here on TSU. Good show, man. Appreciate Will's coming on, you getting them on. Real fun day today.
Patrick Wheels Smith, the head of the Texas One Fund. If you missed any part of the show, make sure you go to the YouTube page or to the app, the Texas Sports Unfiltered app, and listen back to it. A lot of folks were giving us some love for that interview. And like James said it was a great interview. Appreciate that.
Andrew said Hawk Tua over Sidney Thomas. Andrew, you're nuts, man.
Right?
Hawk Tua is so overrated. Good grief. I can't stand that girl. She's probably the nicest girl. I can't knock the money that she's getting. She's a hustler. I'll give her that. She's a hustler. But
right.
I just need to see her in action. That's all I'm saying. OnlyFans, something.
Thanks, James. Yeah, that was about the Patrick Wheels Smith interview. LonghornFanbox.com. Go pre-sales starting today. So go get in there. There's only 1,500 available. And, there's 100,000 people that go to Texas games every Saturday. So make sure you get yours. If you got a kid who's a Longhorn fan, here's your Christmas gift. Sold. LonghornFanbox.com. All right. Hey, let's do it again tomorrow. Thanks for listening, everybody. Please like and subscribe the Texas Sports Unfiltered YouTube channel so we can grow. That's how we grow. Appreciate y'all.
Y'all be cool.